The flame cloak does get a lot of damage, but here comes the black hole.
Hello guys and welcome to Division 2. We still have warm food, we still have 8 teams, we're still in Southeast Asia. Yes we are, but we are coming in remotely as the heroes are chilling. Wow, Abaddon is skinny. I had never seen that before.
Dude, he's a skinny legend.
He's so skinny. Oh my goodness. I'm kind of worried about him, but we are not in the studio. That does not mean that we are practicing. We're doing this from home, you know, because Div 2 is the best place for remote casters. We're changing the talent roster for the most part, but Richie and I, we just wanted to cast more, you know, and we thought Div 2, it's the place to do it.
Yes, that's exactly what we said. We went Div 2, it's the place to do it.
It's a rock fact. Yes, indeed.
Yes, absolutely.
We have our first match.
Yes, we do.
Div 2.
But first, we should look at all the teams in Division 2.
Right. We have eight whole teams. Eight teams composed each of 5 members, making 40 people.
Right.
You can see Atlantis, Team Flow, Vessuwan, XERXIA, Polaris, Army Geniuses, Myth Avenue Gaming, used to be known as Drinkwater, and Spawn will be the 8 teams that will be joining us for the remaining 3 weeks of the DPC. Out of these 8 teams, Myth Avenue Gaming, known as Drinkwater, and Spawn are those that come from the open qualifiers, as the rest of them will be coming from either staying in Div 2 or being relegated from last season.
Yes, and the 2 teams that are relegated from last season are Vessuwan and Polaris Esports. So you can see those on the left-hand side. At the end of the season, of course, we're going to have to relegate 2 more and kick them back out into closed qualifiers or into the opens. We'll see what those rules are for this year. And of course, we'll be promoting 2 more teams. And high hopes for those that are promoted, right? Considering how well XERXIA has done out of the gates from their promotion last season. Of course, we will be joined next tour for Division 2 in the Spring Tour by Team Fnatic and Boom Esports. So 2 big names dropping into Division 2 next season. So I would assume if I'm one of these teams, my time to get into Division 1 is going to be a lot easier this go around.
I mean, the question is not to get to Division 1, though, to be honest. The question is to be, can you stay in Division 1, which has been historically an issue for most teams in most regions, right? I think SEA, the 2 regions I looked up that had the teams that most consistently stayed in Division 1 were SEA and South America, with South America leading by a long shot, and SEA only being, like a very far second. But most regions, you promote and you demote in the same tour or in the same year, rather. So we're hoping that's not going to be the case here for Div 2. Let's look at the schedule here, though, to see what games can we expect as we look at this week's schedule, mind you, specifically. We're going to start with a Div 1 promise, Vessuwan versus Atlantis. We have a Thai team versus a full Malaysian team here in Atlantis. We'll continue with Polaris versus XERXIA, and then finish the day with Army Geniuses versus Spawn, which is very interesting because Spawn actually has the old Army Geniuses mid laner Amang Daya playing for them, so I do recommend you want to tune in for that grudge matchup on Friday, because the schedule does change a little bit. We'll have the same times, but it's going to be Wednesday, Friday, and Sunday now for Division 2. We have Team Flow versus Myth Avenue Gaming, getting to check out Miracle's team training for the first time. Then the Div 1 teams matchup, Vessuwan versus Polaris, and finishing the day with Army Geniuses Atlantis. And we finish the week with Team Flow versus XERXIA, Myth Avenue Gaming, Drinkwater versus Spawn, and Vessuwan versus Army Geniuses. A lot of key matchups already happening this week. We need to know if Army Geniuses can position themselves as they did previously as one of the more competitive teams in the season. We want to know how Polaris will do with a little matchup against XERXIA first, and then a real proving matchup against Vessuwan, similar with them, where they get the Atlantis matchup first, and then we see how they will fare against Atlantis. And it's also very curious how Myth Avenue Gaming, who start against some of the weaker teams, will do this season, as they have a lot of promising names, including the previous position 4 from Lilgun. So their matches against Team Flow and Spawn might give us a good idea of how strong this team is.
Yeah, I mean, let's not forget that Spawn Team did actually end up beating Drinkwater in the upper bracket finals of those closed qualifiers. So that's already going to be quite the exciting rematch if you're both Myth Avenue Gaming / Drinkwater or Spawn, right? Obviously, Spawn is going to be looking immediately to set themselves apart and take down that big name team. But we'll see what Myth Avenue Gaming have learned there. Actually, it was, let me see, who sent down Myth Avenue Gaming? Drinkwater. It was YG, actually, pardon me, that sent down Drinkwater. So I was incorrect about that. But Drinkwater got there eventually. Let's focus on to our very first match today, though, which is Vessuwan versus Atlantis. Like you're saying, the full tie, plus BB, of course, who he is from Laos. I know normally a lot of the Laotian players get dragged into simply being claimed by other countries like Jackie.
Yeah, they're full tie. I don't know what you're talking about.
Exactly, right.
Full tie.
But the rest of the team is tie, with the exception of BB, who, by the way, is not to be confused with that BB, who is the old one of the old mid laners, I think, or carries for 9-6. I believe,
the
right?
Vietnamese, yes, that
Yeah.
baby, yeah. But it's a very different player. If you guys have checked out Vessuwan, if you guys have not had the chance to meet these players, they're particularly important, or they have been so for a while in the Thai scene. In fact, I think I started casting back when Lionex was actually starting to become relevant. He is a very, very old player. Particularly this squad of TNT, Bumbui, and Lionex were considered the second generation of Thai players that unfortunately didn't really make it. And you can see here they're also being joined by the first generation, their coach Lackles, and he is going to be we'll see how well he does, because his previous team that he coached, again, they've had mixed results, but he has been joining with TNT, Bumbui, and Linex for quite a while now in different iterations of their teams. First generation Thai training the second generation of Thai players. Unfortunately, no success until now. KMP and BB have been that third generation of Thai players, together with the Masaros, together with the Jackie, etc., that haven't quite made it to the main stage yet, but still have a lot of promise and a lot of time to go for them. Ages are very similar. It's just the experience that changed a little bit more.
Yeah, and actually, speaking of age, that's where I wanted to go. Now, we do have a couple of teams missing some information there, but just to quickly wrap up on Vessuwan, you have two of the oldest players on supports, Bumbui and Lionex, being 30 on Bumbui and 28 on Lionex.
Yeah.
So just wanted to point that out. Those are the two oldest supports in the league at 30 and 28.
And when it comes to Atlantis that we're now seeing right on the screen here, it's a team that Richie, you and I have casted a couple of times in local tournaments here in Malaysia. Actually, some of their players have participated in these local teams. Very, very young team of Malaysian players looking to bring back the Malaysian flair that is kind of missing. So the ultimate new generation of Malaysian players. A lot of these are very high level players themselves. Like, they come from, high level pubs. They come from small competitive experiences in amateur tournaments and open qualifiers, but this will be the second time, obviously, because we saw them last season, but one of the first times we get to see them in the big stage. So very, very exciting for Malaysia, who is looking to renew their roster, especially considering a lot of the other older players got unfortunately panned. So it's nice to get to see these guys now making a name for themselves instead.
Yeah, very true. It's good, like you say, just to continue getting the new blood in. Maybe that's going to be like the storyline of this match, right, with Vessuwan as well, trying to introduce a couple of the new Thai players into the scene, supported by the older group of players as well, going up against the new blood of Malaysia. Always exciting. Were these the guys we did in the mall tournaments all those years ago?
Remember that guy that came up to us and said that he liked our casting?
Yeah.
That was one of them. Yeah, he's one of this team. So yeah, it's exciting to watch him. I hope they do pretty well, honestly. It's also exciting because particularly in Malaysia, a lot of the players almost historically have been Chinese Malaysians, right? And now we're getting some Malays into Dota as well. Mostly in Malaysia, Malays tend to play more of the MLBB. I don't know why that division has happened, but in Dota, it's played in Chinese, and if you want to speak Bahasa Malay, it's usually MLBB. But we get some representation now from this team as well, which is very, very exciting, because the more communities you can reach, the better it is for everyone. As we go into the draft, let's see if we can reach this new community of heroes.
Oh,
nice. I was not expecting this, actually.
Look at her go.
And it's faster as well, so no complaints here.
It do be faster. What
She dances better than I do, honestly.
I mean, I wouldn't be too surprised, right? Good old
I'm
Marcy.
a great dancer, but okay. That was just to catch a stray, honestly.
So it is going to be Atlantis then on Radiant's side here, with Vessuwan on Dire. last pick is going to go for Vessuwan. So they have gotten themselves the Marcy Rubik opener. So already seeing some parallels towards the Division 1 draft style, which was a lot of focus onto this Rubik in particular as a 5. Of course, this Marcy might be a little bit more of a question mark, but definitely a flex between a 3 and a 4, and potentially maybe even a carry, where we saw her in a handful of games in that role, especially.
I will say that I'm a big fan of the Bumbui and actually Bumbui Linux, because they both play like this 3-4, sorry, this 5-4 swap, which is very common these days. I'm pretty big fan of their Marcys. They've both played the Marcy in a pretty good extent, but I actually think Vessuwan might give it to TNT. I think the TNT Marcy is he's one of the first guys I saw playing in the offlane. He plays it all in his pubs, and it could be something that they try to flex in. I like it a little more than the carry position. I know that the carry was done by Palos, particularly a lot for execration. Didn't really love that too much. And a classic for this team as well. With you have old players, they all like playing Rubik, as who was it? Corden told us in the interview, right? The old players are all about 1v9ing, right? And when you're playing support, you're like, how do I 1v9? Rubik was always the option, especially in Southeast Asia, or actually all the Eastern players, China and Southeast Asia, they really enjoyed these very mechanical supports. Historically speaking, Western Europe was not known for having good supports. They were actually known for having good captains and good tacticians, whatever. But everyone's like, oh yeah, this Seb guy, he can't play Dota, but he's really good at tactics. Yeah. That was before he won the 2 TIs, back when he was called fucking man. And everyone would praise the Eastern supports, you know, the FYs, the PYWs now, you know, all these mechanical supports that can make big plays. So I'm always excited to see Rubik in this region particularly.
Yeah, same. Although I will say it seems like a lot of the Rubiks that we've seen have been going much more for those aura carriers, especially if this is going to be a Marcy offlane. Her build is she's got a strict diet, right? First she goes for her phase boots, and then she goes for her BKB, and then she goes for Basher, like every single game, right? Otherwise you just don't do anything as an offlaner, and you're just a glorified sidekick, you know, enabler. So sometimes we do see those Rubiks kind of take up the mantle there, which would mean that they'd be a little bit more limited as far as their 1v9 ability, given that what little farm is given to you is immediately going into mech, and then very likely Greaves after, right? So we'll see, right? Because we have seen both styles of Rubik in particular, but I do suspect, let's see what this pick is with the DK, still keeping it flexible. So potentially we could still see this Rubik 1v9. I'm always a fan of it, right? I always like seeing the Rubiks try and become god gamers and show off their arcanas, right? It's always fun.
Yeah, I agree with that. I mean, I like the mech build. There's a reason to it. It's a little bit more boring to watch, obviously, because you take advantage of the nice Rubik stats. I will venture and say this is probably the BB DK. He is one of his favorite heroes. It seems like a kind of a comfort pick, and would seem like the kind of guy that would say, oh, this Ember matchup, it's free for me, right? Just play DK and you win that matchup. It is a pretty easy matchup to win because you just outlasted him and you ignore the Ember altogether. So I wouldn't mind that. And I do think that especially for Division 2, and considering this quality of SEA mid laners, shutting down any mid laner is probably your best bet. You know, playing consistent mid laners that can guarantee a win in the lane is a pretty good idea for any team here.
I'm curious, though, if this Ember is going to consider going for the Flame Guard build that we've seen a handful of times, especially as the season's progressed in the mid lane. Mm-hmm. We'll see, though, as there's going to be a Skywrath Mage picked in conjunction with the TB. So the carry here, along with the Skywrath Mage, that's interesting. I mean, I guess Marcy's a really good silence target early on, especially, but I guess this has to be just a comfort pick from Atlantis. I would have to assume, given that the Skywrath Mage is not a hero I think we saw a whole lot of in Div 1. Other than that, I like the TB pick. In conjunction with this Ember Spirit, right? Who did we see playing it? It was like 23, right? In his last series, was just always showing up to fight with the team whenever necessary. You know, off the back of just the strength of Metamorphosis. I was thinking we might see a Coddle, you know, that still looked incredibly strong, didn't it? In our last series we had versus with Talon. But I think with the Skywrath Mage at least, or maybe with one support still to come, maybe it's a support. I guess that's my biggest question. Who do you lane with the TB then here?
Yeah, it seems to me like it's going to be the tiny 4, and you lane it off lane, and then you get the Skywrath Mage as a 5. The thing that doesn't convince me too much is this clearly, like, there's a lot of Skywrath Mage combos here. So you have the Ember, Searing Chains plus Mystic Flare, always good combo, right? Plus the silence. And then you also have because then you have to dispel chains and then you can silence immediately after. It's a pretty good combination. And you also have Tiny. Tiny is amazing with the Skyreth Mage, right? Because you do the Avatos combo and Mystic Flare is the minimum amount of damage you need to actually kill almost anything, including even a DK, right? Like you might even force DK to go for like Hood or something. The thing about this Skyreth, though, or I guess the thing about this combo is that usually you play this with Tiny mid. So I'm surprised that they play a Tiny 4 and still pick the Skyreth Mage, still trying to emphasize this. There's a lot of damage on this lineup, but I do think Vessuwan is looking a little bit stronger. Yeah, especially considering the meta.
Yeah, and I agreed on the meta point, and also I just think their team fight's a little bit easier for now. You know, like you said, Ava toss into the Mystic Flare should just kill about anyone, but eventually there are going to be BKBs. I mean, I'm suspecting, especially now with a Rubik and a Snapfire, that this is a core Marcy, so BKB pretty much first item on her, which means she's not going to be able to be killed as easily by these combos. And then your team fight feels a little bit lacking, right? Compared to Blink Stun on DK likely into just kisses, right? That seems pretty powerful versus someone like a TB. Vessuwan, though, of course, still need their cores. They'll probably get at least one more. Interesting, no ranged cores banned at all by Atlantis. I was expecting almost certainly like a Drow ban or something like that.
Yeah, a lot of these bans are a little bit off meta. I'm not gonna lie. In fact, this whole draft from Atlantis is a little bit off meta. You can tell what team has a coach and what team doesn't, right? Because maybe these guys have been playing a lot of pubs and haven't had much time to study the meta. I would also have banned a Drow here. I feel like Drow is a freebie for Vessuwan now.
I like those Vessuwan jerseys, by the way, if we can go a little bit off topic.
Oh, they look pretty cool. Oh, yeah. I like it. I mean, they're a team that they have small but important sponsors, right, for them. They managed to have a coach. They all are in a boot camp as well.
Right.
I am unsure because Atlantis has decided to put their cameras as close to their face as possible, if they're all together or not.
I don't believe so. I don't believe so. I've been looking, and just off of lighting, I can't say. It looks like Vessuwan have a couple of players together, but just off of that background we just saw. Yeah, I do love that shot, though. I have to say, from Atlantis, that is a very cinematic shot, isn't it?
Yes, I actually want that shot. If they lose, that's the shot that we need to put on the screen first and foremost. Right? It's
so dramatic. I love it.
Yeah, especially.
I think all he needs is he needs to swing the lamp so the shadows move a little bit, right?
Yeah, exactly. This is the kind of shot where you're not really sure if you're watching a experimental mockumentary or a horror film, and halfway through someone's gonna come by and stab him. Right, that fan is just incredible. Oh, the fan apparently is in everyone's shots, so maybe they are together. Actually, look at that fan action. You see?
I see it. Yeah, I see it.
A little bit of investigation will tell us that Atlantis is indeed all together, and I think they all share the same camera, Richie. They're just kind of swapping it around because it's way too close.
There's at least 2 Vessuwan players together.
Yes. We can tell by the fan.
Well, I could tell by the curtain in particular behind.
Oh, I see. There's more investigation. Oh, sorry. Vessuwan, you mean? Oh, yeah. No, I think they're all in the boot camp. I'm pretty sure they're all in the boot camp because I was reading about them before the match. Yeah, so it would make sense.
Last pick, Beastmaster. I mean, I feel like you're just begging for a Drow Ranger here.
Just Drow it, please. Vessuwan, Drow it.
It looks like a really darn good Drow game. Tiny could potentially be an issue with these tossbacks, right? Ember Spirit as well can definitely get on top of you, but given you have a Rubik, I mean, we've seen how annoying Rubik shards can be, as well as, the counter initiation Rubik brings against an Ember. Rubik can also build mech to give you that extra little bit of heals. So it feels like such a good Drow game here.
Yeah, man, I really, really want Drow. I don't know how else to ask for. Oh, okay, there we go. We finally got a real pro player camera from Vessuwan. I was really waiting for that one. I think Drow is perfect. You have two frontliners, some ability on both Rubik and Snap. It's even a good lineup for it, right?
Yeah.
And then Atlantis would have not much recourse against it.
I think the lane might be a little bit difficult, but given it's a tiny Beastmaster, it should be fine.
All right, you know what? That sounds a pretty good pick too. It's range core like we asked. That's one of the KMP specials, by the way. I didn't mention that in the beginning because I didn't think he'd pick it still. But he is a very good Arc Warden player. It was one of the reasons I started watching him in the very beginning, just to learn about his Arc Warden. And this is really exciting, actually. We get to see a lot of the good heroes. TNT might still consider Snap. It used to be a pick they used to run a lot when Snap was introduced, but I think his Marcy's better. We do have a lot of comfort picks. I'm actually surprised by Atlantis. Again, I've casted this team many times, or these guys many times in the past years, but I haven't recently checked the Dota Pro tracker.
Right.
But I still know all these comfort picks. And if you're Atlantis, I would hope that you do the same thing, right? So I'm a little bit surprised that they gave TNT Marcy, you give Bumbui Rubik, you give BB's DK, KMP's Arc Warden, right? I mean, you should have banned. There's a lot of heroes for banned with KMP, but there's a lot of comfort picks here, and I'm very confident to do Vessuwan draft. I feel like Atlantis, maybe for the first game of the season, was concentrating much more on just trying to get picks that suit them. Now that I see Sans playing the Skywrath Mage, I do remember that is one of the picks he feels most comfortable with, so it does make sense. But there isn't as much rhyme or reason in their draft as there is for Vessuwans.
Yeah, it feels like a more difficult game. I'll say that like their push is much better early on, especially if we have Mango Rose join them with the active Metamorphosis alongside Beastmaster's timings on his Helm 1 and his Helm 2, right? Like that does in particular strike me as a nice objective-based way to try and minimize the map that Arc Warden has to farm on. And when you're able to do that, the rest of his team greatly suffers because Arc's still going to get his farm. He is a late game carry after all, right?
Yeah.
So if he is forced to farm basically twice as much in your own jungle, you severely limit the farm that some other really resource-intensive heroes need, like this TNT Marcy, right? Like we said, she's got a very strict diet. She needs to get those kind of items online, otherwise this hero falls flat on its face. But it's also hard to justify taking away farm from your late game TB. So it is a little bit, I think, of a spicy issue there, as there she goes.
Sorry, guys, we just lose concentration as the ADHD and us seeing the Marcy dance. But I do agree. I think there's a case to be made, right? And there is, like, the thing is, sometimes we concentrate so much on meta that these teams that come from Div 2 that haven't had the chance to study the meta too much, they break it completely, and you go, oh, this is bad, just because it's not the same thing you're used to seeing, right? And I think if we're analyzing the game from a more wholesome perspective, like and not taking into consideration what everyone else is doing, you would see what you're saying. They have good pushers, they have good gankers, and this strategy tends to go together. Now, as you take over map control, ganks become easier. So in a vacuum, it looks good. The question, though, is you have no aura carriers, you have no snow or death ball that is very common these days. You have a very hard carry that can't really join in fights early. Like there's a couple of things that are a little bit scary from this.
Yeah, I mean, I agree definitely on the pipe point. Like, you have no pipe carrier, which is going to be maybe a little bit scary against this burst of... it makes the supports for Mood Vessuwan a lot better, right? With Snapfire Kisses, Rubik Fadebolt, and even Breathe Fire doing full damage, right? That does strike me as a bit scary. But, you know, I think you do have at least two cores that will take advantage, very likely, of the Helm buff, of the Helm 2 buff that we get in the Vlads, right? Because I assume still Beastmaster is going to want to go for that. So, you know, I think there's a couple of things here at least. I agree with your point, though, primarily. Once you do get into Div 2, it becomes a little bit less on meta. You know, that you're less reliant, unless there's like a super overtuned hero, but I just don't think we're at that stage. No. I think what's also quite interesting is now that with this change in DPC format, you have the opportunity for... Whoa, there he's just going in.
Yeah, TNT a little bit crazy. He gets hit by the stun. Now the axes as well. TNT trying to run up to the high ground. Can he make it? He cannot. Wonder Boy finishes him off with a sleight of fist, and that's going to be a dead Marcy.
Wow, was not expecting him to basically run into 5, especially with Dispose.
Yeah, I was surprised by that too. If you had rebound, right, you could at least like run away. Right. But going in with Dispose... that's like we said, is Div 2. Anything can happen in this region, and anything can happen in Div 2. So even if this might not seem like the most meta lineup, you still have to play the game well.
It's true. Yeah, it's very true. And a lot of it comes down to shot calling, and maybe that's where that coach advantage will come into play for Vessuwan as the series develops, especially. Bumbui ought to be fine here, as he's going to remove the reflection slow, or I guess just get rid of it. But the point I wanted to make, though, is, you know, in previous DPC formats, we've had very long Div 2s, but they've also ran during the course of Division 1. Now, with the exception of China for this very first tour, because, of course, of the holiday, with that exception in mind, every single Div 2 is now running and doing its own thing at a much more... at a faster pace. That being said, after Div 1 has already had the chance to digest the meta, it doesn't seem like we're going to get a patch in between Div 1 and Div 2. So I wonder how that's going to affect things here. You know?
Yeah. I'm interested too, right? Because do you check Div 1 and then do you emulate them? Like, what if the meta changes in the pubs, right? As Div 2 is going on, can they apply it as well as Div 1 teams? Especially those without a coach? I don't know. I genuinely don't know what's going to happen.
Yep.
I think it does make Div 2 more exciting for sure. I think that now that Div 2 teams get a chance to showcase not just their mechanical prowess, which is always the case,
right,
but now their strategic prowess as well.
Agreed, right? Because it's like, it's almost like it does feel better, I imagine, as a Div 2 player to already be able to watch, even especially in your time zone, and probably people that you're still scrimming and pubbing against. You get to see them and their take on the meta, right? And you gotta get to draft your own ideas and make your own assumptions. And now, guess what? It's your time to show off what you thought, right? So I agree. That might be actually pretty cool for these Div 2 teams, getting the opportunity to already have like a sort of like a mama bird kind of already half digest the meal for them. And let's see what they can do with it.
Sure, it does seem like Vessuwan is gladly munching on that mush, but it does seem like Atlantis decided to pick up a chocolate bar from the ground.
They
and
have,
just munch
yes.
on their own. Yeah.
They've been kicked out of the nest early here with this draft, haven't they?
Yeah, they have. And it seems to be working for them. Like, the biggest concern in their draft, when you draft this way, is definitely the lanes, which has been given a lot of importance these days, right? Particularly the bottom lane, where they run a tiny Terror Blade. If they didn't get away with this lane, then I think they'll be fine, honestly. This is the biggest concern I saw.
He ought to be dead top lane, though.
He is. He went way too far forward. I am not sure what he was doing.
No, me neither.
I actually saw him harassing the Beastmaster from like behind these trees near the tower. And I guess, you know, chaos ensued.
Yeah. So down bottom, actually, this tiny TB lane is not doing all too poorly, surprisingly.
No.
Atlantis have been doing, because I've been watching it just for the past minute here, kind of surprised how well this TB is doing, because I expected this lane also to be very bad. But I think one thing to consider is that Rubik still is not that great of a laner, all things considered. Like, he can interrupt pulls and skips, which I think maybe is his biggest strength in this kind of a meta. But other than that, like, he's much better rotating, right? That being said, Ponyo as well is doing a phenomenal job. He's basically been utilizing Tree Throw, which I believe he took at level 1. And they've been bouncing off of that and then using Reflection when Tree Throw is off cooldown just to be able to harass him back and make sure that they're not able to get too much damage onto the TB, which makes Mango Rose's job a lot easier. And you can see now they're going to go for a kill.
Bumboy. Okay, we get a little rebound to Mango Rose. Bumboy could still be in trouble, however, but luckily the TB is not fast enough. TNT gets disposed of to make sure they can't be body blocked. Still, difficult lane for them. They have a lot of ways to dispose the TB and not just the ability, but you know, telekinesis as well. But they haven't been able to utilize it because they lack damage.
And then my final point on this lane, which I think is slightly interesting, although I will admit that I don't know what the current TB build is, considering it's not the most meta pick, is he's actually started off with the Bracer and the full magic wand as well. So he is actually very good at skirmishing into this lane, deceptively strong, I would say, especially as they missed the rebound there. Although, maybe not this strong.
I do see them going for WS, but Lionex will die first as the Sparklers have been set up. One will hit WS, but he has a magic stick just in case. Auto attack from KMP. Another Sparkler set up. Not perfect placement there, as WS can just walk around it and survive. A lot of mistakes from Vessuwan in the lanes. It seems like Atlantis just got this, honestly. The only lane that's going their way is the expected mid lane, where BP is just playing the simplest game possible.
Yes. Sorry, I was watching that bottom lane skirmish the entire time where they slightly disconnect their Vessuwan on trying to connect on the kill onto Mango Rose. They didn't, I mean, maybe if the stun hit, they would have been in a little bit of a better position to threaten his life, but he still had that really big wand at the ready. So it looks a little bit unlikely that they were going to be able to get that kill, Bracer or not. They are doing a pretty good job, though, of keeping Marcy a bit more bullied back out of this lane. She does have this first point inside kick, though. This is one of the surprising points of the Rubik's strength, given his pretty decent stats. You can actually do a fair bit of damage. Look how much they reposition Ponyo.
Ponyo, he's going to die here to the auto attacks. There's the Psychic coming into play. Reflection a little bit too late. In the top lane, though, Lionex was die as well to WS. And it's going to be at least kill for a kill, but the first kill that Oud finally manages to gather in this laning stage.
This is looking real concerning for Vessuwan right now, you know. I was saying I'm not super confident on these kind of picks that Atlantis were going for, but given that they're coming out of the lanes fairly decently, you know, I can potentially see this tower push lineup coming online and really just starting to choke off the map for Vessuwan. These are heroes, again, that I really think need to get their items.
Yeah, that was one of their win conditions as well for Atlantis, right? If you want to start to pressure the map and start to get like a lot of ganking kills, especially utilizing your tiny 5, you had to be able to do well in the lanes. And they're doing much better than both of them expect.
BB, though, of course, does have the earlier push available, as he is going to be going in for the first Elder Dragon form.
Wonder Boy in trouble. The poison is taking him down as well, so he might just die if they get one more auto attack in, but they can't manage it. Boomboy staying in the trees. Ponya now covering here. BB's trying to concentrate in the tower, keeping the catapult alive right now. Another creep wave is coming to help out with this. They have a magic wand, a massive wand here for BB, so he's not going to die most likely.
TP, by the way. TP's here.
They try to toss back, but the Tiny's just dead. Breathe Fire to finish him off. There's the massive wand coming into play as Wonderboy also dies, underestimating BB's wand. Even Mango Rose joins, and all that happens is that BB gets more kills, and Atlantis wastes more time.
Yeah, pretty much. It will keep the tower alive, so it's a pretty hefty rotation, especially at the cost of the Metamorphosis. I don't believe they're going to be able to catch Boomboy here. Yeah, he's a bit too fast, and even has a full Wraith Band, by the way. So this Rubik is, again, very tanky. Top lane.
That's a weird build, though, I will say. I've seen Wraith Band in the offlaners, but...
I think they're going to get another kill into KMP here.
Yeah, KMP. His positioning this game has been special, and has been especially punished here.
His second death in the lane.
There is no, I will say, there is no point in picking a range carry if you play like he's melee, right? Yeah. So maybe consider that.
By the way, I have to say, BB's doing a phenomenal job in this mid lane, sorry. Wonderboy did decide to try and go for this Max Flame Guard build like I thought he might, but it really has not been working out for him. Doesn't have the Sleight of Fist harass, he can't really go and poke and prod from range, and it's already Max Dragon's Blood, so I'm pretty sure BB just doesn't really care, honestly, for this little Flame Guard damage.
No. I told you in the draft, right? Like, as the kids say, the DK for BB is hecking poggers, you know? It's just absolutely incredible, one of his best heroes. And this guy, a couple of years ago, was coming up as one of the, you know, promising mid laners of the region. So I still think the guy has a lot of potential. He just kind of stagnated over a couple of years. I would dare say that for Vessuwan, this is probably the guy you play around in the team, actually, over KMP.
BB just needs 2 more auto attacks on the tower, but he's not going to find it. Basically just 1, actually, with the Elder Dragon form active, but he's not going to risk it. He's playing it safe. Top lane, oh, they were making another play for KMP, but I think they're going to now be able to punish here.
Yep, Rubik, Primal Roar, and he's going to die to the auto attacks from the creep. WS now. There's Spark Base everywhere, Lion Axe nearby. There is a Scatter Blast available too in 2 more seconds. Can he kill WS with it? No, but the Spark Base will do the trick here. WS falls, the Ever Spirit joins. KMP once again killed under tower, and they still have that creep. Annoying Lion Axe getting the last hit for WS as Sands trying to gain some space. Unfortunately, BB will find him with a Breathe Fire, but BB's fighting against 2 heroes and the creeps. So he's going to go
back
to
bottom too.
Instead. Oh, bottom, there is a fight going on against Mango Rose.
Yeah.
There is a Sunder. TNT forgot about it, apparently, because he had no plan afterwards.
Yep.
Interesting choice. I would have said just hurt him and leave him alone, right, in that position, but or maybe have a plan like rebound into a creep or whatever.
Middle tower is under attack.
I think he rebounded in and just unleashed immediately. So
right, exactly. Well, then you just retreat right after he's like low enough.
I mean, yeah, difficult kill anyway onto the TB, right? Especially alone. I don't think Marcy's quite that strong anymore, even with 3 points in that sidekick. It's not going to be enough physical damage against his 16 base armor. No way. 16 base armor, and by the way, infused raindrops, full treads. So Mango Rose, to me, intending to really not move into jungle too quickly, because he's going to avoid the rebound.
Oh, sorry, the rebound, you're right. Yep. The reflection sees the Rubik, but now he went way too far. And both carries taking turns and being extra aggressive as he turns into a pick. Mango Rose is also kill calling up top. A KMP, that's only his clone, so he's going to be fine. Mango Rose TP's down bottom. No chance to cancel this TP.
Yeah, in top lane, it's just the clone that's going to die, but the tower as well will fall. 4 heroes now find themselves down bottom for Vessuwan. BB being the notable one with Elder Dragon form active. He has already disposed of that mid tier 1 tower and is here to do the same to bottom. So this is great, right? Vessuwan recognizing they're up against a pretty mean push lineup. They definitely want to take advantage of this early Elder Dragon form and get some tower damage in, especially with the 10-minute wagon, opening up their own map here.
Radiant's bottom tower is under
Mid lane, I don't really believe that Atlantis will be able to push as easily. Although without Elder Dragon form, also without kisses, it is going to be a bit difficult.
Okay, they're rotating one hero. It's just a DK, but it's normal DK. It's human DK.
Right, Davian. Or Davon?
Davian. No, not Davian. You're right. And okay, Fate Bolt. That's the anti-push they have. Great job. Now they have kisses though. They could initiate on someone, but they need BB to get closer. Cookie first, kisses launched. They're going for WS first. Telekinesis to keep him in place. They're doing a lot of damage though to the DK. Mystic Flare will get right up BB. And this is for WS. Here come the reinforcements. KMP and TNT both join. Sans actually gets the last on the tower thanks to the dispose. So they'll get the objective they were looking for. Only lose 2. Not that big a deal for Atlantis.
Yeah, I agree. I think it's probably even a win for them, especially because they don't end up losing their mid laner. So Wonderboy is going to continue farming up as much as he can here towards that Maelstrom, which is going to do him a lot of good. He'll actually be able to do a little bit of damage to the DK from range off of those Maelstrom procs. But yeah, I mean, getting that kill is pretty massive onto the DK as well as the tower. Again, just equalizing here and giving yourself the opportunity to move into Vessuwan's jungle and try and find this pesky Arc Warden who's going to be farming away. The issue is they might struggle a little bit with their initiations. Ponyo is going to be their best source of this, of course, but he's only 800 gold in for the Blink Dagger. It's a 5 tiny, right? So even less farm priority for this kind of a guy, and that's reflected in his current net worth. He's actually the poorest hero in the game right now, just behind Lion X. Bumbui is going to go for a pretty normal Rubik build, I would say. Not even normal for this meta, but like normal in the last meta, which is like 4 staff after Arcades. So no mech early on either from Vessuwan from what I'm seeing. And again, no surprise, right? TNT going for the very standard Marcy itemization, nearly about halfway towards the BKB.
Yep. A little bit late, I think, at this point already. You already mentioned this, like it's so important for these guys to get their items, and you compare it to the Beastmaster's helm timing, and it's a little bit concerning if you're Vessuwan. But luckily they do have a TB, right? So they still need a while for them to get fully online, and even though they can hunt you, you can try to prevent it by clever positioning by both supports, tanking the smokes.
Speaking of smokes, in they go with the supports from Atlantis, going to try and get into the enemy jungle. There are Spark Wraiths here, though.
There are. That will help. And that detects them. KMP, though, might still die as he's taking the weirdest path possible. The longest one, actually, back home. Luckily, he gets saved by the Cookie. BB's the target instead, and he gets the kill on Ponyo. And the Ember wants to commit to KMP. KMP activates the Fairy Fire. A little bit of a flux. Killed by the Sleight of Fist. The Remnant has, yeah, you're right. There's no Remnant. Sunder might just save him. They can't get to Mangaros in time. And instead, it's TNT gets saved by Rubik Sunder. Boy, showcasing he can do it too.
Okay.
Nobody dies thanks to some great plays from both teams, but KMP, of course, leading the march of death.
Rubik always showing anything you can do, I can do better. That was pretty heckin' pog, though. I'm not gonna lie.
I see we're back to this way of speaking. I like
There is still a Blink Dagger on DK,
yeah. BB, and they know there's no Sunder now. The Koki, they need more magical damage. Pummel Roar cancels BB's initiation. Kisses took way too long to come out and kill the Snapfire, but at the same time, Mangaros falls to the Kisses as Bumbui tries to save himself with the Telekinesis. That's not going to help. Sleight of Fist finishes him off too. Vessuwan, though, they once again lost too many heroes to give Beastmaster so much space here.
Yeah, I'd agree. And again, I think that's not the ideal trade for Atlantis, but I think that's one that they gladly take at this time. That was basically a full usage out of the Metamorphosis. You get a kill onto KMP, right? So it's really a 4 for 2 because the Tiny also dies at the start of that engagement. I think, again, a fight that Atlantis are quite happy with. They're getting into the face of this Arc Warden. They're stopping him from farming, most importantly, right? Because a lot of the times, the problem with this Arc hero is you gank him, he summons his clone, and then either you kill the clone or you kill the regular hero, and one of them continues farming. Not the case here. Both end up dying pretty quickly. Even considering the special deep dive as well, and that Wonderboy makes it out alive, I think that's phenomenal out from Atlantis. I think they can be very happy with that. The only thing I think they want to do now is probably not go for another one of those plays. Make sure that WS has his Helm of the Overlord online, and the next fight, get an objective out from it.
Wonderboy, Telekinesis. Oh, they don't even bring him back. Okay, that rebound. Okay, TNT. All right, let's ignore that. Let's pretend that never happened. I mean, I agree with you. The fact that every time they kill, every single fight, they seem to kill Arc Warden almost like a freebie. They're not even committing that much. And as a result, I don't think you can ever match the Terrorblade's tempo, right? Because they usually, Terrorblade also farms really quickly. So what's the recovery looking like for KMP? When will he become useful? Does BB need to become the carry instead?
I think for a while, the answer is yes. Problem is BB is kind of their initiation as well, isn't he? At least until this BKB is complete on Marcy. So maybe that's the next strategy. Maybe it's not so much focusing on a BB, but instead focusing on to what TNT can bring to the table here, right? Which will be a lot more, granted, in just of 250 gold, right? So we're almost there. So Vessuwan racing along towards this next item. I think that makes their game a lot easier to play. The problem is, whereas BB is still kind of initiation, a little bit of damage, right? He's kind of this mixed utility role right now on this DK mid. Wonderboy is coming along very nicely as just damage now, right? He finally has max Sleight of Fist. He has his full Maelstrom building into the BKB next. Like, I do feel like you're going to be fighting basically one core down, given that KMP is very far behind on his Gleipnir, I assume, first item. Has Maelstrom at least, so he'll finally be able to farm that much more efficiently and have some more damage in these fights. So that's still something for Vessuwan, but he's still pretty useless in these fights, I'd have to say.
No, you're right. I will say though, Maelstrom is a huge power spike for the farming power of the Narc Warden. People think it's usually the Midas, but you farm so slow on Midas because all you have is attack speed. Right. So the Maelstrom is a big deal. Yeah, like you pointed out.
I agree. So that'll be at least a little bit of something, but I mean, you can just see the problem is, you know, TB just does way more in these fights, especially with meta.
They found Lion X. Okay, Cookie. Lion X. He is fine.
Well, the counter initiation.
Wants to counter initiate, you're right, yeah. Blink Dagger too, but BB doesn't want to die this time.
Check out the Breathe Fire and Fade Bolt damage reduction. TB's hitting only for 40 damage right now.
Oh, wow.
Yep.
I didn't consider that as a combo, but that's a thing, right?
DK took the talent at 10, so he has 60%, and then Rubik, of course, maxes Fade Bolt first for an additional 35. It's multiplicative, though.
Odd choice here to defend with BB first, as he was afraid to die earlier, and apparently they'll get a kill on Tiny, but maybe at the expense of his own life. One more hit from the Ember, he's going to find BB. The Arc Warden at least kept his distance, but BB, who was afraid to initiate earlier in the exact same position, chooses to initiate instead in the low ground after the H has been taken. Why? Why, Richie? Why?
Not sure. You know, I think they knew that they had kisses. They have this BKB on Marcy. Like, all systems are pointing to fight, you know? And it's just this classic Div 2 team problem of we're just a little bit late, you know? That indecision or not having the shot caller or your GPM just being 20 lower than what it quote-unquote should be, right? Are all kind of these kind of things that lead you to being a little bit too slow to contest, right? And then it feels a little bit awkward. It feels a little bit forced. And you could see things almost quite coming together there, but just no chance, really. And the worst part about that is, of course, Atlantis can serve Aegis easily, but they're also not spooked into using Metamorphosis, so their next push is still very strong. I believe they've killed this. Yes, the Ancient Black Dragon as well is still alive. You can see it split pushing top lane right now. So you didn't really get anything out from Atlantis other than, once again, losing your mid laner, who I fear is now going to start falling off a little bit after these consecutive deaths.
And we commented on it. We said, oh, yeah, it's fine if TNT becomes the core, right? Like, you're right. He can become the carry instead of BB, but BB still have farm, and he becomes the initiator then, right? Someone needs to take these two roles. And if the Arc Warden is falling behind, then these two heroes are much more important than we give him credit for. TNT, why?
I'll make it out alive. Syrian Chains, Syrian Chains missed. Otherwise, he'd be dead. There was no Mystic Flare, so... You know, fortunate timing for him, or he knew the timings like the back of his hand. Bottom, though, they will kill Ponyo very likely here, who is trying to farm out his Blink Dagger.
You're right, he does 40 damage. With a Fate Bolt in the
it's brutal. It's brutal. The only issue is that's not going to really help too much against TB because Metamorphosis is bonus damage. Although it'll still help a lot, to be honest, but you don't reduce any of this green damage that you see on TV right now. That being said, how does this work, though? Because Vlad's gives you 18%. What, is it 18%? Yeah, 18% bonus damage, which is just based off of your stats, but you don't reduce their stats. So I believe your bonus damage is still the same off of Vlad's. If I'm thinking about that.
You're entirely correct. Yeah. That is how the math works.
Order of operations.
That is not order of... Do you think that's PEMDAS?
No.
Where is the Vlads in the PEMDAS?
Well, it's order of operations, right? Because, hold on, BKB forced
TNT.
He's gonna farm.
Yeah, farm BKB, guys.
Well, at least... Oh, yeah, get the deny. There you go.
It feels like TNT's committed to farm in this specific space, and he's just determined that this is the space that he owns, right? Doesn't your cat do that too? Like, doesn't he like determine certain spaces are his and refuses to leave?
Yes.
Right.
It is a very catty behavior.
Maybe TNT's a cat.
Among Daya? Oh, sorry, I'm Wonder Boy, pardon me.
What? Where did your mind go there?
Well, because he was playing Ember Spirit, he was farming aggressively mid, about to be jumped on, and then my mind went, Mamang Daya, no! Oh, wait, sorry, force of habit.
They both speak a kind of Bahasa, right? Sorry.
Tower will fall top lane.
Yep, that was mostly Dragon and Beastmaster Aura. Not Dragon Knight, mind you, just full-on Dragon. Doesn't have the weakness.
Regular Dragon, yeah. That being said, does
Dragon.
not have the teeth of a human either.
Well, there's a specific island in Europe that I think share their teeth.
Oh, is that so?
Yes.
Cyprus.
Malta. It's because of all the gambling, you know. You gamble, you gotta give away your teeth. But this is a weird Dragon aside.
Oh.
Vessuwan has not managed to get much space back, but they also haven't lost any heroes in the past 3 minutes, which is a huge accomplishment for them. I mean, KMP hasn't died in a while.
Mangoros is also going for a very... Oh, down bottom. TNT, though,
down bottom.
going for a kill. It should have it.
Yeah, and Ponyo should die. They all... You die one place, you go and you farm the same place again.
He wants his Blink Dagger so bad, though.
Bro, I think Sandyboy is coaching both teams.
He wants his Blink Dagger so bad. He's so close.
Don't worry, Mom.
You know, Winter said that if you're 300 gold away from the Blink Dagger, you got to give the 700. He said 700 gold away is when the Tiny is allowed to farm. So the team maybe should give him some farm.
I'd agree on that. You can see they're still setting a trap for him bottom because there's no way they can kill, I think, this TV or this Ember through Aegis. And real quick, what I wanted to point out before, as Aegis has 50 seconds on it left, there's the Blink Dagger finish, is Mangoros is going for just maximum stats build here. Sanjin Yasha into Scotty after Dragonlance, so... I mean, he could still, of course, disassemble and go for a Manta style, but then he's just left with a Sanj somewhat awkwardly.
Yeah.
It's not really an item. I mean, Halberd is not bad, of course, versus KNP.
I don't think he's going to go for Manta. They just stick with the S and
I agree, right? But I mean, we don't see too many TVs these days, but maximum stats is... It's not something I see too much either, but not bad, I guess, if you're not going to go for the BKB, right? That the Sanj is going to help you quite a bit with that 20% stat resist.
I think you're thinking, like, right, there's no way I can activate BKB before the DK stuns me.
Sure.
So I might as well just tank up so I can tank his stun.
I agree, but I mean, there's a lot of control on Vessuwan, right? Everyone has, except for the KMP hero, who eventually might have a Scythe, right? If this game goes late enough, has some way of instantly locking you down, or more or less instantly locking you down. Which is a little bit
I guess that's why he thinks there's no way he can BKB. I still think the BKB is a good option. He also needs MKB at some point to deal with a bubble, right? So very expensive. They killed Dragon. Dragon Knight beats Dragon this time.
Not bad. They will lose the clone though. Dolly the sheep. Unethical, killed. No.
Was killing the Dolly unethical, or was cloning Dolly unethical?
I think, I don't know actually what they did with Dolly. That's a really good question.
I would probably eat it.
Yeah, I was going to say, you would probably want to eat it. I was trying to set you up for that somehow. You know, the only question Alvaro went was kebab or in a taco? What's the best way?
That's a good question, actually. Sheep, unfortunately, because of their wool, they taste very gamey, much more so than any other animal, much more so than lamb as well. So it's not as tasty.
Are sheep and lamb not the same thing?
No.
What?
Lamb is the young one.
Middle tower has fallen.
You're right.
Yeah.
I had no idea.
That's why it always says lamb, but not sheep. If your kebab tastes particularly gamey, you know they let it grow up.
I didn't know. Oh my goodness. Well, anyway, DK's gonna grow up. He's grown now fully.
BB? Yeah. Okay. He decided to stun Sans instead. He just ignored the TV altogether, huh? Interesting choice, because they committed kisses for this, and then immediate buyback. Now the stun for the TV is out, but he's ready to fight. Maybe with a Mystic Flare stolen, and it's just the Marsupial's Mystic Flare that gets rid of him. Wonder Boy, he acts as his own BKB. Beastmaster's in a really weird position, going for the tower instead, tries to kill off KMP, the real one, and he will get the kill in exchange for his own life, as Marcy's dealing with Terrorblade illusions and 3 heroes at the same time. I guess TNT is the true carry.
I told you, Marcy's done farming, you know? Look at that. She got Skull Basher, immediately shows that off. A really well-timed fight from Vessuwan, right? The patience does end up prevailing there for a bit. And just basically 100 to 0'd that TB. And a lot of that is actually thanks to the stolen Mystic Flare. Well done, Bumbui.
Never refuse.
Yeah, well done. I was surprised though, because at one point either Mystic Flare was dealing more damage or Marcy dealt more damage. It's just kind of the last bit of his HP just...
They did about the same amount of damage. There was also a Fade Bolt tossed in there, which is where a lot of that burst came from. Rubik did about 700 damage in 2 seconds.
That's pretty impressive.
Yeah, and Marcy as well matched that. Who opened up that fight with the stun as well. So well played as well.
There's a Rubik that, as we asked for, by the way, did not go for the mech build. Instead went for the more Rubik-oriented build, right? Force Staff and Aetherlands, which I like. I think he's much more important. Lion X will instead go for the mechans himself.
Who'd you say was going for the mech? Lionex?
Lionex,
yeah.
I mean,
Okay, she's actually a pretty good mech builder as well, actually.
I think she's better than Rubik, personally. Because you don't need items on support Snapfire, whereas Rubik does need items, so I like it better.
Yeah, that's fair. That's very fair. Atlantis, though, still looking to be the ones, be a bit more of the aggressor. And I think that's the biggest difference of giving your Marcy a good priority farm versus Tiny, who is going to die here.
Yep. Will they unleash is the question? Oh, they have Chrysalis now for TNT, by the way.
Yeah, he is doing some damage. I mean, that's the thing, right? You get all of a sudden 2-3 kills in that last fight. He should have gotten that last one, I do have to say. Got unlucky there, not getting to bash onto the Ember Spirit in 1-4 combo unleash. Either way, you know, you win a team fight like that, and that's the strength of this Marcy, is you can just keep snowballing, because then you got another 800 gold in your bank, just like that. Ooh, just off the mark on the blink.
Unfortunate. Will they still find WS, though? I mean, they see this dinosaur, so they go, he can't be too far away, because they can see his aura, right? Yeah, they should be able to. They check the dinosaur's buffs.
The dinosaur's buffs.
No, it's true.
Yeah.
You check his buffs, he has the inner beast.
That's right. And, yeah. Oh, that was...
also...
I was going to say that was Elder Dragon form used. It's kind of significant here, that range stun, being able to range stun, being able to set up onto everything.
I'm also fascinated by the fact that WS is a Shinyorita as a side thing. I wonder what that's reference to.
Also, that's like the 4th or 5th Mystic Flare I've seen used to kill a KMP clone. Yeah, not bad, not bad.
I agree with that, honestly. Makes the real KMP easier to target.
Yeah, good amount of gold, and it helps Dyrus Mage continue
farming. Why can't
farming.
he hit the tower? Oh, he's too fat. Wow.
Has fallen.
He's so fat, apparently he was too far outside of the bubble, so he couldn't hit the tower. I've never seen that before.
I'll take that.
That's why you guys gotta go to the gym, you know, so you can hit towers through
That's right, that's right. Well, but if you go to the gym too much, you're like those really big, muscly men whose biceps are too big to brush their own teeth or to scratch their own back.
That's not true. There's nobody that's like that. Brush your own teeth?
Yeah.
So what, does someone brush the teeth for them?
I have no idea what they do.
There's no way that's possible. There's no way you reach that level of strength.
It's true. You haven't seen people that can't touch their own back? There's a very famous quote-unquote TikTok of someone who gets, you know, right in between your shoulder blades, they put like a sticky note back there, right? And then they can't remove
I can't touch that either, though.
Well, that's because you're too ripped.
Yeah, that's it. Okay, game has slowed down a little bit, but I think Atlantis was looking to redo this now. Can they... Well, they're just going to go for the tower. And what would Vessuwan do when they go for the tower? Nothing. What a plan. Just let it happen.
Just let it happen. I think you are looking for your next couple of big items here, right? Which would be, I guess, Octarine on Arc Warden's the closest thing here. It's going to be a lot later, though.
I don't think Octarine is good enough. I think you need Scythe of Ice, actually. This obsession with Octarine on Arc Warden, like it does anything without the big items, is dumb. Like, it's not a big power spike, right? I'm not saying to you, I'm saying to the Arc Warden.
Right.
Like, it's not a big power spike for the Arc Warden, because you usually use it with the Scythe of Ice, right? That's the fun part. With the Ags eventually, with the Strength Core, right? That's when the Octarine core makes sense. But right now, it's like, meh.
surprised if Vessuwan just don't go for the Roche. They've got good vision.
I'm surprised they do nothing either.
Oh, there they go. That's a jump.
There they go. Dispose. No need, actually. Just the No, he didn't even unleash TNT, just hitting normally.
Yep.
That was absurd.
Double BKB used for that, but very well worth it because now you can easily take Roche.
What? How is she dealing so much damage without it? Oh, they even found a Scarlet Mage for free. I guess with Vessuwan was chilling because they knew they didn't have to fight it at all. They could just take him on in any single fight because they look so much stronger right now.
Seems that way. All of a sudden, this strategy of having your Arc Warden carry, even though I have to say it has not offered much here to this game, is going to really start paying off real soon, isn't it? He's going to get his Midas online. That's nearly enough gold now for the Soul Booster. You got Aegis on the BB, who is going straight into the BKB, sorry, into the Ag Scepter next. He's also the one to claim, the Aegis makes sense, of course, but he's holding on to this Ag's, Roche shard. I wonder who they end up giving that to. See that? I mean, Snap already has hers, Rubik has his, so it's Marcy, DK has his. It's Marcy or Arc Warden, which I would say probably Arc Wardens, just for that additional magic resist. It's pretty significant against this Skywrath Mage.
Yeah, I would agree. And they do give it to the Arc Warden. That's a nice idea. I guess because all the good shards have also been given out, right? Then Marcy's, I don't think, has any impact this game. What are you going to rebound?
It's not too great. Yeah, I guess it's... I mean, I see a very rare scenario where you rebound and save one of your allies when you have BKB from a Mystic Flare. You know, that's not, like, completely unreasonable. But
you can bubble and do the same thing.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah, that's what I was about to say. But that's, like, the only use case I could see for it.
Okay, BB. Go for the Golem. Kill the Golem, BB.
He'll get it.
You even committed a Dragon form for this. Was it worth it? Actually, yes, because he's not going to get Ags.
Yeah, it's a good amount of gold for him.
Yeah.
He's got Aegis as well, so doesn't really need to be super concerned for buyback, especially with his team nearby and supporting him. Marcy has bought out the... Okay, that's the recipe for the Daedalus. So she nearly actually has full Daedalus here. So they kind of literally have been playing 4v5 here. I ain't going to lie.
Yeah. I don't think KMP has had any impact.
I mean, he's farmed. He's stolen a lot of farm from Vessuwan, but eventually he'll pay this back. It's like, you know, that 2% interest rate you get on your annuity, right? It'll pay off just 10 years from now.
Yeah. Sure. I don't know what any of those words mean, but...
Interest.
Money things?
So when you do a compound interest at the business factory, you know?
Okay, right. And then your businesses go well, and then you get more money?
That's right.
Right.
That's right. They're gonna kill KMP's clone again here, are they? Well, maybe. They're kind of struggling to get on there. Full Eye Scotty now and a BKB, by the way, for TB. So he is clocking in at 20% stat resist, has that fresh 9-second BKB, and of course, plenty of stats as KMP fights back versus just the TB alone.
Hawk killed and Daedalus enjoyed by Vessuwan. Another smoke. As soon as Daedalus comes back on the Marcy, they can't go for Roche. They could go for Tiny. Not the ideal kill, though. We're looking for something better. That's why Marcy's not revealing that she's in the smoke yet. As the Gleipnir catches the Ember. This could be the opportunity looking for, but instead, Dinosaur must die first.
Yeah, now
Black
this, like...
Dragon is operational, too.
Oh, have you seen, by the way, this Reddit post where you can just stand on top of someone as the Black Dragon and they can't move?
Wait, really?
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, I actually just had it open right before this match started. It didn't look right to me, yeah, it was posted 10 hours ago. Maybe that got fixed, although they did break as well Primal Beast. It looks like in this last update. I don't know if that got fixed as well.
Mango, Rose, no KMP. Looking for, yeah, that was a small update. I didn't really see what that did. I mean, just bubbling, and they don't even care. They're actually dealing only with a clone, and they can't.
Yeah, I'm really surprised that Mangarose decides that he needs to go for Silver Edge before an MKB here.
Okay, that is a little bit crazy. What is the Silver Edge for? Who are you breaking? DK?
Okay.
I mean, I understand it has a good item in general.
I agree with you. I mean, listen, I'm just saying it does break DK. That's who it is for. Is it worth it over the MKB? I would still say no.
Yeah. No, I agree with you. I mean, look, he's literally leaving his clone unattended. Age is going to expire on BB, but it doesn't seem like good Vessuwan needed this Aegis, so...
How many clones have they killed? Can we get that stat up? I mean, they must have killed like at least 10 of these things. That's like, they're each 1,300. Look at that.
Yeah, not bad.
Okay.
I mean, it's not that big. I mean, you didn't get the last clone. 3 for Scarlet Mage, 3 for Ember, huh?
I mean, that's...
A lot of gold.
That's not bad, really, especially for how easy it's been for them. They haven't really had to fight. They've never like killed one of these clones and then there've been like a bunch of enemies behind them, you know? All right, I mean, that is a good stat to show though. 856 illusions in return. So what? It's a net exchange of 600 or 500 about?
Yeah, that's actually not that. I expected less illusions being killed.
Me neither. Me too. Me too. So everyone's just using their illusions extremely expeditiously. Yeah.
Yeah, sure, that's a word. They got a really good Pummel Roar. This might be able to cancel Marcy, but she activates that Unleash. Still haven't come by the TP. Trying to hope for a bash. Doesn't get it. Mangroves with his BKB is going to be unkillable now, as you've lost your real carry, Marcy. KMP has lost the clone as well. 2 more seconds for the next clone. Rubik does look at ease himself to safety, as now the BKB of BB is also activated. They want to continue fighting this. It's going to be Ponyo who dies first. They're playing around the high ground effectively, and the clone goes forward, hoping to finish off Mangroves, who's still the Sunder available. The Ember Spirit is fighting around, hoping to get the Rubik kill, and he will find it. Even with a bubble, they can't push him out in time. That BKB will save him. Good Vessuwan, not the best of fights. They needed TNT.
Yeah. Yeah, they really did need him, but the initiation is going to be a little bit too strong. And expeditiously, by the way, is a word. I'll have you know. Very, very strong fight, though. And that's the kind of initiation that Atlantis are going to continue to need if they want to set up these fights for them. I think WS, who is scaling very nicely, by the way, he's gone for BOTs and is going in for immediate refresher orbs. Here they go. They're going to let's try and kill another one of these illusions again, and they will. 300 more gold than that time for WS. So we're up to 1,500 there. But they're getting in there, man. Like, the Manta style completed as well now for BB, so he's basically a carry at this stage of the game. Full stop. I think KMP as well is, I mean, almost online. He almost has enough for Sheepstick Abo, and then he's like actually online.
Yeah, that's the actual power spike on that Sheepstick, right? That's where you get the Octarine Core, and that's when the Octarine Core becomes impactful as well. And the reason why, of course, you build it is because until now, you see what KMP had to do, right? He just put his clone, became a tank, didn't have much impact to rely on his teammates regardless in the fights, but he was allowed to just become a nuisance, right? And that nuisance playstyle allows the Arc Warden to farm the Scythe of Vice safely, which he now has, and now Atlantis might be in trouble, because now they have an initiation against Mango Rose that'll prevent this BKB.
Even through this Lincolns, right? Yes. Which is freshly purchased, it still could be a big issue. And honestly, the status resist that you get from Kaya and Sanj is not going to really help you versus 2 Sheepsticks, right? Or all this.
It's just too much.
It is too much.
Especially with the Unleash.
Too much. It's the...
Yeah, I get it. It's a homophone. Yeah, I get it. The Marcy will now be able to catch up to the Terrorblade, and as long as she does, I think she can burst them. And she did a lot of damage with a single stack of Unleash, right? And she got no bashes, like no luck, no crits or anything. So as long as you can prevent that Sunder from coming out, particularly the BKB Sunder. KMP, he's back to the high gun, but he loses the clone anyway.
I think he might lose this tower too at this rate.
Fat Dinosaur King takes the tower though.
Backdoor kicks in just a second late. It's 1 minute till Roach.
Do they have any bubbles left? They do. They have 2 bubbles. Just use them. Oh. Okay, there's the Hex coming into play.
Hex
and that might be a dead Ember because they got him the Dragon Tail as well. Underboy gets the PK out just in time. Can he actually use the weapons to get safe? Yeah, apparently so, because the content something different is going to be the TV instead. They say put Hex for him. They baited him out. Goodbye. Double roar. Who cares? Murphy just tanked through that. They couldn't have any damage for him because the TV was done. Scarlet Mage is a freebie at this point. The toss will not save his Tiny. And a TV by WS that will at least save him. But they lost their main carry. And that baiting of the Sheepstick was mwah by KMP. I was wondering why they didn't use the second one against the Ember.
Yep. Really haphazard engagement as well from Atlantis, I have to say. I think that's super risky to go in like that. And I don't think you're at a stage of the game where you necessarily need to do that. Maybe they definitely feel this Arc Warden coming online. But I don't know, man. Like, you still have TB. I'd argue that his item build might be the reason why he doesn't feel confident still taking the Slave versus TB. I feel like if he has, for example, say, instead of Kaya and Sanj, he has like a Swift Blink, and instead of Silver Edge, he has MKB. Maybe he can fight this a little bit easier, but it's just not the case.
Yeah, the intimidation is a little bit odd. I mean, the Silver Edge is questionable. I guess the Hurricane Pike makes a little bit of sense against the Mars, or more sense against the Marcy, but that Silver Edge is, like you said, just stop them, honestly. Yeah. You don't need the invisibility as well, or it's not useful for you right now. They didn't have a gem on the enemy team.
Hey, I'm just saying this because we have a Kaya and Sanj and a, what's it called? What's the regular one? We don't even see it anymore. I've forgotten the name.
Sanj
and Yasha, yeah.
Normal.
That's the
one he has.
Have you ever seen a Yasha and Kaya?
No, it was a build for a while on OD, and that was the most played.
Oh, that's right. That's right. That's the only hero I've seen it on, yeah.
It's just not very good, right? Because usually when you have, like, all the items that go for spellcasters are just better with Sanj.
Yep.
Right? Bloodstone is better with Sanj. Octarine Cord honestly better with Sanj to get double tank ability. Like, what does the Yasha do? You have to be a spellcaster that also likes to hit fast for some reason. Why? Even the ones like usually
why do you want Sanj with Octarine Core?
Oh, because it doubles the tank ability that you have, right? For Octarine Core.
Oh, like just off of the health you're saying that you get?
Yeah, exactly. Like, it's just better. Like, the Octarine Core doesn't synergize, doesn't give you damage, it doesn't synergize with Yasha, which is what it synergizes with, right? So the fact that you have this double HP pool is just overall better. There isn't a single. I mean, I guess if you were like an Orchid carrier, but Orchid got removed for intelligence heroes. Now it's just on a generic item, right? So
yeah.
That's the point. You need like an item that would be for spellcasters that also gives you attack damage that you can somehow utilize effectively, and I just can't think of one.
I could see like maybe NP wanting to build one, but there's so many other items NP wants instead.
Yeah, it's just, and also NP might also tank instead.
Okay, I mean they're just gonna kill another clone here. Not bad. Plus 300.
And, I guess you already have the refresher soon anyway.
And it's pretty important as well. I mean, you want these lanes to continue shoving in, don't you? Especially against Aegis. Like, this is your tool against not getting high grounded so easily. But TNT's coming in, and KMP summoned another clone. Might make a play here.
Radiant's courier has been
KMP could have just killed. Now he has overwhelming blink and Scythe of Device. Before he was online, now he's down to the luxury items, right? You probably consume the Ags next, and you're good to go. And you can buy even one more item after the Hand of Midas. Simple like Bloodthorn, simple like Silver Edge.
Yeah, maybe that's the idea of this TV build was to just finish early though, but
it doesn't feel like Silver Edge does that though.
I'd agree. I guess it was maybe meant to just be the DK Slayer, and then from there they had no quote-unquote tank, but TNT kind of came in big there, didn't he, with his Basher reveal? That kind of seemed to derail what Atlantis was seemingly going for, in my opinion.
We now have this Manta Dragonet build, by the way, that Gunner invented.
Was it Gunner?
Very, very strong. Look at this, like, you can actually push two lanes at the same time. It's kind of stupid. I see a lot of people in chat thinking it was Thunder that did this. This is not Thunder's build. That was much later days.
Yeah, I remember. I seem to recall Talon doing it a ton as well. Old Talon
used. I mean, yeah, but the first one, like, I remember Gunner doing it on stream for the first time, even before he tried it in competitive. It was a build all over the place, though. I don't think it was. I'm surprised people think it was Thunder.
See, though, it seems for now Atlantis are going to need to hope for a really phenomenal fight. Now that KMP has got a basically 6-slot, I mean, he can get rid of these the Hand of Midas for sure. Guess what else do you want? I mean, you're the Arc Warden specialist. I guess that's where you get your Ags, but even then you upgrade it, so maybe a... What else do you want on this guy, huh?
KMP?
Yeah.
I guess you can just do this with a clone now. Yeah, I mean, it's on the last life. It is such a stupid way of pushing, but like, there's just nothing they can do against it, right? They can only shove waves and hope that you don't shove them back. We even have Ags on Marcy, so now the unleash cooldown's pretty low, and you can always just initiate with the Marcy. She's just waiting for the blink dagger so you can be a little bit quicker than the rebound.
Oh, they killed the Shiva's recipe there for Wonder Boy. Pretty major, actually. Really would have liked to get that online. Well, it's just the recipe. He didn't have enough money for buyback specifically for the other two components.
Oh, right, because they killed it going on the way to the secret shop. Yeah.
Okay, smoke breaks here. Oh, he's just going in.
Don't conjure image. Okay. They will kill the Snapfire, right? Yeah, they do. Not bad. Come on the floor now.
Can't beat.
But where is Marcy is the real question. Where's the real damage? Apparently not really needed. As DK is just doing the trick, and now the Marcy finally joins the fray. The target is this Terrorblade, who does get a Sunder off on the clone, but she's just going to continue.
Yeah, he's
Macaron is not as strong. TNT is just better right now. Got the badge she needed to secure the skill, and TNT, even if he dies, he killed the enemy carry. Now it's time to kill off this 4WS with the Dragon Tail. That should be sufficient. Mortimer is even committed, and the Arc Warden will finish off this poor Tiny in a very chaotic team fight fought on like 6 different fronts, where eventually Vessuwan wins. Despite the buybacks, they will condemn them and turn them into diebacks instead.
I think this is probably just the game, honestly. And again, I think the biggest thing for me that Atlantis is suffering from is, you know, just knowing their strengths and knowing when they need to and should fight there. I think that's an inadvisable fight in retrospect. But unfortunately for them, it's going to be one that's quite costly here. They have buyback on TB, but no meta for about another minute even. And that's not something that's too useful for you at this stage of the game. Careful though. Oh no.
There's Ember. Do they have another stun? Or Hex? No, it's just they didn't even bring the real KMP. He's actually pushing bot. It's okay. I mean, you have the Dragon Knight to be pushing himself. Ember's coming back at least. Maybe he can... I don't know, what am I saying? He just can't do anything right now.
No. This is a bit too hard for him now.
He feels so helpless.
Not sure what he's supposed to do. He now thinks Ags is the item of choice. Of course, do remember that he has Shivas as well in the quick buy, but he's gonna buy out for the Ag. So he's got the recipe that's just burning a hole in his pocket on that. That's a little bit unfortunate, but they need to go into action now. He can't wait for his courier to respawn. His barracks will not last that long. 3v5, however, this is gonna be quite the hold.
Yeah, a hold that works because... Or? No, never mind. I thought PB would actually retreat waiting for his Dragon Form, but he's just going to send the Mount Illusions up, and he will have Dragon Form again in 20 seconds. 15 specifically. Not killed, so they don't even have vision.
Okay, meta's back in 10 at least, and there's a refresher as well for TB. This could be something, but he does not have buyback. Very quickly, though, they won't have a bottom lane of barracks, and it seems like Vessuwan. Oh, and they go.
Ember. Yeah. Do they have a Hex? Oh, yeah, his BKB, they can't hex him anymore. However, he did nothing with his BKB, and now they could just catch him.
Ooh.
Luckily, he has enough runs to get back home.
Yeah, Mango is... Oh, whoa, BB.
He blinked forward. Actually, his BKB afterwards. There's Purple Force. He's saved by the bubble. There's no MKB still on Mangaros. Mangaros actually his own BKB. TNT tries to hunt him. Can't quite find him, but they have utilized the enemy resources with us.
Okay, it's a hold from Atlantis. Not one they're super happy about because they're going to probably have to refresh here on Mangaros. If not, they might make a jump on him now. No, not quite. But pretty scary hold there for sure. Wonderboy uses his BKB charge, uses his new Ag Scepter, flies around the fights, is unable to really find the right initiation. I think it really has to be Tiny looking for a toss back at this stage of the game. But it's so hard with all these illusions running around. Clones with the threat of the Marcy counter initiation, and of course the telekinesis, which can just completely cancel you.
Goodbye to the Arc Warden illusion, as Rubik can see since his Conjure images. I mean, when you steal Conjure image, it's just a little bit so stupid how much Ghost Push you can have here.
Yeah, I mean they are Rubik illusions, but still, it does help.
I mean, it's just sending a bunch of things over and over, right? KMP is just keeping his clone there. Look. That was what he was trying to surprise him with. Can he actually kill the Scarif Mage? He went for the E-Blade for a little bit of extra damage, almost finishing him off. Primal Roller has to be committed here, and they're trying to get a kill on the backlines. TNT finally gets in onto Mangaros, and he has no BKB, but he has no HP, so they can't sunder him either. He has to sunder a teammate instead. TNT's down. This might be a chance for them to actually win a fight here, as all they're trying to do right now is safely push. KMP finally gets in with the clone. Where's the follow-up damage? It seems like they have none. Just trying to annoy Mangaros here, who still, by the way, can't hit because he has no MKB. So the bubble just completely nullifies him. The illusions are at least dealing with this range Rex.
Oh, goodness.
That E-Blade spam, man, is more annoying than
E-Blade spam, the bubble spam as well. Barracks falling here, plus 300 for Wonderboy, but -1 lane of Barracks. Ancient exposed, by the way. No one's defending the throne, boys. There they go.
No, they even hexed up the Beastmaster. This is a much more viable kill, but they don't want to commit to it. It seems like they're afraid of the Ember first. WS is forced back to his BKB. That's going to be the melee Rex finally being destroyed by the clone. Right? There we go. Mega creeps are up.
I mean, I just think it's gotten out of hand here for Atlantis, unfortunately.
Yep.
I just don't think there's any way back into it for them. I mean, it'd have to be some sort of miraculous comeback, which is very possible. You know, miracles do happen, especially in Div 2, but I don't know, against this Arc Warden, against this DK that has this much farm now, it does seem really hard.
Oh. Now, they found the Ember Spirit. Luckily, he has BKB just in time. They really need Marcy to join these fights, and she wasn't there yet.
So DD as well, the lingering, it's just chilling in the river down here. See if anyone decides to grab that, but for now, just throwing illusions. Oh goodness, that
finds an
damage.
easy target in Scarlet Mage. Ponyo tries to catch him with the Avalanche, but he's already in the high ground. Difficult to kill him. Mangarote is the target now. They hexed him once with the second hex. They need it. He got the BKB off and the Sunder. Mangarote for now is alive, but he's just chasing after him, punching him whenever he goes. Mangarote finally falls. Has back his BKB, has back his buyback, sorry, but he has no metamorphosis as they now find this Tiny who uses the Ghost Scepter, but not for long. Good part of the Tiny as well. 2 supports down for the count. The 3 cores are still alive, though, at the expense of their own buybacks, though.
No meta, though, for another 10 seconds. I mean, the Silver Edge has absolutely just done nothing for TB, unfortunately. There's that gem they purchased a while ago. Careful. TNT's got DD.
Yeah, you can't deal with TNT right now. Just attack the Ancient as WS falls. Yeah. Everyone's standing in their base. Bye-bye, Ancient.
Okay, I mean, and that's just simply put game 1. I mean, I have to give credit to Vessuwan there for coming, for just kind of just chilling. Oh, they do have a team house. You see the Vessuwan there.
I told you.
For just taking it easy and you know, getting through that difficult early game, getting the items and chilling on KMP. I think against teams of perhaps a little bit of a higher caliber, they definitely would have struggled here in terms of, well, KMP did nothing, it felt like, for the first 20 odd minutes of this game, but not the case here. Atlantis unable to finish off the game despite this little bit off the beaten track TB build. It worked out well for Vessuwan, and they're going to win the game.
Yeah. I mean, it just feels like the draft ended up being the biggest issue for Atlantis. There was just one moment where you're like, I don't know what these guys will do with what they've drafted because they haven't been able to close the game quick enough. That's another thing, right? Like they had this. Like they just went off meta, and this draft that they had seems to work well in the meta where the 4-protect-1 is a little bit better, where auras are not as overpowered as they are. Like there's a lot of factors that make this draft good in other metas, but right now it just isn't, right? Yeah. And we questioned it. We tried to clear our mind and go and say, oh, maybe this works. Maybe they just figured out something that's off meta, but the reality is no. There's a reason why Vessuwan was picking the heroes they were picking, and it worked much, much better for them, especially because they also had a tri-core strategy, which I think is much more popular these days than this weird 4-protect-1 they tried to run.
And I think this strategy from Atlantis can work, by the way, if only they can execute on their timings a bit tighter and a bit faster, right? Because I think you start to see, you can kind of see the writing on the wall that was there that just never kind of came through there for Atlantis regarding their early push power, right? They did get top and mid tier 2 towers off of the first Aegis, right? That's a really good metric to hit. And then from there, the game just kind of falls apart and they're unable to continue pushing. So it ended up becoming a little bit too difficult for them, and they're going to end up losing game 1 as a result.
Yep. We could also argue that the TB build wasn't ideal as well this game. I feel like, I mean, this might be a force of being 4-protect-1, but you were building the TB as if you're building a normal TB, which is fine. This is the most efficient build ever on this hero. But if you're not adapting to the bubble, like the fact that we're looking at the end game, there's no MKB on him, I think was pretty crucial here.
I agree. I agree. And again, I think that's viable. That's a viable solution if your game ends in 30 minutes and your entire game plan was to not fight the Arc Warden. But once you go past that point, you either need to address it or you lose. Simply put.
Yep. But we'll see if game 2 they can adapt to. We'll see if they come with either a better draft or just a better optimization overall. This is still their first game of the DPC, so we still have plenty of time for these guys to improve. And before that, we'll take a small break and come back soon.
Yes, we will, after we discuss Vessuwan's MVP. The rivalry MVP.
The rivalry MVP.
Well, just BB.
BB for this match.
I think there's a good point to be made there for TNT. being the MVP as well. But I think BB was pretty consistent throughout the entire game, especially when his game was hard, still just showing up and being the first man into fights, which was not fun, by the way, for like minutes 12 to 20 for him.
Yeah, I agree. I feel like BB was what kind of kept this team going. So even if TNT was eventually the win condition for them, it does feel like BB was playing better, you could argue, overall, right? I also feel like no offense to Marcy players, but just going in, whack, 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 whack is not particularly, wow, what a high level play he did, right? Atomization was, I think, the best part that TNT did this whole game.
Agreed. Yeah, definitely agreed. And now we are allowed to go for a break here and prepare ourselves for game number 2. It was KNP who maybe got a little bit carried there at the beginning of this game, but eventually came through well for his team to be quite the annoying, especially with the double hex plays. Top lane on the barracks on the 1 siege that Atlantis made. Atlantis, though, was still a pretty solid game plan, and I think a solid strategy that they can take to win. They just need to play together a bit more on their timings. I think they could very easily force us to a game 3. Only time will tell, though, Avo, as we're going to be going to a quick break. And when we return, Vessuwan versus Atlantis game 2 after the break.
Three, two, one.
For a decent amount of time. Has to take out like the flame cloak. That's get a lot of damage, but here comes the black hole.
Hello, guys, and welcome back to the hangout spot for Division 2. Woo! All the cool heroes are here. We're here too. We have a bunch of flags.
Alvaro was picking up a bunch of food in between, which is why we had to look at the food for so long.
I'm sorry, I was actually picking up food in between. That's actually not wrong. I apologize for that. But the matches here. We have matches aplenty. Atlantis versus Vessuwan. Isn't this exciting, Richie?
Richie, is that? I'm like Lukey.
I was reading Seek and Strike, and then my brain went and said, "Repeat it. You got it. You got to repeat it." And so this happened.
Well, I'll tell you what, Vessuwan are going to repeat a couple picks from this draft that's now just about getting underway here for game number 2. That ought to be really exciting when we do finally. Oh, there she is. What dance is this? I know this dance.
It's the Fortnite one.
Is this not? It's not Gangnam Style?
Oh, it is Gangnam Style.
Right.
Sorry, I just assume dances these days, dance by a kid, Fortnite.
Unbelievable. But first opening pick now for Vessuwan here, as they do have 8th pick. So they've had first pick here, and once again are on that dire side. Atlantis going back to this tiny Snapfire, though, which kind of surprised me. Didn't look like the most fun game for Ponyo. I'm shocked he's going to go for it again, considering how little farm priority he got, and that really seemed to make his game just really hard to play. I don't know if we saw a single toss back, if I'm being honest with you.
No, you're right. I mean, I think yeah, you're right. It didn't seem really great for Atlantis.
I mean, the lane worked.
Yeah, I think the tiny was fine. I don't think that was actually their biggest issue with the hero. But I think the fact that you don't see tossbacks is more of a symptom of their whole draft issues rather than that specific hero, right? Like you said.
Yeah.
So I like the tiny again. I think Snapfire works as well. I think it's a decent 5. I just think it has to be the carry that needs to change, right? And also their bans. I think their bans last time were pretty bad. Not gonna lie, they were like really, really off-meta bans. And also they banned Void as Terrorblade, right? And you still had Arcorn and Drow in the game. It's like, all right, guys, who's playing Void versus TP right now when you have those heroes available?
Yeah. I mean, we'll see here now what they want to do. But I'd agree with that for sure. I mean, I thought the Snapfire was just fine as well, if I'm being honest. I think that lane always with Beastmaster is quite good. But I'm hoping we don't just have a full repeat of the draft. The bans are a little bit different as far as Primal getting banned earlier than the last match. But I don't know. It looks like we might be in for a little bit of a repeat scenario here. Just like the Western European tiebreakers, the first thing that Dota players have seen looped. We might go in for a repeat ourselves.
As we loop into the draft now with the cams as well. I'm glad they have adjusted their cams to only show their forehead. Always something I missed. And I think it's a Todak shirt, by the way.
For who?
For Atlantis.
I couldn't tell.
Had the eating the serpent that eats.
I don't know how there's literally like 5 pixels we saw of his shirt. I don't know how you could have seen that.
Well, we're gonna go back to it, and then once we see his forehead again, I will show you how I'm the greatest detective.
Oh yeah, what shirt is that guy wearing?
Hey, well, this is another forehead shot. You can only see his hands. Can we go back to the first shot, please, the cameraman? There we go. Oh, I was right, mate.
Huh?
That is Todak.
What shirt?
I don't know. Maybe it's the chair.
Oh, the chair.
Oh, I just saw this logo, dude. You're asking me these complicated questions.
Oh my gosh, I was so confused. I was like, where do you see this shirt? Oh, goodness gracious. All right,
Anyway.
Vessuwan are going to ban the Beastmaster out. I think that actually was a bit more of a problematic hero for them, especially for KMP in lane. Wasn't able to deal with it too effectively, especially taking that early death against him. So I do like that they're going to go ahead and take him out of the pool. Other than that, it was looking like we actually might have had a repeat draft before. Atlantis, though, banning like they still want to pick Ember Spirit, though, I have to say.
Yeah, and they're very similar bans to last time as well. I mean, I know BB is a particular non-Husker spammer, so you might just want to get rid of that in case you just want to open up your pool, but it does look like an Ember pick again. I'm okay. That's perfect for our DPC. I'm okay with the Ember pick, though. I will say that as long as they pick a different carry, it'll work fine, right?
Yeah. So it's something that's going to give you some tempos to play together. Again, I think Atlantis still did that pretty well, but just TB he's so cooldown dependent around his meta that, you know, when you don't have meta, you're unable to push. And I feel like Beastmasters, once they have Helm 2s, they're like your little cousin. They just always want to go, you know? Let's play. I mean, there's the Ember again.
There's the Ember.
Fair enough.
All right. I mean, it works well as Snapfire than with a Skyreth Mage as well, right? You have Mortimer's case, I think, is more reliable.
Yeah, that's true.
So I don't mind that. You just gonna repeat the draft if you're out Vessuwan? Might as well, right? You just DK here?
Well, I think they had the Snapfire last time, right? So they do have to make one change.
That's true. So you DK and you pick up another
honestly,
5.
you pick up now the Skyreth Mage.
No, it's not a good Skyreth Mage.
And you say, "Screw you, Ember, be silenced."
I mean, there's the point they made. I mean, you can always put the Rubik as the 5, which is very popular these days, and you put like another 4.
Yeah, I'm expecting it to be another Rubik 5. Okay, well, we are changing it up. There's a silence, so that means it's a Marcy
That's another
support.
BB hero.
Or a
That's
Marcy
BB
core. Could be mid lane DP as well.
I'm thinking it's BB, dude.
Yeah.
Like both Team BB play this hero, but BB was he likes. I mean, dude, BB is just super. If you know the Chinese man, the super, right? Chinese player super.
The Chinese man, yes, I know.
Yeah, that sounded weird, right? But the Chinese player super, but in Thailand, like he plays the same idea of heroes, which is mid laners that don't really actually play the mid lane. You know, DP, the DKs, like those old, very boring mid laners, but that you'd become a carry eventually. I even think he actually plays Morphling like super. So you know, he's just not a common pick in the mid lane.
Not anymore. It used to be a little bit at the start of this meta when people were they were like, Morphling's good, but where do we play him?
Yeah.
I saw a couple games of him mid. So something with this TP, now you've got some good tower push here, especially if it's going to be your mid lane. You've got a lane to gank, which is going to be the Marcy. The Tusk.
Oh, that could be a mid Tusk too, actually.
Yeah, lots of flexible heroes here. I mean, this could still be 3 cores, not too unreasonably, with a Marcy carry, Tusk mid, DP off.
So they're going for this. Atlantis going for the same thing, but tweaking some picks, which I like better, actually. You fix the Skyreth Mage by putting a Snapfire, which is a little bit more reliable overall, and an Aura Carrier, which you needed, right? This combines better as well with your offlaner as a pusher this time, but again, an Aura Carrier, which you needed, right? So I feel like you're tweaking the things to make it look a little better. This draft looks much better by Atlantis, let me say. Also, Vessuwan has 0 answer to spiders right now.
That's true. And it's also a very obvious and good counterpick to the Tusk, because if you don't care about shards, you just continue to climb over them with their webs, which I tend to see this hero picked a lot against the Tusk. Not so much necessarily laning against the Tusk, but certainly playing into the Tusk, right? In that early to mid game, when you're starting to move into the jungle, normally you have Tusk to hunt down these kinds of heroes, but it's just not effective against a Brood. Yeah, your spider clear is not amazing, especially because usually it's not like Crypt Swarm maxed first. Not that I expect the DP to lane into the Brood anyway, but eventually I think with like max Fade Bolt and 1 Crypt Swarm, I think you do actually get them off of towers, especially because you can, if it's a core Tusk, you can just throw in a little Ice Shards, and even if you're not going to trap the spiders, it's more about the damage at that stage. So I think they deal just fine with spiders.
You still need... Yeah, you're right. I mean, the problem with spiders is they have 50% magic resist, right? And Broodmother will eventually go for pipe. So the real way you deal with spiders is with physical area damage, right? So cleaves or pango.
That's true. That's true. But I think for now, like you're early until pipe's online at least, which is at least not until mech. Or maybe even full Greaves online for Broodmother, to be honest, is not a bad consideration this game to get rid of the silence. Yeah. It's at least you have a good amount of time, I think, where you're not like completely scared of spiders just chewing at your tier 1s and you can't do anything to stop them.
Sure, you do have the problem here that you just don't have an option of a carry that I feel Bristleback might have been the best option, actually.
Yeah,
you don't really have an option of a carry that is good that has cleave.
Especially because you ban the Naga Siren, right? Which is not a hero that has cleave in the traditional way, but has that AoE damage, which is usually good enough. And she kicks Broodmother's ass in lane.
It's magical though.
Yeah, but most importantly, you kick Broodmother's ass. Like she can't.
Yeah, but you do need the physical part of it. Like that's why I'm thinking like Ursa is not actually that bad of an option here. If you want to consider like the typical Battle Fury Ursa. Oh, that's fascinating. I wouldn't want to play Pudge into Broodmother, to be honest.
I mean, I think it's a Pudge carry, right? Which is why you're
Yeah, that's
saying
why.
that.
Well, I mean, no, I don't mean. I think the lane's like whatever. It's more like, how are you gonna hook anyone with 1,000 of spider links in your way? Is this you just ignore that aspect of the hero and just play him as a tank? Now that's fucked too.
I'm not sure. Yeah, I'm not sure. KMP Pudge here. I mean, it is. Maybe it's because he didn't get to play Dota last time, so he's going to go with a much faster hero. I'm not 100% sure either.
Not super sold on this draft this time by the Vessuwan.
I like the last pick, Lifestealer, a lot. I'm not sure where Lifestealer stands in the overall meta, but in this match, he looks real good. I think he really only has to be scared of dying to EXO, basically, and once again, getting 1v1'd by... Well, not really, because it's a support Marcy, right? It's a TNT Mars, so BB mid Tusk, so it's a support Marcy Rubik this time, so he doesn't really have to be that scared of the Marcy. Although, other than that, I could have definitely seen that being a potential issue if he had gone for something a little bit more like an offlane Marcy, right, with another Basher, could probably still 100-0 a Lifestealer at some stage of this game.
Yeah, but you're a support Marcy this time, so it's much harder to do.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I kind of like Atlantis' draft here.
Yeah, I think they did a much better job.
The Broodmother might still struggle a bit, though, is the only issue. But I'm curious, like, how... I guess I'm not curious. The question I have is, how important is she? Like, how much do you need her to pop off? Because I'm not sure if it's really that much that you need from her in this game. I feel like with Lifestealer and with Ember Spirit, you have good enough of other cores to rely on that can fight early enough where it won't be the biggest issue for you. By the way, the stream cannot hear, but it's the Oud Vessuwan.
Oh, the stream cannot hear.
No,
okay,
no,
it's
they
just,
can't.
It seems like it's always synced with when we put our Marcy on the screen. I just think it's the funniest thing. That was so good and tasty. How can the stream not hear? Oh, because they don't hear the Dota sounds right now.
They don't hear
right?
the Dota sounds right now.
Okay,
Yeah.
right. Yeah, I don't know. I feel like Atlantis did a really good job at fixing the draft issues they had last game. I think they have an aura carry this time, which you needed. Even if they have a melee carry, which I'm not very sold on, I think they have a faster carry, which is good. Definitely what you want to do right now. And I feel like the other draft just got worse, frankly, with you. I don't know why they went with the Tusk over the DK against this Ember Spirit. I think Tusk actually struggles with the Ice Shards and Snowball build to beat the Ember Spirit. Tag team, you do beat him, but you're not going to go for that build because you're mid lane Tusk. I guess DP's fine against Lifestealer, so that one's one lane you like. And I am not sold on this Pudge either.
Yeah, I guess maybe they want to force Wonder Boy back into Flame Guard Ember Spirit, which didn't look amazing last game either. I'm not 100% sure either on the
Yeah, but last game
here.
is because DK will win that lane, right? Even if you go Flame Guard. But this time, you win the lane against Tusk if you go Flame Guard. Oh, I think so at least.
Yeah, but I don't think you're like the scary ganking Tusk either.
Oh my God.
with Flame Guard. What?
Look at that spray. It's made in paint.
Which spray?
Oh, it's near the outpost. Yeah, there we go. Yeah,
The Dire
camera's
Outpost?
catching it.
Oh. Is it made in paint? How do you know?
Yeah, dude. It's an homage to the Big Les show. Any Aussies in chat that watch Big Les show? My good friends, this is a true homage to your show. It has the perfect style. It's a great spray.
30 seconds.
Between that
to
and the
battle.
so good and tasty, I think Vessuwan might be having a great pack.
Yeah. Very likely. It's always good.
He has
I always
one of-
like seeing the supported packs, especially for Div 2 teams. They usually get to sneak some really good stuff in there that's a little bit more under the radar.
Yeah, because Valve checks less. That's the trick. Okay, MP went for the first hook as well. First little hook in the line, just I guess to secure
The
creeps.
battle begins.
Yeah, must be. Or maybe hook a spider away from a rune. Nope.
No, because you're not gonna have spiders to level 6, mate.
Well, this spider.
Oh, the big
The
one.
big one.
The big one. That's not as cool as a good and tasty line Mangaros. I'm sorry. You gotta buy the Oud Vessuwan pack.
Well, Mangaros is, yeah, I mean, I guess. I wonder what the Atlantis voice lines are. I don't know if we've heard any of them yet.
We'd have to check.
Mid lane, though. I think it'll be, yeah, Flame Guard. Yeah, which makes sense, right?
It's just the build against the Tusk. I'm telling you, it's just like last time, except this time you win the lane.
So how's this Flame Guard work? Is it Magic Absorb before or after reductions? Probably before, right?
Yeah, before. It's like pipe.
Okay. So then yeah, at least you do tank through a level 1 Ice Shards, no problem.
Yeah. But then afterwards, the Flame Guard You do destroy with Snowball plus Ice Shards at level.
Yeah, but then you have to snowball into an Ember Spirit without any other spells to throw at him, which not
Exactly.
It's not super
Yeah,
tempting.
you can Sleight of Fist it as well, which is why it's such a nuisance. Like, there's no way he gets caught with Snowball unless he's sleeping.
Like a succulent mother.
Try does look good. The only lane to me that Vessuwan should be able to win, and this time they should definitely win it, is the DP plus Marcy side lane. Right, that lane seems broken, honestly. Especially because they once again want to lane the tiny bottom against the two range.
No, I feel like this. If this Pudge can get his Vanguard online, he might stand a pretty good chance here.
Oh, I guess that might also be the strategy against Broodmother, right?
Yeah.
Like, you don't need to do anything, you just need to survive.
Pretty
And
much.
Vanguard makes you invulnerable.
Well, you need to survive and tank in the lane, right? Which is what Vanguard will do. Yeah, it's just be more specific there. Oh, well, hold on, careful here.
TNT is really struggling bottom, by the way. They
And
throw
KMP
three
as
at him.
well,
Thank
top.
God they had to dispose there.
Yeah, KMP also died in the meantime, top lane. Yeah, I mean, it's two melee laners. You'd expect once he does get more points in the Siphon, this lane is going to get super easy, right, for Vessuwan. Whereas, yeah, I mean, I'd say their lanes get a little bit stronger, you know, later into the laning stage, especially level 3, top lane for Rubik, level 2 Fade Bolt. I think you probably want 1 point in Flesh Heap as well if you're KMP at this stage.
Yeah, because the Flesh Heap also nullifies the Spiders by a long shot, right? Between Flesh Heap and Vanguard, you're pretty much invulnerable to this Broodmother. I suppose that's the idea, right? Because obviously later on, Spider Links don't matter as much and Pudge can deal with them, but at the same time, that's not really why you pick Broodmother these days.
Sorry,
she's an aura carrier.
I was looking mid and BB tried to give a snowball onto Wonderboy, but it was the world's fastest Sleight of Fist onto only a Tusk and a Creep, and he still somehow avoided it. Very impressive.
It's impossible to hit him with the Snowball, which is why the Flame Guard is such a nuisance.
It was a point blank snowball though, which is why it impressed me, to be honest.
Wow.
Yeah,
Oh,
it was, and then again, there was one range creep, so it's not like he was invulnerable for that long in Sleight. It was just straight up really good from Wonderboy, I have to say.
I mean, his name is Wonderboy, and also 2001, so this kid must be young as hell.
Young.
Oh wait, no, 22.
Huh?
Oh, he's 22. That's actually not that young for a 2001 boy. Oh my God, I'm old.
Yeah.
I just see anyone that's born in past 2000 just to be like a massive zoomy, you know?
Yep. You get those moments every now and then where you go, well, someone born in 1985 is only 15 or so, right? Nope.
Wait, what? What?
He just.
What? How old are you, Richie? Are you from 1970s?
No.
Oh, these 85 kids.
Well, you know, it's like it's part of getting old, right? You think about all these old ages. Oh, 92, that was like what? That was like 20-something years ago. Nope.
Okay, but I'm a 90s kid, right? I bet there's lots of 90s kids in the chat.
We're not
and
really
they all think that
90s kids, though.
The moment I see in your ID or your passport that you're born past 2000, like my respect for you just drops, right? Because I imagine you're just young, but the reality is you're not young anymore. You're kind of old these days.
We are kind of old, yes. Time is
we are young.
Time's a flat circle and it marches on.
I thought time was relative. Did you know that if you were going at the speed of light, Richie,
right,
and you somehow managed to not turn into light itself, which is what happens when objects reach the speed of light, you would not age at the same rate.
Yes, I do know that. I read
and you
way
also
too
somehow
much
stayed
sci-fi.
alive during that time as well. All the caveats.
Radiant structures.
Yes,
are
specifically you age much slower because of the relativity of time. Yes.
That's why every day I try to run and sprint as fast
But
as
how do
possible.
they know?
How do they know what?
How do they know that's true? Because it's just like accepted as a fact now in so much sci-fi and has been for years. How do we know that?
It's a theory of relativity. It's actually not proven, so that's why it's not a theorem. But
there
the
it
math
is.
checks out.
Okay, let's see
Just
top
what
lane.
mostly physics goes.
Level 1
no
Unsatiable
flesh heap.
Hunger.
top tower.
No
And
flesh sheep.
Flesh sheep.
That's a
not
dead
good enough.
KMP.
Yeah.
No, the flesh sheep was already off by the time they jumped on him, which is why. I mean, I don't think it was good enough regardless, but you're right. Like
Radiant's
that
courier
once the flesh
has
sheep
been
comes off,
killed.
Pudge is just a creep. He went for a ring of protection even to protect himself against the Broodmother. That Vanguard cannot come soon enough.
Yeah, it's got the Ring of Health at least, but still definitely needs that Vib booster. Well, obviously just complete it, and then the passive, right, is the biggest component there. Ponyo has his TP canceled down bottom. Nice little rebound in time, and they will get this just with the right clicks. Boom, boom.
Yep.
Okay, yep, that's fine. Kill secured. Did you see TNT? He got his kill stool, and he's immediately like, okay, pull, get out of here. Immediately pings the camp.
Yeah, I mean, I'll be honest. This lane just seems impossible for Atlantis to win. Like, Atlantis can match it, and I think he's been doing a fantastic job. 26 lasted to his name is impressive. But eventually, you have enough Spirit Siphons to just kill both of these melee heroes. Like, Spirit Siphon plus Dispose. This wasn't as good as the Razor combo back in the day, but I think it's close to it, right? That Marcy Razor, that was so popular. Wonder Boy, by the way, in the mid lane, he's been a little bit more careless about his Sleight of Fist, trying to use it to get ranged last hits, and that's how you get hit by the snowballs.
Radiant's courier has been killed.
Yep. Having a more difficult time there.
Yep, now Ponyo comes by.
Radiant are
Is he
scanning.
smoked? Yes, he did. He solo smoked to come mid. Give him a tango. That's a true support play. Where you can't even refill bottle. So, we got the avalanche from the low ground. The cookie as well.
Big TPs
Stuns have been pretty well chained. But now BB, he survives thanks to the creep that was just next to him. Rebound is available, but he won't get the stun off. It's just very short
Dire's
range in the early
bottom
levels.
tower is under attack.
Yeah, but that's a couple TPs for, so not bad. Leaves the Pudge in a bit of danger, but he's pulled the wave for himself. Does he want to pull though?
Dire's
Oh, he's
top
already
tower
cleared.
is
But no,
under
the wagon's still here.
Oh, mid lane. They're going again for this Ember Spirit, and because EB has the Walrus Punch, the physical damage is sufficient. Wonder Boy's low on HP, has to use his run to get away. The Fate Bolt is luckily absorbed by that Flame Guard, but a Marcy that is hasted will reach Wonder Boy and allow BB to get the kill.
Yeah.
KMP does die in the top lane, but apparently
Yeah.
that's his game plan every game.
I guess so, but I don't know why he pulled that wave. He pulled, I know why he pulled. He pulled so that his tower wouldn't have to take so much
bottom?
damage, but that's not working here.
No, never mind,
He's
it's
fine.
fine.
Level 3 Spirit Siphon.
Nagaros was the one that was.
Yeah, 100%. And then he did not clear the wagon, so his tower took needlessly a lot of damage here. KMP struggling a bit here in the early game. Still does not have that VIP booster.
Beast bomb.
Yeah, I agree with you. I have a lot of questions as to why KMP does these things in the early game. I honestly don't understand why he plays so aggressively as a... I mean, not even...
Dire's courier
Like,
has been
if you play
killed.
aggressively on a Ursa or even a Pudge, I would justify it, but seeing his Arc Warden performance last game, right, and doing the same thing this game is just odd. It feels like he always wants to
Dire's
fight and doesn't
middle
always
tower
measure
is
the
under
fight, so...
attack.
I don't know. It seems like his mid-game decision-making is considerably better than his early games. Now he's just farming Vanguard in the jungle. He's just giving up on the lane.
I mean, he just... And I think the point for him is anything that he needs to at least be able to lane versus this Spider, to not allow her to take over the lane, is going to
Sense.
be
Snowball.
the move.
You have Hook as well, Sense. Ooh, that was a good hook, KMP. Wonder Boy couldn't block it in time. And KMP gets away with this. Now, however, the Searing Chain's on him. His Flesh Sheep is no longer active. They kill him with a spawn Spiderlings. BB's the next target. Atlas
no,
comes in,
Ponyo.
making sure that BB cannot retreat. Now the Snowball, he'll be forced to go out of his Ice Shards. Do they have any more area damage? They do. They have those Remnants, and that's going to be able to catch up to BB.
And Lance is starting to look really good in this game as well. WS kind of getting dragged from that fight all the way from the top lane, but it's fine. He's back top lickety-split here with the ability of his webs, and he's even got a pretty big wave as well to start farming and building rather the Spiderling army back up. Going straight into the mech, into the Greaves, it looks like, by the looks of his build. So that will allow him to start team fighting even earlier with his team. Down bottom, where we see this infested cart running over towards this mid lane, it looks like. Or where is he going with the cart? Oh, he hasn't quite made a decision. Where does he want to go? All right, there he is, into the camp.
There you go.
He was very confused for some time. BB,
We're good.
he's come down bottom, but there's no one home, so he's going to be a little bit sore to have smoked here with Bumbuya and not found anything.
Yeah, especially because Tusk does nothing to aid the push, right? He's just here for the kill. That's how you aid the push.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
TNT just goes, well, I'll just EXO, but meanwhile WS with Spiderlings is just taking his top tower. Double Wraith Band for this Broodmother. It's funny they see like all offlaners are going for Wraith Band these days, but Broodmother also going for Wraith Band even though she's edgy.
Yeah.
Instead of the Bracer.
Top lane, or bottom, it's TNT who's going to go with the EXO. Forgot the name of it for a second. And we'll be able to take down that tower very easily. Also going for this mech into Greaves build. So we should see pretty similar timings here for both offlaners looking to join fights.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Vessuwan, though, able to at least open up their own map, right? That's the problem against when you play against a Broodmother. She does like to take over the map. Here's the very familiar move we see her make as she rotates from top to mid. And there's the point on Spiderlings, right? You can see they still kill them. Spiderlings down. That's maxed ice shards already, 300 plus the fade bolts, level 3s, about 550 before reductions, of course. So it's good enough. How tanky are those things at level 1?
Just make sure that they can't push anymore. Maybe even catch Wonder Boy. Great sleight of fist. Man, his reflexes are on point.
Telling you, he's been impressive.
I guess that's why you pick a member every game, right?
I guess that's why you ask for it. I mean, it's clearly telegraphed as well, each and every time, isn't it? Which is why I'm surprised still that the Tusk was so early, or the Tusk still came out. Has Vanguard. You can see it really does help him a lot, but he's about to lose
what a
flesh
nice
game.
infest down bottom. That saves Ponyo. Bumbui will die. KMP will survive, but that bottom is actually a nice little counter initiation. Our observer didn't catch quite there. Our Mangaro saved the Tiny and managed to get a counter kill there.
I think we caught it. It was in the off screen.
Was it?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Never mind. I was looking at the screen and it didn't show for me, but I guess I only see one of the screens, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Good stuff. Ponyo. This time he... Okay, why stay in the area where they just ganked you? It's okay. Ponyo's dead.
Dire's
Ends up
top
being a
tower
fair trade.
is under attack.
Mangaros did all this for nothing.
Okay, mid.
Kokita Spider.
Radiant structures
Fate Bolt plus Grips Form. I guess you're right.
Yeah.
I guess these Spiderlings are... I mean, I suppose once Pipe comes out, that'll change, but he does have to go for Grips first.
Yeah, and that's the point I was making. It makes the push a lot weaker here. But it's still quite strong, of course, when you still have that mech to buff you up. And, of course, the wagon onto the tower from the 10-minute wave. 2-1 is still going to drop.
Well, these cookies have been on point, actually, these creeps. Now the Mortimer's Kisses for TNT. Has mech this time, though, and actually going to fight this aggressively. Sans gets hooked once again. KMP doesn't even need to use this member. They're going to kill Sans first. Going for both supports, getting some flesh heat stacked for this punch. It's going to work out.
Oh.
2 more.
And Rubik still spawned Spiderlings. It's pretty annoying for him to have that.
He almost spawned his own Spiderlings, but luckily
He does.
they're still in his body.
He has his own Spiderlings.
No, I mean, like, he has them, you know, like they hit him with a spawn.
Oh, as in he has spider eggs on him.
Yes, he has spiders inside of him.
Yes. Unfortunately, he doesn't get the webs, right? So they're still quite annoying when they don't have phased movement. But you can see they're going to get set to work on this tier 1 tower, along with the
It's
Exo
also just
mostly.
a good bit of damage, right? Like, it's just
Radiant's middle tower
genuinely a
has
nice amount of burst.
Remember when this used to be like way more damage? It used to be like 400 damage or something at level 1.
Right, wasn't there a time when they first changed this to the ultimate where it was an absurd amount of damage and you would go Dagon on the Brood Mother
Yeah,
or
but
fail?
you almost had like lion finger damage at level 1. It was like ridiculous on like an 8-second cooldown.
Yeah, it was pretty great.
Okay, top
The mana cost was bigger, though,
WS.
if I recall.
Oh, he's gonna have a really hard time getting through all the little spiders to find the big spider. Let's see here. Already Falcon Blade completed for BB, as he's going to begin farming around the map and just trying to get whatever he can online. Lionex is going to get some money here. He's farming now with his spiders. Once again, goes for Wraithband, by the way, he's decided for.
Yeah, I'm interested as to... I saw the original idea of Wraithband, which is if you're a strength hero, you already have a lot of HP, so the armor gives you so much effective HP. So I understood that, right? But now it just seems to be the flavor of the month item, and everyone's buying Wraithband on everyone. And I don't know how valuable it actually is.
Seems to be. They're going to try top lane for KMP.
He has a Dismember, though, to heal back up. There we go. Gets close enough. Dismember, unfortunately, only level 1. Not enough heals. Also lacking a little bit of strength there. Lionex, he regrets this. He stole Scatterblast, kills the spiders. Shotgunning spiders. Boyo dies in the bottom lane, but unfortunately, Lionex, I don't think he'll be able to make it out of here alive.
Yep. Another kill there, as BB, I believe, is going to be able to get the one there. I think Bumbui ends up having something to do with the kill. But it's still going to be, you know, all systems go for Atlantis. WS just doing Brood Mother things as the mech heal just to save the one Spiderling. Don't say Mama never did anything for you, says WS.
You know, this Mama will not be eating its babies.
Usually it's the other way around, actually, quite famously with Brood Mothers.
You're right, actually.
Yeah.
I was thinking of Kronos. I always confused that with the spider.
Ah, yes. Quite similar behavior, I'd say.
Yes.
BB has no mobility and probably no life points remaining after the kisses hit him.
Has Snowball. Oh, no, does not have
Nope.
Snowball. Sorry. What, was he Snowball farming? Oh, I
yes.
guess that's the...
Yes, he did that to the wave.
Radiant's
Now, Vessuwan.
TNT. They have silence still, though. I think he's afraid of using it because he's going to be avoided. Or just baiting TNT. Is someone with him? I guess he's just very strong, but eventually they're gonna kill you if you stay there long enough.
Yep.
It's the same place you keep this tier 1 tower. Maybe TNT can't see when it's destroyed or something, because he just keeps farming there. Both games he's died there like 3-4 times.
Sans as well really likes his Veil at Discord. He bought it last game, didn't he, on the Skywrath Mage, which made a good degree of sense. But now I'm not so sure about this item here, especially on a Snapfire. I don't know. I guess the question is, what else do you build? Veil
That's my question.
is a phenomenal item, by the way, in terms of its build-up. Like, I'd rather build a Veil these days than, say, like a Solar Crest.
AMP, really far ahead, will just get punished for this, by the way. There you go, on with the Veil.
The problem is there's not like a lot of other items that are cheap and have good build-ups, right, these days. Because Solar Crest used to be one, but the item just feels like hot garbage, so no one builds it. So I see why he's gone for it, especially if someone else is already going to build the mech. You can't stack the mech buffs, obviously, with heals. They have cooldowns, so no point in doing that. But I'm just wondering, like, maybe not a 4-staff would be pretty good versus a Tusk and a DP and a Marcy. I don't know, and a Pudge, not to mention. I'm surprised that it's Veil is really the only thing I have against the item. The cast range is pretty good. And what would you rather?
Like drums, maybe? Like...
No, a 4-staff.
Oh, I guess, yeah, 4-staffs have been very broken.
Yeah, I just think it's really good. I think Veil's fine.
Maybe because you have Cookie. Do you think you don't need that 4-staff as early?
I mean, I'd still disagree, right? Because I think more mobility is not a bad thing, especially because you can't rely maybe on Cookie if there's a DP silence on you.
Yeah, I'm playing the Sans advocate right now.
No, I know. And again, I'm still totally fine with the Veil. I think Veil maybe is even a little bit underrated these days, but it does deviate from the norm, which is why I'm commenting on it, right?
Sure. Yeah, auras, and then Veil feels weaker because, I mean, the enemy team doesn't have a great pipe builder, right? I don't think DP usually builds pipe. They usually go for the Greaves and that's it.
Yeah, or like a Yules or whatever, right?
I mean, most of these days, I don't think we see Yules because Grace also gives you the spell. So you just see Kai and Sanj afterwards. Like
that's true. You still see some Yules, right? But
he is going to be going for Yules, though, you're right. Which is surprising to me because I don't value Yules that hard this game, let alone Yules plus Greaves.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen it a couple times in Div 1 as well. I mean, it's just a good item, right? Because you continue to lifesteal as well when you're in Yules, so it's just like more invulnerability against these melee heroes. So it's like, it's just items that they like. You're right, it is half about the Dispel as well. Maybe it's a little bit redundant in that manner. But I also don't see that necessarily as too bad a thing. Especially when
I agree.
I think you got some key abilities to Dispel. A Yule Scepter against a Lifestealer, even just defensively, is always a decent option to kite him out.
Yeah. I mean, I agree with your point. I just think that, like, Iron Sanj is just overall better most of the time. At least with his Grease build.
Yeah. I'd agree, especially because I think someone needs to do damage here, right? The problem is, like, you've already gone into Grief, so that's not your role. You've already settled into that. But Kaya and Sanj plus your 15 talent, all to buff your Spirit Siphon to give yourself that biggest, value suck is, I think, ideally how you want to play this hero with level 2 EXO, yada yada, to just be this beast, right, that you can be. And then anything that you don't do to buff this item up more or to buff your skill up more, especially with your 15 talent, I agree, will feel weak inherently, but I see a use case for it. I don't know if I like it with Pudge, but by then Pudge at least should be online, at least with the Zag Scepter, so that'll be something. We'll see, though. He's going to be, smoked on here.
KMP, they're string chains. Cookie, the Cookie misses, but it's okay because Tiny Lifesteal are already on him. This is the concern with a Pudge pick, right? You didn't last pick the Pudge, so Lifesteal just eats you up. It was a really, really good Lifestealer game. Bumboy in the bottom lane was trying to push out the wave. He gets disposed. Bumboy still has a TP, but no chance to use it. There's already Desolator on Mangaros. You're just giving him charges at this point.
Yeah, charges of the Deso as well. I mean, and that's another problem, right? This is not a core Marcy, so we don't have that big turning point like we saw last game for TNT. In fact, this game, he's settled into seemingly a much more supporting role, which is fine. I think you can play that DP as the way, but I just don't think it makes a lot of sense with this draft. And they are starting to really struggle here, I'd say. Map control is completely gone the way towards Atlantis. They can do Roche here fairly easily as well with this Deso. I don't think it's completely out of the question for them. They're just a little bit concerned, reasonably so, of the counter initiation of Vessuwan and giving them a really good comeback mechanic, when honestly, you can just kind of force the fight, and it's really awkward for Vessuwan.
They also don't have Sorry, go ahead.
I was gonna say we've only seen 1 or 2 exos for towers here, so you can see TNT's just really having a bit of an awkward game, finding the right moments
Radiant's
to
top
be
tower
aggressive.
is under attack.
Because their initiator is technically their mid laner, right? Which is the Tusk, right? And the TNT just follows afterwards. But it doesn't seem like BB has had any chances to utilize this initiation, especially because his lane went meh.
Yeah.
Because like I said, he just loses the lane to Ember. That's why I was so surprised by this pick.
He's got BKB now, though, and if only he didn't lose the lane as hard, right? A big if there would have been nice because I could see. Oh well, they're getting a free kill there. Yeah, I could very easily see a game where this Tusk is built as the early carry, right? Like you go for like the Dessa, you go for the super greedy build, right? And I think that makes a lot of sense when you have a Pudge and a DP playing in this way. But when you go for like the very standard Tusk, which is like Falcon Blade BKB, oh, he's going for Deso now. His lane was just real bad, you know, which I think is the problem for him. It feels so hard, man, this game. I wouldn't have minded maybe, and I think this is a little bit of a crazy suggestion, honestly, but I wouldn't have minded if he actually went Deso first and then just fought with his team and pulled in DP into the snowball, because DP's not dying here, right?
Yeah. Mango Rose.
Yeah, I mean, what does BKB do there?
BKB so late, though, as well. There's the Dismember at least, but they don't have the damage on the top. It seems like Philip needs to keep him in place. Mango Rose will finally fall. It is for Bumbui, KMP, and also TNT.
Maybe?
Okay. No, definitely.
Maybe?
Right? Definitely.
Oh, okay.
Definitely, sir. Best cure against Ghost is Shotgun.
Shotgun. Yep, absolutely. I think the basement's haunted again. Get the 12 gauge.
That was so American.
I know.
That was perfect. Great job.
I got you. That's what he did in my house. Get the buckshot.
Yeah, in your house of Mexican ma, right?
Hey, I mean, Mexican mothers as well very frequently shoot guns.
Mama, trae la chancla.
El rifle.
El rifle?
Yeah, it's what my mom called the gun.
I mean, that's a rifle.
Yeah.
Did you own a rifle? Where did you live?
My mother owned a rifle when she lived in Mexico.
Oh, okay, because she was like a ranchero, right?
Yeah, of course, for the coyotes and the snakes.
Yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense.
And the foxes. Those freaking foxes, man.
They look cute. They make funny sounds. Like,
no! Foxes scream.
Yeah, it's the cute sound.
Oh, goodness. This game is
like a laughter.
It's getting so hard for Vessuwan. I maybe even
I think
overestimated.
just did this to themselves, man. I just cannot get past this draft.
I agree. I thought maybe TNT would be a little bit stronger. I didn't think this hero was in 1v4 territory, but I was like, maybe. Nope. Oh, okay. I mean, they're just way too far behind right now. I don't see any way reasonably for them to get back here. Yeah, great toss back into the cookie. Phenomenal.
Oh, wow.
Phenomenal.
Oh, that's clever. So you can calculate the toss like when it lands, so you can cookie them right afterwards.
Well, it's even easier than that, right? Because if the toss target is the Snapfire, you're always going to hit him with the cookie, right?
No, that's the question. You have to calculate where, like when it lands, not where.
Oh, you just need the time.
Yeah, exactly. So he has no chance to activate BKB in between. That's what my question was. That's interesting.
Oh, open wounds. One of my favorite spells in the game.
Yep. Very good against.
Can you still spell lifesteal off of this?
Yes, just all lifesteal.
Okay.
I don't think it's considered spell lifesteal. Actually, I don't know how it works.
Interesting. I know it used to. You would like open wounds and then lion finger someone, and you'd get all your HP back.
No, I know, but that was before spell lifesteal even existed. Open wounds was the first spell to actually introduce that mechanic of just lifestealing off spells, right?
Oh.
That was much before. So what was interesting to me is I don't know if it would be coded as spell lifesteal. So like items that reduce spell lifesteal, would that also do this?
I see.
Would you get spell lifesteal and buff it? I actually don't know.
That's a good question. It is one of those kind of left behind items, isn't it?
Yeah, left behind. I guess it got recoded though into the shard, so I'm assuming now it's probably properly done. Because now it also spreads. I mean, it gives you like great amount of damage.
It does just say 50% lifesteal. You're right about that.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
This is an insane shard, by the way.
It's great.
This shard is so good.
If lifestealer wasn't such crap hero, I feel like he would be. Like, this would be the build for him. You know,
I think
like, full attack speed.
This is like the shard that everyone thinks they're buying when you play Bloodseeker, and then your shard's like still not that bad on Bloodseeker, but like this one kicks ass.
Yeah. The thing is, both of them are countered by BKB, right? And being a physical damage carry that's countered by BKB feels stupid.
Right. That's a fair point. That's a fair point.
I guess it's just gonna go high gun now.
Well, what do you mean? You're telling me that physical damage carries also have to be spellcasters? Oh my god!
He hooked a corpse. Mortimer's Kisses kills TNT as well. After X's him down, at least Bumbui was pretty strong here. And he got a kill onto the enemy Tiny, but it's a kill. Wonder Boy's just chasing them back into their base. He might even get the kill with a cookie. They did! This combo of Snapfire Ember is working wonders for them. This is what they needed the first game.
I think this game can end. I think they can go tier 4 towers and go next. I see no reason why they even want to take this later. And I mean, I don't even know what the risk is, to be honest. I don't think Vessuwan have any upcoming timings that significantly alter the course of this game. That being said, I still think Atlantis, especially with this Aegis, are at a huge point of power, and I see no reason why they need to back from this push. Maybe they should. I even think they shouldn't. And they aren't, which well played to them to recognize the position of power that they stand in here.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Dagons! The Dagons are coming, Nabo.
It's a strategy by Wonder Boy. Might work.
Come and fight me.
Mango Rose is just kind of baiting them to see if they will overcommit for his Aegis, and they can punish them. Oh, look at that open wound spreading. Oh, he's doing such a good job. Oh my
Fester.
God. The Fester, right? I forgot that name as well. Hook is perfectly between 3
Dire's
targets.
structures are fortified.
No, at 45, that'll be the last one that they have.
Yep. Mango still has the rage, by the way. He just fights BB head on. And he's not the Aegis, by the way.
Yep.
Once again, target is tiny. Exorcism did get used this time.
Okay.
They're punching Mangroves all they got, but he's full HP again. TNT's the target. Need a little bit more damage to finish off his
Okay.
PP. Probably just disengage before the Exorcism ends. Unless they just invest right again. Oh, what a combo. Kisses are now being thrown as well. BB goes into his snowball. KMP has no such snowball. So he's just a big flesh heap. Killed off KMP, killed off BB. Win for Atlantis. Just give up.
Yes, and now at this stage, you're praying that they, yeah, there it is, the GG. You're praying if you're Vessuwan that they somehow dive in your fountain. That's not happening here, and that'll be game number 2 in the books as Atlantis will go ahead and claim victory here.
I don't want to give the MVP to the Sapphire, to Suns. I think he's pretty poggers this game.
Yeah,
Just saying.
I wouldn't disagree. I want to take a look at what his hero damage was as we can see that chair spinning. How fast
I
they
feel
got
like
up.
I feel like his cookies were just really good this whole game.
Let me see here, Sans. His hero damage was 20k, which was very significant, actually, especially when you take a look at other cores damage. Wonder Boy at 22k, Mango Rose with 13k, and WS with only 10.5. So, yeah, I mean, I'm not sure how much of that we can say was buffed up. It'd be hard to kind of calculate that, but I mean, you take a look at some of the initiators. The way I look at this is you take a look at some of the initiators, for example, like Boombui and BB, and you see that their magic reduced numbers, at least very easily for Boombui, is well below 25%, which is the standard amount that you would expect. So that does mean to me that the item was paying off quite a bit, to be honest.
Yeah, honestly, I feel like right now Atlantis. I mean, I feel like Suns played an incredible job. I think the Veil Discord, like you said, it was a really good pickup, but also the way that the cookies were utilized in the early game almost as a damage source, more like he constantly was cooking spiders and creeps, right? More so than he was cooking. There we go. Thank you.
There he is.
Sans. More so than he was cooking any of the heroes,
Is that
right?
a
So
Hokori
Rivalry
shirt?
MVP. What?
That's not a Hokori.
No.
It looks like
No, that's not a Hokori shirt. It's an Oni shirt.
What's that?
Oni is a Japanese demon.
Ah, cool. It's a
That's what
nice
it
shirt.
looked like.
I like the shirt.
Yeah. It is. Look. Hey, he's the Rivalry MVP for the game. Congratulations to Suns. I feel like they played really well, but I will also say that Vessuwan, like, don't fix what's not broken. No, honestly, they got baited into like, oh, we gotta fix up our draft and change some things. Just don't. Like, honestly, don't. Like, maybe Arc Warden is not the pick here for sure. There were better carries though than the Pudge, and maybe don't pick up mid Tusk. If you had mid DK, I honestly would have been easier. He literally comes to splash you with the spider legs. Like, it would have solved all your problems, and you even worked that into the game number 1. So why change your ideas, right? That was my concern here for Vessuwan. I hope for game 3 they won't doubt themselves as much. I know it's difficult for Div 2 teams. Sometimes the self-esteem is not as high, but I don't think they need to do this at all. I know BB loves the mid Tusk. I know it's one of his favorite heroes. It's just there was no reason to pick it into an Ember.
Can I say? I think you just banned the Ember this game. I don't know.
Yes,
especially,
might as well.
I mean,
Yeah, might as well.
Wonder Boy's played 2 pretty good games on it, even if they did lose game 1, right? He's played 2 pretty strong games. I would just take it out of the pool. I mean, let Atlantis, like, ban it in the second phase, right? Let Atlantis waste a couple of their bans protecting the pick, banning your Huskar, whatever, that's fine. And then ban it. Just get rid of it, man. It's come down to comfort, I feel like, a couple of times, right? Sans last game on the Sky, this game on the Snapfire, he was phenomenal, right? 7 kills total, by the way, equaling that of Wonder Boy. I just take rid of it. Get rid of it, I'd say.
Yeah. Well, we'll see what happens in game number 3. So we will have the last game of the series, and before that, a small break. So take care.
Three, two, one.
This crowd is actually able to do so for a decent amount of time. Time to take out like the flame cloak. That's get a lot of damage, but here comes the black hole.
That's not Taco Bell, is it, Ava?
Are we on?
We're on. We're
right?
on. That's what.
Why would you ask that? Why would you ask that while we're on, Richie? Jesus, unprofessional.
You weren't saying anything. Is that? Would you rather eat that or Taco Bell? This guy's trying to get Taco Bell today. I'm trying to call him out. Chat.
Shaming.
This is actually an intervention, Alvaro.
It's my guilty pleasure.
We set up this entire whole Division 2 league and made you cast 2 games of Dota just to bring this up. Hello, everyone, and welcome back. Alvaro, not having a fun time.
Vessuwan versus Atlantis. Much like Taco Bell, this series has gone for far too long.
What does that mean? I don't know. I think it was a draft issue for Atlantis, and unfortunately for them, those issues are usually tend to be the easiest ones to fix for them.
It's for both teams, man. It's for both teams. They've had draft issues. Just Vessuwan has also had play issues in both games, right? He just got away with a really good draft in the first game, but I don't know. I feel like you said the draft is the easiest part to fix, but I've seen teams go from bad draft to good draft. I've never seen a team go from good draft to bad draft, right? In the course of a series. Why? You already know what worked. This self-doubt needs to be, that's what Lackles needs to work on, right? Be like, hey guys, I'm your coach, listen to me, you guys are good, listen to me, you are good, and you will trust my picks.
It's the affirmations.
Maybe he doesn't trust himself.
The Lackles affirmations.
Yes. Lack affirmations.
It's the lack of Lackles affirmations.
Yes. Well, I'll be honest with you, I never knew it was Lackles or Lackles.
I like Lackles.
I like Lackles too, but I don't know if it was supposed to be like a lake.
Like a lockness?
No, like a lake, like a L-A-K-E.
Could be.
Like key.
Okay, so our draft's just got underway. Of course, we won't jump to it immediately here, but I do want to talk about draft and pick order. It's Atlantis with first pick on Radiant, so Vessuwan with second pick on Dire. So if we're expecting Wonder Boy to pick his Ember Spirit, it means he probably does it in the second phase, or he does it 8th pick, is what I would be considering. So if you're Vessuwan, that means you only have 2 opportunities here to ban Ember in the first phase, right? To really, really take care of it. Or you risk it, and then you pick it second phase. But it's fine, I think, because you're not going to probably pick a mid laner in your first phase. So you can always get a better matchup there, even if they do pick the Ember 8th, and then ban like your Huskars and ban your... Who else beats the crap out of Ember? Yeah. That's right.
I mean, yeah, that's why I've been banning it in the first phase, honestly. Like, you want to make sure that you don't play Comfort, right? I mean, I think Wonder Boy also probably has a lot of other good picks. So he's actually a Spirit user. He's a very good Storm player and very good Void Spirit player, but those are a little bit worse.
Yeah.
You know, those are a little bit worse.
Somehow, I think Storm has been picked to this DPC somewhere. Not in our DPC.
No.
But somewhere, someone has decided to try and bring it back to 2016 with that hero.
If we go up to the draft, by the way, I would like to see it now because it's already getting underway, and I think the original bans are very important. There we go. Atlantis once again going for the Tiny. I feel like this pick has been solid the whole throughout. There's no issues here. I like Atlantis' idea of the draft more, by the way. I like they fixed what was broken in the first game. They're only tweaking small things. When you don't have a very clear idea of what you want to play or of what you are drafting, that leads to very, very bad identity issues, and that's worse than a bad draft, right? Whereas if you have a very clear idea of what you want to play and then you just tweak it every single match, you usually have more success.
Yeah.
It's the same way how like if you spam a hero, you'll get more MR than if you play a bunch of heroes. And most of the time.
That's exactly what they've been doing. I just want to go ahead and call back to our very first draft, and I'll even take a quick nod towards the second draft, which also had a Tiny first phase, Treant first ban every single time by Atlantis. Okay, I feel like you're just... Maybe we'll see Ember again. I don't know.
I don't think this Tusk is mid, though. I'm assuming this is NP off lane with a Tusk in the lane.
They will pick Ember again. So this is exactly what they did for the first draft, which is the point I was trying to get to. This is almost the exact same, except actually it's the exact same opening. The Lycan, Treant ban are identical. The Tiny Ember pick are identical.
Yes.
And then they also banned the Bat Rider, so probably Huskar and then Viper. Yep. That's what they decided to do in game 1.
Oh, you banned the Viper too? I suppose. I wouldn't mind banning the DK, to be honest, but I see the ban on the Viper as well being good here. Huh? I mean, there's no way they will do the same thing of Tusk mid, so you have to assume they'll pick a different mid laner.
They actually have never, this series, gone for any different bans in the second phase. It's always been Viper, yes, Huskar, and I mean, hey, if it works, if it ain't broke, don't fix it, right?
Honestly, one hand, I don't love that you're not adapting at all to what the enemy is picking, right? That's going to be an issue, especially if you go to Div 1. But on the other hand, I'd rather have a team with confidence than a team without, so I like that part, right?
Vessuwan completely, by the way, not in the comfort zone. They are completely changing things up. Of course, they've already played the Tusk, but this opening for them is brand new. They've gone with the Marcy Rubik opening every single time against the Tiny opener. So this is, yeah, and then a completely new hero here in the Mirana as well. Don't see a great Mirana partner yet, though, which is the concern.
Yeah, you're right. Tusk Mirana is just okay. I mean, honestly, if you were to run an off-lane Tusk, for example, this would fight because the tag team plus Leap is really strong, right? But I agree with your point. I don't love the Mirana here. I think the new Starstorm build allows for Mirana to not be as important. Or I guess that's the wrong word. For the arrow to not be as important.
That's true.
A big part of the Mirana.
It is a big part of your lockdown right now, though, right? And you're already kind of a little bit of a single target focused lineup given the Tusk. So I do think it's something to consider, right? Making sure that you give yourself a way in, so to speak, to enable that Mirana a bit better. But you're right, she is a lot better now, just as a farmer, right? Given how popular the Starstorm build has been.
I wouldn't say a farmer. I actually meant like just the damage dealer, right? Like it's not so much the arrow.
True.
Like, you depend on like the damage that Starstorm deals in Leap, and like if you hit the arrow, great. But if not, the amount of damage Starstorm deals in Lane is great. Which is why Mirana has also been played more as a 5, right? Because less about rotation.
Right.
Yes. There's less about rotation and more about the damage you deal.
You really love Davion, huh? Davion, whatever.
Beyond the fact that he is by far the most attractive hero in Dota, it's more the fact that like you knew it worked. You saw it happen. So this is a great matchup against Ember. Now you have a Mirana combo.
Yep.
Now the Tusk makes sense. You get pushed where they just profit. This is so much better.
Yeah. I mean, if Atlantis were going to do the same thing every single time, right, just kind of let them do it, I'd say. And then, of course, hit him with the DK pick. That being said, one thing as well for Atlantis, again, I've seen 3 hours ago, at least, after the patch where Primal Beast wasn't working, his ulti, you pulverize once and then it stops. And I think that still may be an issue. So, yeah, it seems to be like it's still an issue. So I'm not sure if we'll end up seeing that this game. I hope we don't, obviously. I would hate if that actually became a problem in this match, but I believe right now Primal Beast only gets 1 slam from his ultimate.
Did you... Right, yeah, I saw that as well, but did you know why?
I don't know why.
Or, like, is there a condition that makes it, or is it every single slam is my...
As far as I'm seeing here in comments, his ulti stops only after a single pulse no matter what, even if you take your hands off the keyboard, and I assume this also means in demo mode. So yeah, it's concerning. I'm not sure. Again, I'm not sure. And I see comments from 7-10 minutes ago that are claiming the same thing. These are Redditors, of course, so maybe they're just complaining and they have not been personally affected by this. That's a very Reddit thing to do. I'm just bringing it up because it would be really, really bad for Atlantis if that's the case. Hopefully not.
Yeah. I would agree with you, but I don't know. I mean, I saw that posted also before we started casting the series, so I mean, they must have seen it, so maybe it's been fixed in the small patch, or they've tested it, or else GG for the game. Like, and these kind of bugs, I actually don't know what happens, right? You just kind of have to play with it. There's no like rule in the rule book as you pick the bugged hero, you can't.
I couldn't claim to know any about that, but I do know it would make their game real damn hard. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, it nullifies this hero completely. Like, it makes it useless, honestly.
Yeah, pretty much. So that'd be real unfortunate.
It is a good hero, though, that part aside, right? Like in this game, because it's really good against Aegis Prophet. And it also nullifies the potential of Aegis Prophet being carry, which allows your bans to be a little bit more targeted. And these last 2 bans by Atlantis are actually, for the first time, pretty different. Slark and Lifestealer. Weird, once again. It's like they don't concern themselves with ranged carries. And Vessuwan can very easily go for, once again, a Drow. It's a pretty free Drow game, but it does at least... I do like the Lifestealer ban against the Primal Beast.
Mm-hmm. We saw how strong it was last game in capable hands. No need to try and give your opponents an opportunity to make it shine as well. Alrighty, what will we see here? By the way, oh, hold on. Well, never mind. What? Come on now. I can't believe what we're seeing, Avo. Every time.
I don't.
Look, I'll be honest. I just think this hero is the worst hero in Dota 2. You basically,
think
in
so.
my opinion, have two heroes now, potentially the Primal Beast being the one and Troll the other, where their ultis do nothing and against pros are going to be completely demolished. I have very little confidence in Troll Warlord as a hero.
Yeah, I'm with you, man. I'm with you. I don't know also what he does this game, frankly. Like, what does he achieve? He's decent against just Prophet in lane, fine, right?
Oh, hold on, Avo. Sorry, we're remaking, by the way. I think they picked the troll to troll us.
Oh, I see. They're remaking their draft because of the Primal Beast situation.
And I think they picked troll just to be like, haha, hee hee, we got you. There's Marcy as she goes across the screen.
Oh, okay. So where we go? This is not the game being played. They'll have to redo. I'm assuming they'll have to redo the picks.
I have no
Until the
idea.
Primal Beast, and then the Primal Beast they got to change.
Let me leave this game in 3 seconds. I will. I don't know. I would assume that it's because the bug still exists and they weren't
Yes.
informed of it or something like that.
Yep. So second as we join the
Yes.
draft once again.
Yes, that's all we're doing here.
Yeah, it's. But at least they don't get to play with a bugged hero. But that does answer a question. The hero just can't be played right now, so that's interesting. I don't know if you're like what other options do you have instead of the Primal Beast hero. What do you want it to do? You're on the wrong team.
Our admin just informing BB that, yeah, there he is. He was trying to be a little bit sussy there and showing the wrong team, a little imposter among us. But a good fix there. Yeah, I have no idea what's going to be done here. I mean, maybe it'll just be a new draft. Honestly, even if it is a new draft, I'm pretty sure, especially with how games 1 and 2 went, we're probably still going to be guaranteed basically the same opening picks and as well the same phase 2 bans for the side of Atlantis.
Yeah, I only ever seen a game where a draft has been forced to be remade for this kind of issue, right? Where like a hero is literally unplayable or they can't touch it, right? Like there was the issue a while back where they just profited his treants, for example.
Right, but that had to do with
a cosmetic.
A cosmetic, that's right. There was that time, remember, during TI where one of the new Immortals or whatever that got released would cause like severe frame issues for everyone on the map. That was a thing as well.
Yeah, but once again, it was just a cosmetic issue, so it was easy to fix in before you started the game, right? But for a draft to be redone for this kind of situation,
right,
is interesting.
I think the only potential game-breaking bug I've seen in Dota recently, which was never abused because it required a certain kind of lineup, was when Primal Beast got introduced with Hoodwink, and then you would what's the second skill on a Hoodwink called?
Bushwhack?
Bushwhack, yes. You would bushwhack someone to a tree, and then Primal would take them off of the tree. And for some reason, I don't know why, but their model would just go everywhere. But that actually worked. So, like, for example, that counted as movement. So if you hit them with a rupture and then hit them with that combo, they would, like, instantly die because it was, like, 1,000,000 rupture damage, right? So
there was also the question recently as well of remember that there was if Dawnbreaker dies with 3 stacks of luminosity, the game breaks.
Yes, that's right.
I love when I see this new draft.
Okay,
so it's a fully new draft. We also got informed.
Yes, by the admin who's saying, yes, we need to remake the draft. Do not pick Primal Beast. So basically, Primal Beast is, we're back to the previous patch where he's not in the game. So don't have to worry about him. So no picks, no bans. Does that open up anything significantly for you? Does that make like Naga Siren much more powerful, do you think? Because in my eyes,
that's a good question.
You know, Primal's been one of the biggest counters to Naga, especially in lane, but even throughout.
I mean, it does make the MP pick much more valuable, that's for sure, because he suffers from the same issues. But now, without Primal, I can't think of any other hero that you could pick in the offlane that also forces the MP to go offlane, right? Like, it's such a bad matchup that MP has to go offlane. Primal Beast is certainly one of them, because you just deal with treants, you burst them down, right? It's a very difficult play.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, interesting. I don't know what their what the options are here. I wonder if you can play a lot of the illusion heroes that Primal Beast tend to deals with. Like, for example, Phantom Lancer has been a hero that's been not picked at all, right? But one of the reasons that he's not been picked as well has been for similar reasons to Naga. Primal Beast just destroys you, and a couple of other heroes as well. Maybe you get to get away with it now.
Yeah,
I'm fascinated by that. I wonder as well, like, if you have Primal Beast in your offlane, what other offlaner fulfills the same role as Primal Beast? It's not any, honestly. It's like a mix of Beastmaster and Centaur, and it's kind of difficult to get both, right? And they both do very, very different things.
Well, we'll see. The second draft is getting underway here quite shortly. I'd like to see it as soon as it comes up, just because I'm curious if any teams are going to make any big adjustments. Again, my guess is not. My guess is we're going to see basically the same things. Yeah, I think better not to risk it, in these kinds of matches, right? So just make sure you
maybe Atlantis bans the DK in the second round. Maybe that would be a thing.
I mean, yeah, that's a little bit of the unfortunate part about having a remake here. Is we'll see Marcy Gangnam Style her way across our screen again. There she goes. Very good. Can't believe you tried to convince me that wasn't Gangnam Style.
I didn't know what it was. I just thought it was Fortnite. That's my guess for anything I don't know. Fortnite.
Is it Fortnite?
Then TikTok, and then emojis from Twitch.
Ah, the faces, you mean?
The images thing.
Yes, I understand that.
Are they not called emojis?
They're called emotes on Twitch.
What's the difference? They're emoticons, then emojis, and then emotes.
Right.
So the same thing?
Emoticons are when you make faces using like :D and stuff like that, right? And :V. Okay. That's an emoticon. Emojis are specifically the ones on mobile, all right? Like on your phone. And those are emojis. And
so I use Twitch on mobile?
Well, you can put emojis in there actually, and they're Unicode symbols, right? That's what they are. So like every single like Microsoft has their own, Apple has their own, obviously Android have their own, Linux, Apple, different OSs have different ones, and whereas emotes are the same across every single other platform, and they can just be whatever, right?
Oh.
Yeah. But if they actually want to add new emojis, and because they're Unicode based, then you would have to put more stuff in there, right?
So emojis are like assembly code, and then emotes are like Java.
Well, I think in my eyes, emoticons would be assembly code, right?
Well, no, because they work alongside all the other computers.
Oh, I see.
The same way.
Yeah.
Right?
Then yes.
Yeah. Okay.
There you go, old man. I've had to convert it for you. Oh, wow. Okay, we have had a change in the draft. It's the Ember before the Potom.
They just stole the Ember like that?
They really did. How could you? Who would have predicted that Atlantis wanted to play Ember, especially after all of their second phase bans? Now they're going to need new second phase bans.
What is funny is that they could have just done this before they went. They probably decided, why not? Now Atlantis has no picks. They're like, guys, we don't have an 8th pick now. Will they complain?
No, I don't think. I mean, it's a new draft, right?
So they're going to Marcy it instead.
They will go back for the Marcy. They do ban the Naga Siren, which has been, I think, a frequent ban from Vessuwan. Yeah, but it could be as well the Primal Beast reason, honestly.
Yeah, and then Vessuwan, we see what they think is the Emperor counter. Shadow Fiend, I would agree. Are they Huskar players? I don't think so. Bro, what if Atlantis now picks the DK? Boom. Right? Get counter with your own counter.
Yeah, maybe.
That's it. That's a trick, mate.
I'm not sure.
Yeah.
I don't even know, man. I'm like genuinely curious, right? What is Atlantis going to go for now? As they've completely changed up their bans. Slark ban, as well as the Lifestealer ban. I'm not saying Slark. I don't know even. I don't know. Pango's still, by the way, completely uncontested. I have to wonder if that's a Mango Rose hero, but has not been touched throughout this series.
I did like the Pango for last game. I know BB's a big Pango player, so I wouldn't have minded seeing that, right? But I now that you have the Ember, then there's no point.
Right.
I'm a little bit, I'll be honest, I don't have as much info on Wonder Boy because he's not on Dota Pro Tracker, so I don't know if, I can only see his Dota buff.
Warming up the fingers there for the Ember gamer, I think. Making sure they're good to go. Did you do any warm-ups, Avo, before you play your games?
No.
Okay.
I don't think that would make a difference.
Really? Fair enough.
Let's be honest. The reason why I'm losing is not because my fingers aren't warmed up, it's because I'm stupid.
Well.
There's no cure for stupidity.
Well, there's not. Rubik ban, so the first game we won't see a Rubik be played. But Snapfire appearing in all threes, a hotly contested pick. They basically just swapping drafts here, aren't they? I wonder, do you just go DK now if you're Atlantis? It's not banned. DP taken out, as is the SF. Huskar, Viper, and Batrider all available, which of course I bring up because Atlantis have been very keen to ban them against the Embers.
I mean, yeah, they thought that those were the picks that deal with the Ember. I would imagine that you would pick them, right? Because you think that beats them. To be fair, they're all, like, a couple of them, like, I know Viper's a VB hero as well. Like, they have a couple, like, respect, right? But I would expect that you think that they beat... In fact, the Huskar would be ideal, right?
Yeah,
if you are so afraid of the Huskar that you think it's viable and it actually works against the Ember, right? Why not pick it yourself?
But how do we know it's not just a BB ban?
I mean, it is definitely a BB ban. But, you know... It's not particularly... I guess maybe you just think that the hero is actually kind of hard these days. Maybe. Yeah, it's a little bit hard to tell, actually.
Okay, so a bit more of a retro mid matchup then with the Puck instead into the Ember Spirit. No?
No, I mean, like, the matchup is fine. It's definitely better than the Ember. Or than the like, it's a good matchup, and it wins against the Ember when you have the Dream Coil, of course. But now that you have the Ags, Ember can get BKB, and this matchup is not as easy for the Puck as it used to be, right? And Puck is also very annoyed by those searing chains. I also feel like... I guess that the idea is that since you can phase shift, the searing chains plus arrow combo is not viable. I think that's what they're thinking, actually. So I take it back. I like it.
Okay, Hoodwink is going to be the pick then. All right, so it's a pretty good pick off here. I see that now from Atlantis. Amazing single target and a little bit of AoE, but there's the king of AoE himself, the Faceless Void. Now that's a Puck counter if I've seen one.
Indeed.
Might even be good against Marcy, to be honest, if you can counter initiate on her.
You even have the combo of Faceless Void plus Snapfire, Faceless Void plus Marauder. Like, I feel like it's actually a really good Faceless Void game this time. I'm not the biggest fan of this hero in general these days. I think the hero's a little bit weaker, but it seems pretty solid this game. Only concern here would be, it seems like it's a Marcy offlane, right? So Marcy Hoodwink. Probably lose that lane.
Okay, Beastmaster banned out. Yeah, I think now the only concern for Faceless Void would be his lane, right? Which is why we see a couple of the classic counters banned out. Well, I guess you already have the Marcy against him, sorry. Snapfire Cookie, which can break trees, which is pretty good against the Hoodwink in case you need to do that. Okay. What will these last bans need to be then? Your mid lane's already settled, so it looks like your off lane's settled as well with how much Atlantis have really liked to pick Tiny for Ponyo, who played a much better game last time around. I think that's the biggest difference of a Tiny getting a blink early and not, right, is he's actually able to do stuff.
Yeah, I would agree with that. I think they did a pretty good job on the Tiny last game. I also feel like this game, he's enabled because you have the coil snap, right? You have multiple ways to do the coil snap, but you also have the Hoodwink combo, which was the original idea I thought they had with Scarlet Mage in the first game as well. Like, have something that can burst with Tiny. So you have a couple of like nice little combos here that I like. I think this Tiny is very enabled. Even as a 5, I think it can work out. I'm a little bit worried though for Atlantis that you don't have anything to front quite clear, like a lot of team fight and everything, but it feels like your carry's pretty accessible in this kind of lineup. So Morphling was a really good idea. I would think of like these tanky carries that can survive a lot. Spectre maybe even.
Okay.
They're also good against Void. Okay, they get rid of Drow because just burst damage is another avenue you can take as Atlantis.
We've also seen lots of Lycan bans in the first phase. Okay, well, now I wish they were probably wishing they didn't ban the Drow with that pick. I mean, they did do him a little bit of a favor there.
It's weird because Atlantis banned the Void when they picked Terrorblade, so they clearly think Void is better than Terrorblade, but now they banned...
That's a good point.
Right? Their ideas are not very clear to me for Atlantis, which I don't love. Can you get away with... Sorry, go ahead.
You have an idea. Go ahead.
Can you get away with any magic damage offlane? That's what
I was thinking. I was actually thinking, can you get away with a Marana 3, Snapfire 4?
You know, Breath of style. Not even that bad. And then you pick another 5. Yeah.
I mean, just because I think I've been really impressed with the amount of magic damage Maranas can do when you actually get levels and put them early into the first, what is it, the moonshot thing? I forgot. I don't think it's too crazy. I don't think it'd be easy by any means, but I do think it'd be doable.
Other option, because TNT like Snapfire, right? You can put the Snapfire offlane as well and just scale pretty heavily like that. Right. Okay. Doom is like, he seems really good against Puck on paper, but getting a Doom on Puck seems honestly like an impossible task most of the time. I think the lane is also going to be very tough for Doom. I'm not super sold on this Doom, I'm not gonna lie. There's not much combo with Void either.
Yeah, that's a bit of a concern, but you do have at least Sleight of Fist and Kisses and Arrow potentially into Chrono, so I think the other heroes, round that base pretty well. I think the biggest concern is going to be Doom getting on top of heroes, right? Specifically versus Puck TB. Like, it is a pretty good pick, especially into this Marcy, right? If you just, pardon me, if you Doom her up, she won't be... Excuse me, sorry, I'm being attacked by the hiccups right now.
It's okay.
It'd be really amazing. But other than that, I think it's just a hero that's going to look to try and boot TB out of lane early on and establish some map control. So I like that part about it, at least.
Yeah, I guess there's that point. Because, of course, that requires an Ember rotation for sure, or some sort of rotation to make sure that the Terrorblade actually threatened. Doom alone, I don't think, will do the trick. But I do see your point. I feel like the guy has a really, really strong 6. I feel like Atlantis can do the same, though. If they rotate Puck, I think Doom is an easy target for them, especially with Metamorphosis. So that's why. I'm not super sold on this pick, but I did think Vessuwan's drive was considerably better here. I think they have enough magic damage inside the Chrono to kill the Terrorblade kind of easily. And the question will be, will Atlantis be able to do what Vessuwan did in the first game and allow Puck and Marcio to take over the game a little bit more? Because I think the Terrorblade is cannon fodder at one point in the game.
Yeah, I think at many points in the game here, which is kind of awkward and difficult. I think like maybe mid to late games is his probably where he beats the crap out of Faceless Void, where Faceless Void like is in this awkward space where he's got like either he's gone for stats or he's gone for survivability, and like either way, I don't think he outfights TB. They also have no real good saves, which is an issue. I think you can rebound shard someone out of Chrono though. I'm pretty sure that works. You can also dispose them out of Chrono. So there's a couple potentials for saves if you don't lock someone into the center of a Chronosphere. They might actually be, a bit in trouble there. So I'm looking forward to seeing that. But yeah, the TB Void, we'll see, right? Because like you were saying earlier, very clearly, Atlantis thought this was something that was bad for them, and well, they don't mind picking the TB into it this time around. So good and tasty.
One second, Rich, I'll be right back.
Yeah. See how Atlantis are going to be able to pull this one off then. Like I said, I think the mid to late game timing is going to be pretty easy for them until the refresher basically comes online for Faceless Void. I do think they're at a pretty big advantage here. Now, smoke on smoke action. Is up to the high ground and away from dangers. Boom Booey, but Puck giving chase, wants first blood, had no vision up there. Was just very hungry for the kill, getting just a bit sped out though, or outsped by Boombui, who will fail to get the kill there.
No first bloods fight this time around. I think the first game was enough for them.
Yeah, they almost got Boombui, but he made it out in time. So that was a bit of a close call, and it'll give numbers to Atlantis, who can go again. There was just a reflection used in an illusory orb, so they know that they can outspar their opponents here without a hoodwink. They're hoping for 3 runes, and I think they might just get them. Yes, indeed.
Yeah, they do. Good start for them. I mean, I feel like there's a lot more potential in the Atlantis draft if they get off to a good start than there's in Vessuwan. Or maybe not more necessity, you could say. I feel like with Vessuwan doesn't really matter what happens to their lanes. With a Doom and Void, you'll find that farm regardless. Void is usually a pretty consistent laner. They have a good ganking squad regardless of how much farm they have. I think the bounties matter a lot more for Atlantis.
The early game, yeah, I think it's going to be important. You know, like we were saying before this, Marcy has one build. She needs to get that online as soon as possible, although she's taking a lot of damage now. They're basically going to force out the salve already, which never feels too great. But if she can get to that Falcon Blade, at least a little bit more survivability there. Cookie down bottom, here's onto Ponyo, but he's very tanky here, especially with his Ring of Protection. It'll take a lot more than that to take him down here.
I like the build the Ponyo is going for the Ring of Protection, right? I think it helps a lot against this. They seem to just sack Ponyo's early every single time. They just put him in probably the worst lane for a Tiny, right? Once again, I think his lane is just difficult for him. It feels like Atlantis doesn't have the... what?
Lionx?
Oh, top lane, actually. Yeah. Lionx will die to auto attacks. Well done.
Yeah, it just got a little bit too aggressive. It's really easy to be a little bit, to feel unstoppable, basically, on the Priestess of the Moon, when you can just attack from range, you out-trade almost any other agi hero early on, because your stats are ridiculous and your range is great, and you've got a good projector, blah, blah, blah. But once they do close the gap onto you, especially before you have that leap away, it's a fairly easy kill. Really good bushwhack there, set everything up, and they have a very easy first blood for themselves.
TNT will get tossed back though in the bottom lane. The Mangroves gets the kill. And that's what we were talking about with the Doom. Just a really difficult lane against Terribly, giving a lot of chances to Atlantis to get kills. Between this and the very scary Hoodwink plus Marcy lane, they get a lot of this early game if they want to.
Reminds me, pardon me, a lot of like this Brewmaster matchup where it's like, yeah, you can deal a good amount of magic harass, you know, but never a lot to really scare him, especially when he always has the meta. But as soon as you hit level 6, like, you are just running at this guy and killing him. There ain't much to stop you doing that. But yeah, it doesn't feel too great until that very big breaking point there. Okay, simple bracer on the way for this Marcy. And then into a couple more stat items here. Ooh, lovely time dilation animation. I haven't seen a whole lot of this Faceless Void Arcana, honestly.
Well, it's interesting. Marcy's haven't seen going for the Wraith Bands as much, huh? They're still the double bracer build that they go for in the offlane. It's
true. I think they just really value the HP, honestly. Because your armor is already decent enough, and honestly, you don't really need the other stats. Especially because your mana costs are very good. Very good. I mean, 70, 80, 100, whatever for rebound. But what, like, barely... Yeah, in fact, your sidekick mana gets easier, right, with levels. It starts at 45 and goes down to 30. So you're not really hurting for the other stats as much.
That's true, especially because usually offlane Marcy's, they have to max Psychic because it's the only farming ability you have. Ironically, the two area damage abilities don't actually help you farm in the wave. It's mostly Psychic auto attacks. So I agree with your point, actually. The early Mango is nice as well, just in case you need to get the rebound kill for whatever reason.
But that's about it. You know, your two Mangoes is 200 mana, and that's more than enough for a complete volley of spells.
Yep.
Hot damn! Old scratch in the flesh.
Yeah, the early game is good for Atlantis here, but we'll see how the mid lane progresses, because Ember usually tends to win this lane with a Flame Guard build. As top lane, they get a kill on Lionx.
Yeah, another kill top lane. Again, just being a little bit careless with the positioning, right? Even having the leap charges, but they can chain stun you here fairly easily, and that'll be a bit dangerous. I think against a Potom, you really like the change as a Marcy. That rebound is now your stun, right? I think as disposed, catching those kinds of heroes was a bit more difficult. Okay, Mango Rose, they've missed the Scatterblast and the Cookie against him. He's just dancing circles around him.
Ponyo does get the Avalanche off as well, and Mango Rose might be able to get the kill. One more hit will do the trick as Tumbui falls. Well done, Mango Rose. Surprised that Terrorblade of all heroes is the one dancing circles around a Snapfire and Doom.
Yeah, really good movement, I should say. And I think Mango Rose did this in game 1 as well, didn't he? On a different hero, though. No, it was on the TB. Oh, nice rebound there. Bad Kitty. Back onto the counter. That's 3 deaths already here for the pot. I think at this stage, you're starting to really grief your co-laner. You need to really just take it a bit easy and focus on establishing lane equilibrium and making sure that Faceless Void is not completely getting out harassed. At 3 deaths, your time of being the lane bully has definitely ended. You need to understand that.
Yeah, for sure.
Radiant's middle tower is
It's kind of tough, though, because that's always what you want to be doing on the Potom. You already have committed for the points into Starstorm, so it really sucks, because you still don't have, like, your farm recovery mechanism built in quite yet, either.
It's crazy how these small decisions end up mattering. No, they didn't get the bushwhack. Nice cut. I think he cut the tree there.
No, but it's Mango who's just going to die down bottom this time. No fancy movement to see him out of this one.
They're leaving him alone way too much in this bottom. I mean, I guess I know he's pulling, right? But, like, he pulls, Mangroves is still really far ahead near the creep wave. It just seems like one of those not necessary mistakes.
This was also something that a little bit surprised me. I don't believe you'll see too many tier 1 teams do this either, or div 1 teams either. Oh, mid lane. Oh, what a catch, BB. Oh, he gets out just in time.
Yeah, the dream coil expired finally.
But I
took it away.
Down bottom real quick, they once again pull the wave when the catapult is coming, which is just needless damage onto your tier 1 tower. It's not like the biggest deal in the world, right? But it's missing, I don't know, 450 HP. That was basically just for free you gave to Vessuwan. They didn't do any work for that.
It's also a small pull, like it's a single pull. You can argue that maybe you could get the like the catapult to get closer, right? Because that stacks the waves. But you didn't have that plan in mind, so that's why it was odd. I agree with you. And the carry being out of position in that position as well is just unnecessary. Sansa's here though, so they can get a kill now on TNT perhaps. Oh, in fact, it's gonna be, they're gonna go for the Sapphire first. They missed the bushwhack though, and now Mangroves could be in trouble himself as the cookie sets up for this. TNT hits him with the Infernal Blade, also slowing it down thanks to the Frost attack. Mangroves trying to get away best he can. He can't turn around and fight, which means he will fall here. TNT does get bushwhacked and tossed here, and that combined damage of both abilities will guarantee this kill. So at least they'll be able to clean up shop here. Atlantis getting a lot of farm and gold, a lot of farm and experience on these two supports.
Yeah, there's a leap charge there on the bottom. Maybe not thinking that she would make it uphill. Maybe was trying to get uphill. Surprised you don't throw that one out. But it's at least a kill onto the carry. Doom does go down, but he has level 6 now. So even if, yeah, and he has actually, Mangroves has returned to lane. He's not going to really enjoy his time here too much as soon as he sees Doom having level 6. That's going to be a bit problematic. We have Chronosphere as well, finally learned and leveled. Lion Axe with an arrow. I think you can use, as long as you have it, the bottom has an angle, you can definitely look for a chrono kill here. It's deceptively easy with the additional stun time that arrow gives you.
In comes the Ember. Ponyo is the target. Nice little bushwhack though, and they sent the Conjure Image. That's not going to be enough by Ponyo. He's found himself a little place in the trees where he will like to die. Oh, it's good to choose your place of death, right? Gives you a bit more authority.
Settle in there a little bit, right?
Yeah, make sure it's cozy before you go to the other world.
Bottom's going to leave the lane top, though, and continue rotating around the map where she denies the rune. I think BB could have used that refill, but it'll be denied. I'm sure he communicated that with his mid laner. Not sure that was completely necessary from Lion Axe, however. Mango, though, yeah, as we see, is now into the jungle. Boom Booey just being a bit annoying. Oh, Chrono.
Up lane, they commit a Chrono. Now the arrow as well as Puck. He's not going to be able to get out of here alive. Starstorm has to make sure he falls. Lion Axe now in trouble as WS tries to finish him off with a leap, save him. And BB comes here with a Searing Cane. Pushback, though, will make it impossible for him to use him. BB's now the one in trouble. He's out of mana completely. Hit by the rebound as well. Put a Spirit, who cares? And WS even got the kill there with the pulses on the Mirage.
Yeah, the Unleash Pulse is doing pretty major work there, but once again, that's all set up by Sands. Even that Acorn shot doing pretty big work there. Really lovely fight as they turn that. They get a kill onto the mid laner, and they're even set to pick up this tier 1 tower as well for free. That's quite an amazing turn that Atlantis really desperately needed. I was afraid that once the Chrono started coming out, they would really start crumble, but nope, not at all.
Income. We do have a bushwhack available. Baby will be
good arrow
up to a tree. However, the damage is not there. It's flame everything, and WS is now burning up into the Infernal Blade. They even commit the Doom here for the Terror Blade. Boom Booey gets the stun with the cookie. Dream Cold to counter initiate, but it won't be sufficient to save this Terror Blade. They can only do a cleanup through as BB running away from a lot of Monolith's heroes. Wonder Boy is the only one that can really stop him, but he's out of Remnant for another 8 seconds, 6 seconds, 5. And they timed this silence well. He's waiting for it. Can he calculate it? Waiting Rift on point, but just nobody to help him. Avalanche misses because BB is just too fast, and his face movement speed saves him as Suns gets killed off by Lion Axe in the backlines.
Yeah. Really good stuff there. I think with the Hoodwink being in the mix, they actually probably still get that kill with how good the Bushwhackers have been, especially because it's a maxed Bushwhack. So good job by Lion Axe kind of breaking off and making sure he can get at least a little bit out for his troubles, even picking up the kill with how basically what's the word, with how hard they went on trying to kill the Ember Spirit there. He gets out alive perfectly fine, and in fact they're going to smoke up. No Chronosphere. Instead they're going to go try and go bottom, but they've Lost the ward. It's a kill. They don't want to kill the Tiny, and maybe they won't even as he gets off the avalanche in time. Well, they probably have him.
Sponyo gets hit once again by that cookie. BB and Boomboy tag teaming him. Ponyo's just trying to create as much space as possible before he falls. This wall, I'm thinking tower top, so honestly, not bad, Ponyo.
Top lane tower is down. TNT still struggling to as well completely demolish this bot tier 1 tower. I don't know if they could reasonably defend it bottom. It's only Metamorphosis level 2, so you're only really fighting with
once again.
Oh, another arrow.
And they even commit the kisses just to make sure. Wonder Boy's dead, and maybe a tower as well.
That's
no,
the
they
goal.
just black push, right?
I think that's the goal here. I mean, they have another wave reinforcing.
Radiant structures are
Fortify is going to be a bit annoying. BB nearby. It's going to be hard. They've lost the ward. That should shatter their confidence here.
An avalanche for the Void, and that's going to shatter their confidence even more because they shouted his face, Richie. His faceless Void. As the Metamorphosis will secure the push instead.
You could say he didn't see that coming.
I don't think he sees anything. I think he just feels things.
That was the joke because he doesn't have eyes.
This is tendrils, right? They're looking like antennas.
Yes. They're like ant antenna.
has fallen.
That's how they communicate with the world. By smell.
Is that actually true?
Yeah.
I think no. Ants puke in each other's mouth. That's how they. Like,
yeah, and then they smell it and they taste it.
oh, that's where the antenna comes in.
Mm-hmm.
So do they have to put the antenna inside their own mouths to smell the puke that's being
They don't always communicate by taste or by puke. It's only some ants.
Oh, okay.
Most
so the
of
others just communicate by antenna.
Yeah, most of them communicate by antenna and by pheromone, which is I don't know if they have noses, but probably their antenna, right? That's what I would have to guess with. Once again, welcome to more ant facts. We did birds. I know a little bit about ants. Arrow is going to swing wide there, the Hoodwing. Good effort.
Oh, squirrels. How do squirrels communicate? Do you know that one?
I don't believe they do. They're a little bit too stupid, unfortunately.
No, they actually write messages in nuts.
That's right.
Yeah, that's why they put them in their cheeks. That's where they're carving the message.
Yeah, unfortunately, they're basically rodents, so they're not really good at communicating with others.
They are rodents.
Yeah, they basically are rodents. They're just cuter, so people don't think they're disgusting, but yeah, they're the same. Their teeth never stop growing.
That's true. They also gnaw on things if you keep them as pets.
Yep.
They have a tendency because they need to do that, otherwise their teeth grow too long.
Yes, and then their teeth curve back into their mouths, and then they pierce their skulls. It's quite bad.
Yeah.
It's real bad.
Can you imagine if you had to constantly be gnawing on things, otherwise your teeth?
I thought that's what you thought for a second with how much you're. Oh, hold on. There's kisses.
Eat. Yeah.
Oh, that's not where I was going with that.
My teeth actually are perpetually growing. Yeah. For most men, they're only their ears and their noses, but for me, it's my teeth.
Oh, I see. TNT is about to get his BKB online, and then he's going back for the Blink Dagger. So they don't have a pipe builder. They don't really have any auras coming
or
online
Greaves
too
even
soon. Is this? Yeah, Boombuoy's. He can consider it, right? I think it's not a bad build for the Snapfire, so I wouldn't mind seeing that.
But I feel like Doom is a really good builder. I guess this game, the Doom is a little more important. Oh, they cut WS. Little arrow with a Shearing Chains combo. Oh, bushwhack. They commit a sharpshooter, and WS walks inside the Chrono. But the Dream Coil, maybe to counter-initiate, right? Trying to kill out KMP, it works. KMP's already down. Wonder Boy satisfied. He walks away. He has a magic wand, so he has enough mana regardless. And it'll be a carry for an offlaner. Seems like a win overall for Atlantis.
An easy kill there. That's my favorite thing. Nothing stops a Hoodwink from channeling Bushwhack, not even Chronosphere. And nothing's going to stop Wonderboy from picking up this free kill on Boombuoy. He is slow to a crawl with that new Witchblade that he's been holding on to. Even got it before the full power treads, by the way. But we'll be going back for those now.
What timings are we looking for this game, Richie? What do you think? What is it Vessuwan is playing around? Because obviously the Chrono and Kisses is a great combo, but Void needs some items to make this work a little more effectively, right?
I think it's not so much about the Void right now. It's more about his other teams, his teammates' items. I think this Blink Dagger is pretty big for TNT. He's already holding on to War Stomp, so it's not unreasonable that he can maybe try and catch Wonderboy, although I have my doubts as they will slay the Potom. I think double BKB as well, right? Ember Spirit's about to finish his off, and then he'll probably need to make a decision whether or not he thinks it's a good Ags game or a Maelstrom, perhaps. Might be two options there. And then after that, like I said, it's Blink for TNT. So that'll be soon. You know, he has Midas and Devour, so he gets there rather quickly. Or they might just make an attempt now onto the Marcy. Kisses are kind of all over the place, though. Like, literally all over the place. I have no idea.
Ooh, that coil would have been great, but unfortunately, fast hands on the Ember.
Very fast hands. So a couple ultis whiffed there. No Chronosphere immediately as follow-up, so things are a little bit awkward here for Vessuwan, even if there is no Dream Coil to play into. I think this is fine. You just take this as an opportunity to farm up your next item. Double Midas, by the way, with KNP having one in the Doom with another, as they will make a play now for KNP down bottom. Avalanche to follow up. There's the toss for the lockdown, and they have the kill. Lovely. Nicely done there.
As KNP is positioning, and in general, he's just a very aggressive carry, it seems like, by the way that he farms. Void is a difficult carry to play in this position.
Honestly,
he really cannot make mistakes.
They killed him under tier 1 tower.
Yeah, but that's also, you're in the wrong lane, I would say.
I suppose so, but your team's fronting for you mid lane. Like, I think that's an acceptable death, right? I think it was just there was no save whatsoever. I mean, I don't know. It was just a well. I would give more credit to Atlantis there. They get another quick kill onto Boom Buoy.
Boom Buoy does as well.
I will agree though. He overall in the series he has kind of been farming quite aggressively, especially game 1 and game 2.
I just feel like the farm allocation for Vessuwan's a little bit all over the place. Like, I would rather have Void in the triangle fully and in the jungle than ever touching lane right now, especially with the Hoodwink Tiny in the enemy team, right? Like, this is just a lethal combo right now for the Void. He is an agility hero after all.
Right. Yeah, I mean, he's an edgy hero, but he also has that little bit of survivability, right, built into him. So it does feel a little bit bad when you're unable to farm in some slightly dangerous spaces. But
sure, that's true. That is the bread and butter of this hero.
Right. It'd be like if your Jug or Lifestealer wasn't farming. I mean, like this, right?
Again? Oh my god, and they kill him with this. Oh, this ball's not enough damage. This time, WS will fall for this. He'll pay. So does the Squirrel. Sense trying to communicate. Fortunately, he's eroding. He can't, so he can only bushwhack them. Pray they leave him alone, but they don't get the memo.
They do not. And that was more like Comic Sans with how funny that was. Haha. Anyway, I think now this is the
Comic Sans.
Yep, this is the opportunity for Vessuwan to get into finally to play their game a little bit more. Not because of those 2 kills, but they finally have Chronosphere, right? They've repelled an attack on KMP's life. They have a DD rune that BB's picked up. Like, this is a big moment for them, right? BKB Blink Dagger for Doom, BKB for the Ember Spirit now on its way. Like, this is exactly what they were waiting for. Maybe they can even consider Roche. Honestly, maybe they even do Roche. Oh, hold on.
Okay, they found Ember for now. Avatos as well for the Doom. They're trying to bind them together. The Doom is forced onto the Marcy. As Mortimer's kisses are raining down for this Tiny, and the Chrono does catch the other support as well. Doom Marcy doesn't seem to care. Just brings down KMP.
Yeah.
And Mangroves finally joins the fray, hoping to finish off Boom Buoy with a bushwhack. It will work. Vessuwan loses 3, 2 of which are cores. In exchange, they only get 1 Tiny, and they also used all the resources here.
So that's the thing, is that...
Oh, they're going for more? They try to kill the Squirrel, and there's a Puck defending him. There's no Dream Coil, but there is a waiting Rift Silence, Witchblade as well. Just sliding this Ember, a little more residual damage here as they cut the wave and go back to Rush.
And this is the problem, right, with Marcy, much like a TB, much like a Monkey King, right? You don't dispel certain things, and you don't dispel and cannot dispel the Unleash, right? Which is really the biggest difference maker in that kind of fight. I'm actually surprised WS still found it necessary to go for a BKB this game. I see good reason to go straight for Basher, considering you are a viable Doom target. And to be honest, he's a much better Chrono target than a Doom target for those reasons. Which is why I think the Chrono obviously being off the mark did not help that fight look any better there.
No.
But
and the Doom as well, you'd argue, was off the mark, because I don't think Marcy's a good Doom target at all.
Exactly, yeah, like I was just saying, right? She's a good Chrono target, not a Doom target. Oh, arrow? Ooh, almost missed. Or almost connected, sorry.
I mean, because you can't dispel... No, yeah, you can dispel the Psychic at least. I guess there's an argument there, but...
I mean, it's still tough. I don't know. That was not the fight that they were hoping for. His BKB gets delivered like right in the middle of the Dream Coil as well, so he could not like react. It was a reactive BKB, which is, and it was slow, right? It was a slow reactive BKB because the courier delivery was a bit late. Careful. Oh, that's CNT. He's just fighting an illusion. I mean, they know he's here. Yeah, I was about to say, BKBs for this. And, okay, he'll TP out. No bash.
Do they have Basher? No.
No bash.
Dire's top tower is under
Okay.
attack.
I mean, I've seen worse uses of BKB, I guess.
Yeah. I mean, it'll keep him alive.
Dire's
Once
top
again,
tower is
Atlantis in this, like, it's very similar to game 1, right? Where they're in this very good timing for this, like, early to mid game, and then late game. Once again, I think they have a good moment here, but it's this mid game that maybe scares me a little bit more once KMP finally gets his items online.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
Let's see this blink dagger on Tiny, which is new. A decent blink reveal there. Obviously, they were hoping for the kill, but a BKB in exchange for a blink is not a bad trade either. And WS is just gonna farm his way up towards that very scary basher.
Yeah,
and
once
again,
that happens.
he needs to be chronoed. It's and then it kind of sucks because then him and Puck probably not in the same parts of the fights. And if you're not chronoing him, I mean, good luck trying to doom a Puck.
Yeah, you're not dooming a Puck. That's out of the question, I think, honestly. Like, Wonder Boy has to mess up for that to happen.
Either that, pardon me, or I think Faceless Void can still be useful there as long as he hits him with time dilation.
That's
if you hit a
you
hit a Puck with time dilation, and all of a sudden it's not that unreasonable, right?
Yeah, no, you're completely right.
But there needs to be some help there, basically, is what we're saying, right? Someone needs to enable the doom condition onto the Puck, and that's either going to be a stun on someone else, which again, not too likely because you have Syrian chains into Arrow, which of course you can go invulnerable during, or you have Cookie. Again, very, very unlikely. So I think it could be Faceless Void very reasonably on time dilation.
That's something Wonder Boy has to take into account, right? That's why I wouldn't mind if Wonder Boy went for his own BKB, but he's keeping a bottle with Illusion Rune, which will give him the spell.
That's a good point. And Pucks hate building BKBs, by the way. They will almost always avoid doing it. Whoa.
Yes. Dream Coil. Okay. Oh, he breaks it, actually. Avalanche on top of this. They bushwhack him. They hit him with everything they got, and that will be enough to kill off BD.
Yeah, didn't use his BKB there for some reason. Maybe, I don't know.
Like when he broke a coil. You're right, actually.
Dire's
Yeah.
middle tower is under attack.
Yeah.
Puck is indeed not level 25. He's 10 levels away.
Yeah, so that's what I was a bit surprised by. Like, snapping coil there is, I think, needlessly dangerous, and it's going to cost him. Of course, there's an Aegis on TV who you don't always see grabbing first Aegis, we should say. Maybe the thought with this first Aegis was we're not going high ground. This is more of an opportunistic high ground siege. I don't know. I could see very good reason for either Puck or Marcy to be holding this first Aegis. But I think if their idea was we're not trying to go high ground with this, ooh, Chrono.
Okay, that's the target you wanted. The Marcy. You got rid of it. Not bad. Took a while, but they got rid of it. And now they can continue and try to kill something else here. Conjure Image will detect where the TV is. He just got doomed. This is what the Aegis was for, originally, to prevent this potential fight from happening.
Yeah,
but he has no Metamorphosis. He has Sunder, so he's going to lose the Aegis once and probably a second life here now, soon thereafter.
Yeah.
As he gets hit by the arrow, 2 TV dead. Puck is annoying the Doom. Don't bushwhack the Doom, just ignore him. Just run away, Sens.
Yeah, I agree. You want to get out of that fight. That one was looking pretty rough. Yeah, wow. It's
Radiant's bottom tower is under
sorry,
attack.
it's okay, right. That was a tough fight. I mean, especially not having coil at that very exact moment to potentially try and turn that meant that Wonder Boy was really just a bystander when that entire thing was going down. Good chain stuns though, as Vessuwan will strike back. It's a big moment for them. Committing the Chronosphere means onto that target means KMP somewhat agrees with us, right? It was again an opportunistic Chronosphere as you were just chasing enemies that had been killed or that had been routed from your high ground. But still, I think that's what they need to do every time, right? Chrono and then arrow onto Marcy to follow up. Keeps her out of the fight. Save Doom for literally anyone else.
TNT will be the target. There we go. That's going to be a dead Doom. That'll to boot.
Now, it's probably high grounds. Again, I think Vessuwan, though, especially in this mid game, when Ember is not that powerful yet, he's got Maelstrom, 1,000 gold in the bank, and this BKB, but he's simply not that strong yet. They are really cooldown reliant on this Doom Chrono. That's a serious issue right now for them. The push is not that bad either. I wouldn't mind. I mean, I think you need Force first that Ponyo now has, but I wouldn't mind if he bought an Acceptor just to make their push a little bit faster here during this like crucial mid game where the downtimes are really punishing for Vessuwan.
Terrorblade is now going to start building his biggest tanky item yet, which is going to be Satanic. Once he gets that, the Doom might not be such a threat for him. He's already gone for Daedalus as well, interestingly enough. I mean, against Doom, you want stat sticks, right? You don't want active items.
That's right. That's a very good point, actually. That being said, I have seen Mantisile be quite a big make or break item against Dooms because the Doom cast animation is pretty bad, actually. So you can kind of reset it and then maybe get a Sunder. I mean, I've seen it, right? I'm not saying it's probably the best thing to go for. I think it's the best thing to go for if you're really confident that you can Manta dodge that or Manta reset the animation. But that's not a guarantee by any means. So, plus you're playing against a Faceless Void, which Manta ain't gonna do jack shit against. So yeah, go for stats. I support this.
Yeah, I agree. I think SNY is also the simpler item, right? Like it gives you center resistance as well, which is just you don't have to think about this. Which I think adds as the late game goes on.
It's true. In fact, he really only because of the DD in his bottle does he have anything to think about in his inventory. Everything else is just sitting there. Oh, I guess you're gonna tread swap right to conjure image, but that's about it. Vessuwan though, they will smoke. Full Guardian Greaves now on the Snapfire. They've got a full Mjolnir on the Faceless Void. Pretty big item for him. That attack speed is no joke, especially because, of course, with your Hand of Midas, you do get plenty more procs on the time lock. See what he can find. Eul Scepter as well for the Potom. The Siege, and right now Atlantis are just pushing through in this top lane. Pretty good positioning from them. Roche up in 10, which is why they're eager to, if not find kills, at least get good positioning for this upcoming fight. However, their outpost is likely to be snagged here, so Atlantis not without their own advantages here.
Double damage.
Let's see who wins this smoke fight between Atlantis and Oud. If they find TNT, that'd be ideal. They're going for an easier target than Snapfire.
The DD procs, though, on...
Isn't the greatest of things, honestly. Boom Boy is whatever kill. In fact, they can still fight around this. Chrono, that catches the two best targets. And they have it now set up for the Doom on the puck. But TNT, he's doubting. He's out going for Wonder Boy. He's actually gone for the high gun. He Dooms the TB instead. He knows where his target was here with the kill Mango Rose.
If he has buyback, I would buy back here.
Yeah, but
Vessuwan, they have nothing.
Bushwhack.
No ultis, no BKBs.
MP's dead.
Maybe they don't even need it.
Maybe dooming the puck was the target all along.
I think so, especially when she shows in Chrono Trigger, oh, they canceled the TP there. This is disastrous for Vessuwan. They don't even need to buy back on the TP. Did you see what Wonder Boy did there, by the way, when he went into Chrono? He tried to block the arrow. He tried to get down Mr. President for his lad, Marcy, because he knows if he tanks arrow, he probably lives, right? Especially because it's a shorter stun on the arrow. Marcy can live too, because she can BKB, unleash, sidekick, whatever, and just lifesteal back up. That was a really good effort. He was just shy there, but I'm pretty sure that was what he was going for.
Wow. Wonder Boy is thinking of going for BB now, by the way. Waning Rift. Okay.
No BKB.
Sands get there in time is the real question. No BKB. Sands cannot get there in time, though, so it's fine. They've also stunned Tiny, by the way, mid lane. They try to save him with the Dispose, but I don't think they have a chance to. They got him with the arrow, I believe.
Yeah, I did. Good effort. Arrow cookie, I think, but... Either way, either or, a nice combo there to execute on. Now that TB's alive and you have no Chrono, you have no Doom, and your BKBs are not going to really help you very much versus the TB. I think if you're Atlantis, you can go Roche. I think it's Roche time. Second Roche as well comes with this free Ag Shard. Maybe you give that to Marcy, I guess. Actually, this is not a team that I think is really craving that second Ag Shard as much as almost any other draft I've ever seen. They're all just so-so, aren't they, on these guys? Especially because it's not a tiny core, so you're not too concerned with it. Yeah. Demon Zill's, like, fine.
I guess Hoodwink is pretty good. Hoodwink shard.
Yeah, that's right. I do undervalue her shard. I need to... I don't play Hoodwink. So
with the Hoodwink shard, the best thing about it is that you hunt Boomerang the creeps and you bushwhack them, and then you clear the creep wave. Until, I think it's like minute 40 or something like that. Like, it's great for, like, split pushing. And obviously with a puck, that Hunter Boomerang is incredible. Or Tiny even, actually.
Well, I think Atlantis have missed the time to just quickly do Roche because Vessuwan will now have everything back up. Chronosphere, level 20 talent, ready for the taking, unless he wants stats here. No, yeah, he's taking attack speed in Chrono.
I guess the target is just kill Void quickly, and then you don't have to worry about these things. If they get a good initiation, the high ground though is for Vessuwan right now. As TNT, he's the one leading the charge.
Good play
You
back.
see him. Yeah, okay, makes sense. Phase shift, don't want to get caught on the puck. Fascinating how Atlantis clearly thinks puck is the best Doom target, but Vessuwan disagrees.
Yeah, I mean, this Lincoln's is finally getting built up on. I mean, yeah, the best Chrono target still is, in my opinion, by far this Marcy.
Yes.
So
I mean, if you get Marcy puck, that's ideal, right?
Oh, arrow. Nice grief.
Yeah, that's why the Hulkling should get Greaves this game. Not like you need any more items.
Yeah, honestly. I think there's, what is she building?
Lotus.
Oh, yeah, that'll do it.
Lotus is pretty great against the Doom.
Huh? And the Dispel, of course, so in case your Greaves are not on cooldown.
Yes, as well. Yeah. I mean, there's a lot of useful dispels here as well. Like a lot of useful things to dispel, right? Because like Infernal Blade's kind of useful. Getting a little bit of the Searing Chains we already talked about. Even the low Shredder minus armor can be useful sometimes. So.
Dire are scanning.
Boom boy. They know where he is. And they've scouted him out with this tree. They also should know now that there's a ward up in the high ground because he moved way too suspiciously.
This is really quite an awkward timing, right? Because Faceless Void feels strong if he gets the right chronos. Otherwise, he's very killable. This Doom needs to find the right kind of targets. Like, everyone needs to find the right targets. Otherwise, I think, like, if TB's unleashed in these fights and not being routed back, I think he just kills everyone. I think he's way too strong right now. I don't know. Then again, like, it's hard to say that into Doom, into Chrono, but I think that's why Atlantis are not really putting themselves in too precarious situations where they do give themselves up like that. And same thing for Vessuwan, where they would much rather have their opponents set themselves up at this stage. I mean, win isn't that true, but you saw how, you know, awkward that last fight was when they had to try and put it together themselves. It feels like they've only really won these fights whenever Atlantis have tried to, well, usually Atlantis have given them something, simply put.
Atlantis are under a ward now, by the way, which is why they know they can fight them. They're gonna go for Sands first. They miss a Searing Chains combo, though. That's a rough one.
Could have been a pretty big kill there. I mean, even
that
still,
Greaves.
Yeah, but you still, you want to hit those. I mean, give yourself the numbers advantage. Oh no, the courier. Okay, we'll live. Top and bottom, by the way, are getting shoved in by the puck and the tiny. So Vessuwan are very quickly going to have to send someone back to deal with those waves.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Oh, there's spot lane getting some chip damage in, right? Anything else? Nothing too big. I can't believe that both teams just happen to keep farming. What are they farming for becomes the question. Lincoln Sphere for Puck is going to be the item that they crave, and that is their courier in the secret shop with the full item completed. So now it's being fetched to Puck. So Lincoln Sphere online there. I think the only thing you'd be farming for at this stage is buyback, but that's 1,000 gold away. Marcy has bought out for this Blink Dagger, by the way, so Atlantis have 2 big cores without buyback at this stage. And it seems like, I don't know, you're pretty far from the Satanic, so I don't believe that's a viable option for now. Other side of the river here, KMP with buyback, but without the money for that and this Eye of Scotty. He's pretty far away from those both. Ember Spirit has a Cayenne Sanj, and BB likes the Sag Scepter build, is thinking about it. And this is going to be the, not the Octarine core, but the Aether Lens first for TNT that's about to be completed here. So he is eventually going to get into Octarine. So a couple big items here, but I'd say the bigger advantage right now is for Atlantis. So this Blink Dagger on Marcy is kind of a big deal. This Lincoln Sphere for Puck's a pretty big deal. They have a big timing here. I think Vessuwan, they just need to... Oh, they can... Oh.
Bushwhack. That was perfect. They even threw the Bushwhack first before the tree to surprise the boy. Dream Cold just for the Snapfire. They'll settle for that. They just want another extra kill. There's no way they can kill BB here.
Yeah, and that's what I was about to say.
Right.
I mean, obviously we have you know, True Sight, whatever, but I think Vessuwan, they ought to realize that these are hard fights for them. I think their high ground is still amazing, basically just with Faceless Void alone, as well as Doom, of course. I think you just can afford to give away this second Roche, and then just make sure you don't lose the game in these next 5 minutes. and try and take this late game. You have double Midas, right? You have Midas, Faceless Void, you have basically double Midas, right? Because TNT has that and Devour. Like, you will scale. It's not a problem. I think you just need to see yourself through this next 5 minutes. That death, I will say, though, Abo, to circle back to a point you brought up earlier that we have been alluding to this entire match, is more like the KMP we've been seeing, unfortunately, right? That is, unfortunately, just a death where I don't think it was worth for him to farm that, even just the risk.
Especially in hard moments of tension like that, right? Like, I understand as a carry, you just need to farm at all moments, right? But you thinking they're all missing from the map. They're probably smoking. We have zero vision. I guess the fact that you have zero vision out of the Vessuwan is not helping, right? Like, they actually have, right? Am I crazy? I'm seeing no wards.
That's correct for now. I don't see a gem either, so it's just the warding game hasn't been going too great. Can I see? We can't see their wards in stock.
They have 2 observers on Boomboy. You just haven't been able to get out of their base to put them down, actually.
Oh, we can see their wards in stock. I didn't know we could see that. Okay. Yeah, I mean, there's no observers on the map, and there's none in the shop, so they just haven't gotten to put them down yet. Bottom?
Oh, yes, you can. They fixed this.
Yeah, that's really nice.
That is really nice. Boomboy is dead. Got his bow saved by the Glimmer Cape. Dust. Well, he was worth at least 75 gold. Tiny does die in the bottom lane, though, so it's kind of equivalent here.
Yeah, a little 1 for 1. Ain't too bad whatsoever. I mean, especially because it gives more kills, to BB, who is quickly trying to farm back his buyback because he has now his Ag Scepter. So he can do a lot more aggressive split pushing. Doesn't have BOTs is his only problem, basically. However, TNT does, and he can do a little bit of split pushing in response.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
This is going to be probably a first tower siege. Once again, though, they've given TB the Aegis. Still slightly surprised, but not the worst thing. I mean, it is the best counter to Faceless Void, full stop. So, you know, I think that's probably just what it is.
But all right, sure. Yeah. Second life. Yeah. I mean, look, what I'm seeing with this TB is just like, if he's the Doom target, and he's also the ideal Chrono target later in the game, he's just that target, right? Yeah. So I understand the point with the, especially now. I think the first agent is more questionable. This one, I understand perfectly.
But I think this fully, pun intended, unleashes Marcy in the fights, though.
Oh,
which is kind of the biggest problem for Vessuwan, right? Because you still want to chrono her, but the second you don't chrono her, Mango Rose, who's probably not in the chrono, goes, okay, Metamorphosis goes
murder. Yeah, honestly, yeah, that's true. So you could play around this if you didn't have a Doom. Like, you get something with a stun in the offlane, it just feels like now Doom with Satanic. Oh, he hasn't even gone for Satanic, he has Paladin Sword instead. It's just enough to deal with that Doom if they don't chrono you, right? So now the TB is a serious issue for the team too.
Agreed. I'd like to see probably what happens here is, in order to reset this a little bit and just once again buy time. I mean, in my opinion, the name of the game for Vessuwan is not dying in this Aegis push. Is you actually chrono you chrono WS and you do Mango. Oh, but he's got there's double Lincoln, so he has his own Lincolns and Wonder Boy has his. Oh man, I don't know how you do that.
Wonder Boy can even just, like you said, like they just Lincolns on Mango Rose because you're probably not going to get unless you make a mistake.
I don't think the puck's too big of a deal right now. It's really, to me, the biggest two problems are WS, number 1, and number 2 is going to be this TB. Well, in reversed order, right? But
yeah, I understand. So many problems to fix here. You just trying to do so many things at once if you're Vessuwan.
But this is fine as well, right? Like, the threat of the chrono is keeping Atlantis at bay. They eventually need to be the ones to force the issue here. And maybe now with Butterfly, you decide, okay, it's go time. Butterfly on its way now towards Mango Rose. His courier probably saw that DD rune as well. I wonder if that's probably worth picking up here. But we should see them make a go at this here pretty soon. They're really trying to snipe this tower mid lane.
They are. They're going to do the same thing they did last game. Continue pushing images or stuff in general, right? To make sure that this tower falls. This time it's luckily not Conjure Image from a Rubik, rather from a Terrorblade, so they're actually much scarier.
Oh, there goes the tower.
Denied it.
I'm surprised they deny it. I think that's a mistake because you still get another refresh back. You really want to try and force someone onto high ground to hit that thing. Exactly. Now you don't have 2 fortifies for this.
Exactly. Now you use it on the racks as well. I mean,
this is not bad though. They can. Oh, good effort.
He just thunders a tiny. He knew.
Blood
bag.
This is still
Bushwhack. What? Gonna go for the Ember. He got surprised. He went in, but he got bushwhacked. And Hex as well. One with a good chrono,
good
actually.
chrono.
Catches 3, but he just lacks the damage. They have to go for Ponyo. But Ponyo's just not a target they can kill either. KMP now has to be
self-doom.
saved. And there's the area doom. Finding a way to catch the puck, but they have the rebound with the shard, which allows the puck to get away for now. TNP fighting the PB head on. That's going to be the first life gone, which means no more metamorphosis. As now Wonder Boy, hey, that takes props, which means he doesn't have any more damage. Finally, with that Atlantis, he can kill TNP. Now go for Ember a second time. The Force catches him a second time as well. Sans the bane of PB's existence. In the meantime, Mangrove is fighting against the remaining part of Vessuwan. Even with a metamorphosis, he's stronger. Ood, they forced a couple buybacks. They also had to lose Sans in the process.
An acceptable hold, and a completely
had to force buybacks and lose Sans, yeah.
Yes, a completely acceptable hold here for Vessuwan. Because the thing is, now the name of the game for them is just delay until we have our ultis and run them down. Yeah. I mean, this is a phenomenal. You didn't even lose barracks here. That's amazing. Yeah. And that was the biggest problem, right, for Mango just going in with meta active, is you give them the condition there. You're not as scary when you respawn on the second life. I don't know. It's almost weird. It's almost like you want them to use at least a Doom or a Chrono for your first life, because that makes the rest of the fight easier for your team. But the condition there is that you don't use meta, and he violated that rule. So in they went. I mean, maybe he was thinking that Lincoln Sphere would help save him, but not against the Sag Scepter, man. Phenomenal pickup there, just in time there by the Duke.
Let's see Sans in the bottom lane. I wonder... Oh, he tried to do the trick again. I mean, that Axe, it now makes it different. The game changes for the Puck, right? Like, what's the plan for Puck now to not get caught? Because now you can with the AoE Doom. So what do you think Puck can itemize to make sure this is not as effective? Do you need Force Staff on the supports? No, they both do, right? Oh, you don't have one on Hoodwink.
Just the Forces, I think. I think a Force Staff for Sans is better than Blink here at this stage of the game.
I like the shard on Marcy, the fact that they give it to him to prevent these kind of initiations. I wasn't really thinking about that when they gave him the shard.
Alternatively, I could see a use case for Yule Scepter to just Yule him in place and allow your allies to walk away from him. That could be good enough.
That's a good idea. Or even a Wind Waker on Tiny eventually.
Oh, yeah, Wind Waker. Yeah, Wind Waker can get there as well. Yeah, not bad.
Tiny has Hex, though. I was wondering where the Hex came from.
He's got farm now, and I think Hex is even good enough, right? Because what your move speed is set to 140, which is good enough, right? It's not like completely a Yule Scepter, but it should be good enough for your allies to escape the AoE Doom, especially for Puck. Puck just needs a second, right, and then she's away. But I think this is scary for Atlantis. Like I'm saying, Vessuwan, the late game is theirs. So
Wonder Boy just hit level 25 though. I don't know, man. This is the small power spike for the Puck. No longer will BKBs be able to stop this menace.
Good point. It's a really good point.
I agree with the late game point though, but I mean, I was surprised actually TV went for Butterfly. I thought he would just go for more and more tank.
I thought he was gonna go for like
Satanic.
I don't know. I guess a strength blink would make some sense, right? Mobility, and it tanks you up if you're gonna sacrifice your boots. I guess he can still do that. Let's go in for Tearaway first.
Yeah, makes sense.
I like it.
Okay, what can they find here? Ooh, a BB would be perfect. There's the Hex coming into play, but Aeon will save his life. However, that's level 25 Puck. They go for the Hoodwink, right, to finish off this Hoodwink. It has been saved a little bit, a force from the Tiny, and now TNT's in the open position with a Chrono. Comes from behind, gets his Marcy and Puck with Mortimer gets his Aeon Disc, has to be used from the Puck to save himself. They use him to set up for the arrow. Now the Sunder as well, and Mango is trying to regain his health with the Power Sword, and with the Hex, they'll be able to finish off KMP. Both three-letter names are down. No TNT, no KMP. PB is still alive.
He is still alive. He still has about a third duration. On the meta, he's walked into Arrow. I don't think there's any valuable follow-up, though. Fake Hype Caster XD. But he doesn't really have meta anymore.
Okay, sir.
Yeah. He doesn't really have meta anymore. So it makes this next fight a little bit awkward. Roche is still very doable. Oh, and he has an Axe Blessing. Has he committed into this his own Axe Blessing? He has. Okay, that's a little stinging. He probably should have checked Roche first, but that's fine.
Oh, he's already bought it. I mean, you can give it to the Puck? Marcy? Honestly, the waiting with the Puck seems pretty good.
Probably Marcy's. I really like Hoodwinks, actually, if I'm being honest with you.
Really?
Yeah.
I think Hoodwinks is terrible.
I think it's great. I think it's great, because I think you will get them to overcommit on it. Every time.
But you know which one's the real one.
Oh, yeah. After the first time.
Yeah, I guess you could surprise him. Yeah, maybe.
It's just like, it's pretty good. Like, the old one was real bad. Oh, by the way, Roche is dying. The
No, the
Uno was
Hunter's
real
Boomerang.
bad. And you
Hunter's Boomerang is great.
you 100% don't give it to her. Oh no, this. Oh right, that used to be the shard. That's right. Yeah. They give it to Marcy. That's fine.
I mean, this
That's
is also
better.
really good, obviously. I was between Marcy and Puck, frankly, but I think Puck is just a flavor of the month for me. I honestly don't think it's that good. It's just that I think the win rate pushing is something that can be abused more often than people give it credit for. But I understand. I think this is fine too. He's gonna go for Nullifier. Just
question
now,
is,
maybe
like,
Aeon Disc.
How much more time does KMP need to feel like he's scary in these chronos?
I mean, that last chrono looked good. Just got killed afterwards.
Yeah, I mean, it looked good, but only because his team was free to follow up. You know, as soon as there's a puck not in chrono on those backlines, or his TB is routing, like it's like for Atlantis, they just not need to set him up for perfect chronos. I think they're helping him. They're helping him make these chronos look much better. He struggles to kill people in chronos still.
You know, the Tiny almost has a.
He cannot snap his coil, and maybe he's just dead. Counter initiation. Okay.
Chrono. Yeah, Marcy though is tanking
left?
through this. Yeah, he doesn't have enough damage. Okay, finally the Marcy's dead though. And Mango's activates the Metamorphosis. He's fighting this head on. He's lost ages, but he's gonna lose Metamorphosis in his first life at this rate. Okay, he's fine. Again, no satanic.
Right.
This guy.
Right. Has Terror
He's a
Wave.
sidekick.
Why did he not use Terror Wave there?
That is a good question.
Ah, give me your blood.
He's not even full HP, dude. It's like a minor inconvenience to Ponyo and
a major inconvenience for Mango. He doesn't have it for 30 seconds. He's not 25 yet.
Yeah. Mango Rose, what is happening, brother?
It's so weird because usually his. Oh, hold on.
Fuck.
They're in.
Okay, they got an Abyssal this time. They're going for TNT, but TNT's quite tanky. We have a second chrono. Never mind. Nobody's in the second chrono. They used Terror Wave as well, Richie, and they hit absolutely nobody. Mango is taking the weirdest path, and he's finally found the void as he realizes TNT should be the target. He slows down, but he has Glimmer Cape. He'll be safe because of this. BB activates the BKB. He has no remnants left, but somehow he's just walking away from the Terror Blade. This is just all walking away, Richie. Nobody's doing anything. Oh, that cookie will actually do something.
The arrow.
And now it's going to be WS die.
What an arrow.
That was a good arrow. I think Mangaro's going to be caught too, but they're going for the harder target, which is going to be the puck. Yeah, this is triggered. There's a Thunder finally for Mangaros. The Dream Call used onto 3, and that keeps these dogs leashed.
Yeah, 4. Onto 4 there. And that was a very awkward fight. Not really sure how that one ended up being so good for Vessuwan, considering they whiffed on the second chrono. He also just time walked in there to basically full heal the team.
Bounty.
I'm not sure. I mean, I still think Atlantis are still they're still stronger. They're gonna have another push here with Metamorphosis and probably like 30 to 45 seconds left of Aegis. It's looking pretty good.
It just feels like Atlantis is okay. I guess they could do this the whole time. What? What was that damage earlier, Richie?
Who has this Dagon? Is that
Wrong.
Bottoms? Oh, goodness. All right. I mean, it's good. I prefer if she keeps the Dagon 1 just so she can kill illusions. That's fine.
Anyway, I started blasting.
This is gonna get
Ridiculous.
Yeah, it really is.
It is getting ridiculous already. Like, we've already reached the point where this is ridiculous.
Okay. I mean, 25 now for KMP. I think he had him. Yeah, he's got backtrack now, which is why I don't know. Like, that chrono would have been perfect if he took his AoE talent, but he didn't. I thought he did.
Sure.
And I was really pogged out of my mind.
He probably thought he did too, right? That's
it
why.
looked like it because it would have been
He
perfect.
thought. Yeah. It's okay. Sometimes you make a misclick on the talents and you're like, I guess I'll play with a better talent anyway.
All right.
Oh, these bushwalk combos are just so impressive. They triggered the on disc again. Maybe don't prepare the sharpshooter if you know he has. Well,
No, I mean, why not, right?
I guess the
cooldown
cooldown's very low.
sharpshooter.
Yeah, sure.
So I mean, I would 100% take this. That's why I give him mags, right? Because then it works with your talents, right? You already have the
Mango
25
Rose.
talent.
He's just done with this game. Walks up high ground, 20 seconds of ages, just wants to abuse as much as he
There's
can.
2 Dagons now, by the way.
Who's second one? Oh, Snap also has
Louis. Oh, the
Oh,
Terror
there's the
Wave.
Fear Wave with the X. Can they snap the coil? Well, they need it. Where is December? He's been pushed, which is why he's coming down. But they do kill him regardless. BB's dead. And now, WS is going for the Snap Fire, getting rid of one of the Dagons. The Void nearby. Chrono used only on Marcy. But no fault, it's just BKB, so no damage. It's only going to be the Void, but he gets pushed by WS. That's prevent out of here. And TNT is finding the Terrorblade head on. He will get the kill he's looking for. At the same time, he dies. WS also falls here. It seems like Vessuwan might just win this fight as they get another Chrono here. Aeon just ignored, but killed. Vessuwan is in this, Richie.
What the hell? What is going on? What is going on, man? Faceless Void, king of the late game. Didn't matter that you killed his Ember Spirit. A good buyback there from BB, wasting absolutely no time. No doubts there. And they're marching it right back the other way. I mean,
Oh
just...
my God.
And I think, without Chrono, I think you just force buybacks here, and you're probably pretty happy. There is no meta, though, for about another minute. So, well, 90 seconds even more, much more than a minute. But you will get a lot of fortifies here. Well, you get another fortify once you lose the first tier 2 tower, and you'll get another one once you lose the first tier 3 tower. So,
What if you kill him at the same time? That's the trick. Huh?
well, I mean, you can. That's fine, right? That doesn't. The
right,
concern is
that's
high
true.
ground, right? I don't
The
care.
concern is the tier 3s.
Well, guess what, Avo? I don't care if you kill them at the same time.
Radiant's middle tower.
Now they have another fortify here.
Yep.
Radiant's bottom tower.
Maybe this is why games are so long. Maybe there's too many fortifies.
So you gotta fortify this. Unfortunately, the waves are so big at this stage, and heroes tank them with no problem. So you're not going to be able to clear back door. They do mid, but not bottom, quite crucially.
Nobody's buying back. I mean, I guess they have no resources even if they do
Radiant's bottom
take
tower
1 lane of racks. They forced 0 buybacks already, so they have to at least punish this somehow. There is another fortify. Nope. That was a Hex onto the Ember. And they start dashing onto the Ember. Area Doom used. Terror Wave ignored because of the BKB on the Doom. And TNT, where are you going, brother?
Jules?
He gets used.
Radiant's bottom tower.
And now he's finally walking back home.
Okay.
As Conjuramix tanks the arrow and they can retreat.
Okay. Not bad. There's MKB now for this Faceless Void, so he's hitting like a truck now. Finally, I think he gets rid of this Hand of Midas, or I guess he can sell Power Treads. What will he decide? Yeah, Hand of Midas. Goodbye, Hand of Midas. You've served me well.
A tool to teach.
You know who's still holding on to his, though?
Again.
TNT.
What?
TNT still has his Hand of Midas.
Are scanning.
No. TNT's a greedy man.
Man, poor Loda. He's been out of the game for so long, but it's still Loda Sphere like that, huh? Unbelievable.
Oh, he posted. Oh, because he didn't have a. I mean, I think I've seen a lot of players miss Chrono. I don't know why it's loaded. That's attribute. Maybe he was the first one. He was an innovator. Okay. They found the Mirana. Mirana's integrated. There's a Chrono though for the Marcy. That's the Parker you want the whole time. Mortimer gets it, but he's been hexed. Voice dealing no damage as a pig. Now activates the BKB. And now WS is finally gone. As you go for the tiny, up he goes, down to the ground, underground.
Yep. Good effort there on the Havoc Hammer. Give a little bit of a last hurrah, but Sands as well can't get out in time. Not as mobile as other cores. He will drop.
No buybacks on neither Hoodwink nor Marcy.
There's a buyback on TB and 8 gold at the very least, but very fortunately, it's a slightly longer Roche. So Vessuwan won't be able to push up high ground with that. Let's take a very quick look at buyback, or sorry, at net worth, shall we? While we're not fighting, just because it's pretty ridiculous here how much, like, even though Mango is still the richest hero in the game and Wonder Boy is still leading by a fair margin, like everyone else from Vessuwan has just continued to trudge along, haven't they? And surprisingly for me, the most is that BB is still the richest hero on his team. Not a single Hand of Midas to him, you know? Void has had one for 50 minutes, well, not quite 50 minutes, but for a long time. Doom's had two for nearly as long. It's impressive. He's found a lot of great farms. Shoutouts to BB, man. He's playing a phenomenal game. It's no wonder they wanted to pick him in the first phase, because guess what? You know, Atlantis aren't the only team with an Ember picker. Definitely him
who
too.
would have thought? SCA mid laner that can play Ember. Wow, that's a uncommon pick.
That's a good point, right? That's a fair point. We're getting to higher levels as well here. Doom 25, so he's gone for that percentage-based Infernal Blade damage. Didn't go for Doom Applies break, which is fair enough, because you're not really breaking much this game. If literally not anything, I think.
Yeah, no. No passives here.
Yeah.
I love the Dagon solution to the Conjure images. I actually think that's very cute.
Yeah, it's amazing. And again, you just keep them as Dagon 1s, and what, I mean, your supports, right? You're usually on supports. You're not really hurting for slots too bad, right?
This is Void Ags as well, by the way, on the Sages. On this Roche start. I hope they give it to Void. It's a really good axe in the late game.
I could see a use for a Gobble Up to get TNT onto his targets a bit easier, but yes, other than that, Void. It'll be Void.
Yeah.
Me carry.
Me carry. But honestly, it is such a good item because now you can fight outside of Chrono as well, which is important.
Yeah, for sure.
But you also push the lane crazy fast now.
Watching back the stream delay, because I still have no idea how this fight goes so poorly for Atlantis, if I'm honest with you.
I can't comprehend most of these fights, if I'm honest with you. So I don't know what to tell you.
I guess it was, yeah, really just this Doom, man. Really screwed everyone over. He just stood up there and didn't die.
Wonder Boy? Okay, once again.
Wave near.
Number 2. They just want to trigger the A on this. Wonder Boy has a dig on himself too.
Self-doom if you... Oh, no, he got away in time.
Yeah, they used shields a little bit too early.
Well, time wasted.
Yeah. It is time wasted. That's pretty good. You even cut the weight. Not bad.
Mm-hmm. Time wasted here as they continue on. Once again, Avo, even in Div 2, we can't escape these long games, huh?
Brother, I don't know who like hurt in my past lives, but it's clear he was an important person.
Yes, and most importantly, a very powerful one for the Dota god.
The Dota community?
Yeah.
Maybe it was Ice Frog's son, you know, that kid I bullied in school relentlessly.
Have you bullied Gaben, the son of Gaben? Is that what
The
it was?
son of Gaben. All the swirlies I gave in school are coming back to haunt me. No, that'd be horrendous. Never give people swirlies. I would never. I was the bullied kid. I played video games, guys.
That's all right. We're Dota casters. I mean, none of us were the bullies.
Yeah, none of us were cool.
Okay, smoke play out from Atlantis. This is bold into the Aegis.
It's
But
extremely
Campy
bold.
is literally alone in the mid lane.
Okay, well, not so bold. Not so bold. Genius play. Oh my god, I would have never guessed. Because, you know, they know KMP likes to die, right? So they just baited him into his own death, which I think is a fetish.
Literally, like, it was incredible because they literally just went, what do we do? I don't know, smoke down mid? Okay.
Smoke down mid and then fight the Faceless Void.
Alone, by the way.
Oh, god. Without Aeon Disc or any sort of, like, way to recover, by the way. Like, he didn't have anything. Like, literally nothing to save. No Aegis, no Aeon Disc, no whatever magical button.
The best player?
Dota is so easy, actually.
FPS. Ponyo, we have your camera. If you dare go to the bathroom right now, if you dare, stand up from that chair, Ponyo.
Oh my goodness. It is going the distance here. Our first match here in Division 2, Avo. Who would have thought? Who doubted that it wouldn't deliver, honestly?
It's SCA Dota, my friend. There comes a point when you know that it's not our fault. It's just the region, Rich. Cap and his BG suffered it. You and I have suffered it. Yep. This region, just their defense is so good. It's such an unbeatable defense, right? Particularly, I think the towers in C are just buffed at this point.
Really, what the towers do is they give a debuff where, like, your team comms just stop working as soon as you enter a tower, I think.
And C, they have scramblers on the towers. That's
right. That's right. Electronic warfare. We get the G's. We'll get going here. I mean, certainly it's at least an hour-long game at this stage.
It's definitely going to be an hour-long game, yeah. My Dota started lagging a while back, actually, because there's too many things on it.
Yeah, it's busy. It's been busy. I wouldn't mind, well, Dune can't really hold on to a dig. And he's holding into this Refresher Shard, by the way, which Roche also dropped. Hold, I thought we're fighting.
Yeah, we are. Next up, the Ember has an Aeon Disc, but that Aeon Disc no longer feels that impactful.
Oh,
just
wow.
punch him to death. 4 punches. Oh, no, it's the 5th punch that really gets him, because Ember can't really deal with those. What? BB. Okay, I guess he gets out.
How the hell did he get out of there?
He just BKB'd, dude.
But they
BKBs save lives.
That was incredible. I actually can't believe he got out of that one alive. But good for him.
That was the plan all along.
A refresher now for Mango, so he is officially 7 slotted. And not even like he's still holding on to boots. He doesn't have boots, folks. He's oh, what the heck?
TNT. Oh, yeah,
no
classic
coil.
BKB TP.
Oh, okay, that's fine. Okay,
that's called a posturing BKB.
So 7 slots right now for Mango Rose. Right. He's still holding on to this, by the way, Paladin Sword. I mean, I'm sure that's going to change in 2 minutes.
That's because he didn't go for Satanic, right? Which I would have liked more than Butterfly.
Yeah.
But I guess Butterfly helps against the Void. I mean, it's just the Void now has damage. It's ironic. He bought Butterfly before he needed it, and now he needs it, right? Oh, Doom Initiation for the Hoodwink. Kill the squirrel. No winter for this annoying animal.
Purge the illusions. Kill them off.
Kill everything. Everyone knows squirrels are the least satanic of creatures.
Which is ironic, because Brian says you always need them first for the rituals.
Brian?
Brian, yes.
Do you mean Gray? Is that his real name?
No, Brian.
Oh. Yeah, it's true.
You've made these jokes to me before, and I've caught them immediately.
I just forget because I don't call him Brian. I call him the Collector.
Ah, yes.
Yeah. These days, he collects only Southeast Asian souls, though.
Oh, is that so?
Yeah.
I know that.
The great Brian Slamajama.
Yes, of course. Use his code BSJ at the Satanist store if you need supplies.
You get a discount on your next ritual.
That's right.
Especially if you subscribe to Arkosh Gaming Fan Pack. Oh, shit. They didn't make it DPC.
Shit. They don't have... Oh, God.
Fart Studios.
Yeah, well, we'll see what they can get. Puck's about to hit level 30 here, by the way. I mean, this is...
Spawn Sky, Mirror Shield. Some good items.
It started. Okay. They even stacked the camps. Very, very good.
Give Doom the Fallen Sky. Oh, my goodness. Imagine Satan comes from the sky with a meteor.
Satan.
And he's also carrying a pentagram around him, which makes you unable to cast spells.
Uh-huh. Yeah? I mean, honestly,
Houdini gets caught for one.
Well, not only that, he blinks towards you, he sees you, and then he turns into a meteor and crashes into you. Right?
I forget he actually turns into one. Doesn't someone one?
Yeah. So it's like man teleports, sees you, and then all of a sudden disappears again, and a meteor crashes on top of you.
Right. So how does the meteor hammer work? Like out of the meteor comes the hero, right? I suppose. Like there's like
well,
an alien
not meteor hammer, right? Fallen Sky.
No. Sorry. How is the Fallen Sky is like out of the meteor pops the Doom, right? Or whatever hero's carrying.
Who's holding on to it? Where's the flavor text? We need this question answered right now. Who's holding on to it? Nobody?
I think Ember wants it because Ember has a free slot right now, but I don't think he's the meteor hammer carrier.
Okay, Doom has it in his courier. Very good.
Doom.
Yeah, I mean, that's just the obvious answer here.
One of the few surviving creations of the Acolytes of Wormforge. Well, that's useless.
That is useless. Now I need to look up Wormforge.
What did you call it? Sorry. Wormforge?
Okay, the Wormforge was a location or group that is related to the arts of forging and smithing. Who would have thought? Few of its creations remain, and even fewer are its members. But all that remains of it are the figurehead of 2 dragons removed from its mast, which is now in Elder Titan's possession. Okay. The Fallen Sky weapon, and that's it. That's literally it.
But so the weapon, I still don't comprehend how this thing works. It transforms into a meteor that strikes down at the target area. So you are becoming a meteor. But my question is, when you hit the ground, do you stop being a meteor because of impact?
I think you're in the meteor. It's like you do like a superhero jump, you know?
Like a what's it called? The Trojan horse, right?
Yes.
They never expect the Doom to be inside the meteor. I think, by the way, this is how the end of days comes, by the way. It's when the meteor comes by and Satan pops out with a star around. Judgment Day, right? Only the good will be saved. So Terrorblade is definitely not going to be the case because he's done a bunch of bad deeds.
Stacks with the debuff of Meteor Hammer. Deals damage. Okay, I mean it's basically Meteor Hammer except you just turn into the meteor, and I think the delay is much faster. Yeah.
Yeah, it's much faster. The meteor, like, it got a speed boost. The meteor's playing turbo.
Ooh, Searstone. Force boots. Don't always get to see those. Oh, Apex.
Are you serious?
Oh,
okay, he didn't even doubt about it. He just took it in his inventory.
Let's see. Get ready. 40 armor to how many? To 52 plus 12 armor.
Actually,
right there.
Not that impressive. I was expecting more.
Yeah.
But his attack speed's gonna be insane now.
He only has 79% physical resist.
Yeah, I guess.
By the
Void
way, hasn't bought a single armor item in the game.
I mean, Void luckily has mixed damage with Mjolnir and Monkey King Bar, so it's not that big a deal. Both teams have Force Boots now.
Okay, I like Force Boots a lot. It's one of my favorite items, and especially because it makes this little yoink noise whenever you use them.
Really? I thought it was the Force Step noise.
No. It makes its own yoink.
Oh.
All of the
Desolator now. Ooh,
all
that's
of
for
the
Void.
all of the tier 5s have unique noises.
Really, all of them?
I'm pretty sure even the Deso 2 sound is different.
courier has been
Yeah.
killed.
I'm telling you, Valve, they
I'm
when they
assuming
put something in the game.
Fallen Sky is Meteor Hammer though, right?
No, it's a different sound.
Oh.
It's basically the same noise, but it has like a wave crashing noise before, and that's different.
That's cool.
Yeah, it's. I love Valve games for theirs. They've got great sound designers, honestly.
They do have a great sound design. One of the best things about Dota. Oh, they silenced the Ember. Bro, they've nullified you. Yes, BKB at least. Tear away from behind. BB will refresh to get a second BKB, and he'll save himself just barely.
They're killing.
Does die in the
Campy.
middle of this. This poor Void is in trouble. He finally gets into the fray again.
Wow.
Thanks to the Doom, they can kill the Terrorblade. Yes, KMP doesn't even need to use the Chrono for now. That Book of Shadows will not save a Tiny, who's still doomed, can't TP, can't go anywhere. WS also fell behind. And
Who's that?
Vessuwan. They're back.
Who's in that second chrono? Who's in the chrono? Did they kill somebody? He got WS. Okay.
Oh, right. No, sorry, you're right. He just used the Chrono now.
Wait,
I think it was
there's
Marcy, right?
there's no buyback on Marcy? Marcy bought out for Nullifier?
I mean, they did get the kill on the Ember. Oh, no, it didn't. Sorry. Never mind.
All right, well, let's see what Atlantis can do here. They have Metamorphosis, and they have at least another 10 minutes left in the Mavo because they are backing away.
All right, we got Hex now on the Snapfire. This is when you know the game is becoming stupid crazy.
Yeah, she also has the +6 kisses, which means Mortimer is really just letting loose there.
Mortimer has the biggest of indigestions.
Yes, it's so
It
good
is what
that
happens.
It could definitely be an ad for some sort of, anti-acid pill or whatever.
That's what happens when you go to a local Indian restaurant here and they go, spicy, sir? And you go, yes. And they sure. You go, sure?
And then they go, are you sure? And then you say, yes, make it spicy, like for also, Indian
locals.
spice level.
Radiant's
Yeah, and then they
for
go,
locals.
okay.
And then they go to the back room where they have the secret spices.
Oh, there's Doom?
Yeah, this doesn't work against the Doom. Look at TNT go, running down this puck. Against the stun. Infernal Blade. Let's go. TNT solo kill. He did it.
Okay.
He
Not
did
bad.
it. Puck's dead. He's not
There's,
though.
there is a Divine Rapier, however, on TB. I don't remember what he sold to get it. He sold 2 items because now he has Refresh Orb in his inventory. Okay, he sold his Kanjin, not his Kanj, his fucking Sanjin Yasha. SNY has been sold. But he sold one other item, Ava. What does he have? Not Butterfly, not Daedalus, not BKB. Obviously the boots, but the boots +1 he sold.
I sold this in wine. He sold.
I guess it must have been boots. I thought
I don't know. I could have sworn he got rid of those earlier.
Oh, now Snapfire has Gobble Up. I think everyone on Dire has Ags and Shard. No, except for Mirana, because that's how bad hers is.
Sneeze.
Yeah.
I mean, the one bonus charge is not that bad.
Sure, but yeah, sure.
You just got Force Boot. That's the one bonus charge.
That's true. And again, it does make it. Oh, they're going in. They're going in on that arrow? No,
Yeah.
okay.
Thanks. All right.
This Hoodwink Bushwhack radius is now mega.
Right, it's true. She went for the massive bushwhack.
Speaking of massive things, AoE on the Chrono is going to be the biggest.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Oh, careful there.
Radiant structure.
And
They can't
Ember's
be
also
starting
hit
to avoid
level
them.
30, so he has both Remnant charge time and the Sleight of Fist charges and Refresher, so.
I think Ember is more invulnerable than vulnerable now.
I also think he's basically invulnerable to these coils now, right? Because you can just Wind Waker yourself out of them.
He got hexed because he kept doing the same thing over and over again, but he does have Aegis though. That's the first kill going the way of Atlantis. The MP, he duped himself just to go for the Tiny. Void second life, nice frame goal here, but the Chrono answers this. Mortimer's kisses are raining down. Too much indigestion. Mangros does have the Sunder, but doesn't have a target. The Yukon finally gets the Ember, who is gonna be his blood bag for the
Chrono
fight.
too.
That's not gonna be enough. Second Chrono, Satan comes from the sky. They kill the bug. Everything's dead. Ooh, Vessuwan. They pull us out of their ass, but they do manage to win game number 3.
I believe so. GG is called, and that is it. I cannot believe it. I mean, that's just what it is, right? You fight into double Mega Chronos towards the end, and there's just no way you can outfight it. I mean, even with all the right kind of items, with the Divine Reaper, it's just not going to be enough versus double Chrono. Well played.
Quite literally the I am done face. I can't believe we did that. Poor Atlantis, not feeling too great about this. Makes sense. You play a 60-minute game. But once again, it just seems like with Vessuwan, they understand the meta a little bit better, right? Even in this last game, even though we did question the Doom pick because the Terribly was really strong, their whole picks and their whole idea is a little bit stronger. They're taking it this late because they know games are going very late. They have good pickup potential. They have aura carriers. Like they're going for a more traditional meta lineup. Even if Atlantis did correct themselves a lot in game number 2, overall, it seems like with Vessuwan, their late game decision-making is much, much better.
Yeah, 100%. And I think, once again, having the patience to just take it to late game, right? I think what personally impressed me the most this game was kind of just BB as a whole, but also, especially like his game 1 performance, right? But especially with how in game 3 here, just letting loose on the buybacks. I think he bought back at least 2 or 3 times this game. I think 3. And still finding that amount of farm as well. Like his GPM was pretty incredible. Where's his GPM? 864 GPM with like 4 buybacks is really good. Yeah. Especially because Ember is like, yeah, you can farm on this hero, but it can become a little bit more difficult to find the space to farm against lineups like this oppressive. So well played by them. You know, they just kind of held through that second Aegis, which was the scariest moment of the game for them. They get there and eventually just completely dominate. Well done. Well played.
Congratulations to Vessuwan getting the first win in the season, kind of a necessity, especially because they come from Div 1, right? They didn't really do well in Div 1 last season, so getting this little bit of confidence boost at the beginning of Div 2 is really, really going to help them out. Especially Atlantis as well, who are looking very strong this series. And BB,
there's our boy.
That he's going to be the MVP of the series. Of the game. I would agree with that. I actually almost wanted to give it to TNT because I feel like TNT was more impactful, but I see why BB gets it because his Ember was impressive.
His Ember was really good. And like, again, I don't know where he got all this gold from, honestly. It was kind of crazy. Especially because it never really felt like, I mean, I guess that's the Midas effect and the Doom effect. It didn't feel like he was really taking away gold from his teammates either, right? So that as well ended up being pretty good for them in terms of being able to get all the items that everyone else needed and eventually to win that game. I agree though, TMT, especially that last kill onto the puck being pretty major, right? Forcing the buyback early and just, putting the final nail in the coffin that much easier.
Also, his axe pickup, like he bought it relatively early. I mean, in the end, you don't see it obviously because he consumed it as Dooms tend to do. But he did do a fantastic job with that axe, and I think the axe reveal was one of the best axe reveals I've seen in general this DPC. Because it's usually an impactful spell, but in this game, everyone had itemized for Lincolns. We were concerned the Doom didn't really have a role, and all of a sudden he pops out, has area Doom, and everything just changes for them, right? They played really well around that. And I would even argue they made up a little bit for some of KMP's blunders in the early mid-game, right? I think TNT did a lot there to make sure that KMP could recover and come back into the game.
Agreed. I think, I don't know, it was just everyone played, I think, a really phenomenal game overall from Vessuwan. I think there was some definite difficulties in the early game of that lineup, and I have to give credit to Atlantis' mid as well for playing as strong as they did in that early game to really put them in a bit of a pinch. But ultimately, it is kind of symptomatic. It is common symptoms, I would say, on the Div 2 scene, especially. I mean, this is our third, not even just tour, guys, season of casting Div 2 Dota. And I can't tell you how many times we see very similar plays. Yeah, years. We've been doing this across many different regions, and the effect is still the same. It's always just the shot calling that, to me, it tends to be the biggest difference maker between Div 1 and Div 2 teams, honestly. Those decisions to push up high ground without Aegis, really kind of just forcing these things, that to me are like the biggest, that's where the biggest gap comes from. I don't know if that's from having a coach, an experienced in-game leader. Obviously there are certain things that make the game easier for you. Like when your mechanics are more solid in the laning stage, you're going to have a bigger lead naturally, right? Obviously. And sure, that does make a difference, even from Immortal top 50 to top 10, big difference. But I think the shot calling can definitely very easily make up for that.
It's also very tough, I would say, when you're in Div 2, especially when you're a lesser-known team like the Atlantis players are compared to Vessuwan. You don't have context in the scene. You haven't done networking, right? And the way that you do networking when you're in Div 2 like this is you have to maintain a really high Immortal rank. And the issue with that tends to be that you don't get to practice a really wide hero pool as a result, right? Because you just need to win every game. And if you're playing with people that are like, say, I don't know, you have to carry a team of like a bunch of top 1000s, right? But you're the only good player in the team, which tends to happen at this rate. You need to to play your best hero, and you need to play like your like top one best person in the world. Otherwise, you go down. And we've talked to a lot of players personally. Have told us how difficult it is and how stressful it is because ranked at that level, once you've reached a certain level, you're not actually improving with that rank. It's just a matter of like showcasing that you can do it, right? And as a result, a lot of these players feel more stressed out about being able to win ranked games, which don't teach you about competitive, as opposed to practicing new heroes, trying new strategies, etc., etc., etc. And as a result, I do feel like Atlantis has suffered from this a lot. Their hero pool seems a little bit limited. They seem to go for the same strategy, and they seem to not have adapted to the meta in time. Because I want to believe that it's just because they don't want to lose rank. Like if they want to play and practice, they either scrim it or they just don't have any options, unfortunately.
That's true. And even then, scrims can be a little bit difficult, right? When you don't have those contacts. Yes. It's this whole self feedback cycle, right? Where if you're not top 50 and you DM some guy for a scrim, he's might actually just laugh you off, right?
Yeah. You also don't follow a lot of people. You can't follow them. It's very common with pro players like to follow each other to watch the replays. If you are low rank enough, or they don't know you, they won't care. Not everyone is nice enough to like let you. A lot of issues. I mean, Corden spoke about this in an interview, right? Most people think that this is all a meritocracy and there's only the best players that rise up no matter what. But networking is very important for pro players too. And when you're in this position, you're kind of in that liminal state where it's not always easy to find the resources that you need. And the coach, I think, also comes into play, like you mentioned earlier, for Atlantis.
Mm-hmm. We're just waiting to try and get our interview set up, everyone. So that has taken just a little bit of time, but hoping that we can get that set up and making sure that we have everything good to go soon. I'm always excited to talk to the Div 2 team, especially because usually some of them are more excited to get to talk to fans as well, right? It does kind of go both ways on that regard. But just hoping that we still have the time to get that set up, of course, because we have already around 1 hour behind the schedule. The very first game of the very first day of Div 2, which
You're
is
welcome, DK.
Yes.
I hope you enjoy your games, Tim. But yeah, I completely agree. I think that I think the interviews with Div 2 players many times are actually more exciting because you're also the first guy to interview them, right? I mean, not going to be the case here for Vessuwan. They've been in the scene long enough, at least for 3 other players. But in many cases, they just we don't have as many resources. When I do investigation, a lot of these like teams that rise from Div 2 to Div 1, like we did for all the content pieces we did in Div 1, I really struggle finding resources beyond games, right? For players that have perpetually been in this state of like Div 2 or amateur tournaments, etc., because nobody wants to do content on them. Like one of my biggest resources was actually Neon. Thank God for that org, because they always made like a lot of content with players and it helped me see them more as people. But there was literally 0 interviews on Cox for the 3 years of his career, except for that interview with that interview with Neon. Unfortunately, sometimes the players are not excited to talk to us, which is why we don't have an interview through this series. We were talking this up and leading this up, but the players have not shown up. It's their choice. We have it all set up. They have not appeared, and we'll be talking to them afterwards. But instead, we'll take a break, and we'll be coming back with the next series of the day with different casters. We will be bidding adieu, right, Richie?
Yes.
You and I are going.
Yes.
Forever.
But actually, we're on all 3 games today, Abo.
We're coming by later this week, though. We'll be casting every first series of the day, but we'll be leaving you in very able hands. And it's going to be Polaris versus XERXIA coming up next. If you guys want to check the other team that also got relegated from Div 1, Polaris, I do recommend, and also a team that did really well in close qualifiers, I do recommend you check these guys out. For us, that's our day. Despite what Richie says, he is lying. And we'll see you guys very, very soon. Take care. Goodbye.
Three, two, one.
For a decent amount of time. Have to take out like the blame cloak. That's get a lot of damage, but here comes the black hole.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the DPC 2023 Southeast Asia Winter Tour Division 2. My name is DK Truman, and I am joined by Adam for some Southeast Asian Division 2 matches. I'm looking very much forward towards it, especially this first series that we're going to be covering.
Hello. How are you, man?
I'm doing absolutely fantastic, Adam. And you, how was Division 1? How was paneling?
It was fun. I enjoy paneling. It's nice to talk about Dota and XSmart, you know?
Yeah. If only I knew how that felt. But yeah, looking at these two teams, obviously you having all the experience behind you. Some of these players, of course, might come in a little bit later, since your career has spanned a very long time.
It was very much later.
Yeah, a lot later, I would say. But nonetheless, what are the players in both these teams that you are most familiar with? Which ones are you expecting the most from? There's one specifically that I would say that from Polaris, Bocarino is the one that I would probably see as the most experienced in these two teams.
Yeah, he's as old as me, I think, when it comes to Dota. He's been playing for so long. Had a good run back in the day. Right now he's been kind of on, I wouldn't really say tier 2 teams, but teams that didn't really get too far. But this Polaris roster, they look pretty good recently, so high hopes.
Yeah, a team, of course, that came through relegation from Division 1 last year. So that's a little bit unfortunate for them, but it tends to happen a lot when a team gets relegated to Div 2 that they climb up to Div 1 very easily afterwards. And it would not be too surprising if Polaris would be one of those teams. But to be fair, Division 2 does have some pretty heavy stacked groups that want to make that advancement with a lot of well-known names in there. Of course, you got Army Geniuses with In Your Dream in there amongst those teams, so a lot to be witnessing in the near future. However, right now we're witnessing the draft, and there we have him, the most disgusting of heroes in this current patch is the Ricky. I despise it so very much.
I thought you were talking about the Trian, man. The Trian's disgusting.
Trian's
it's
annoying.
It's everywhere.
But the Ricky has a 1 second cooldown on his smoke, which as a support player means you can never cast a spell.
Very true. It's so weird though, like the hero, like when he looks good, he looks really good, but when he looks bad, the hero doesn't really like exist in the game. And Polaris, they pick it so early. I'm kind of curious what they are looking to do. Like it's Ricky Prophet tells me like they want pace and like the Ricky's the catch, right, kind of. But into a Trian Protector, I'm not really sure how much map they can actually get.
Yeah, definitely always a little bit of a more struggle. Ricky will definitely be hunted by the Ember as much as possible. The downside is obviously for both these sides already you need to buy a bunch of sentries, because Trian's also going to be walking around with that shard being a big nuisance most of the time. But Dark Willow's not a hero you see too often, actually, even though in terms of the toolkit, probably the strongest hero in the game.
Yeah, it's just a catch for the Ember, I think. Polaris don't really have much lockdown right now. Lacking a bit of team fight as well. More of a skirmishy lineup, I would say. So sure, go for the Tusk. Not the best of heroes against the Ricky and the Willow. It's hard to snowball save in smoke, and Bramble's pretty annoying as well.
Yeah, Ricky can just jump over the shards whenever needed. But Tusk is a nice hero, and just as you said, has some problems with saving some enemies. However, you can save someone if they're, for instance, hit by a nice little sleeping dart, which tends to happen a lot.
So sure. Just it's a core Tuskar. Okay.
Yeah, so most definitely an offlane Tusk. I don't really see many teams going for anything else but a mid Ember. Would be fun though, because I remember like XinQ used to play for Ember.
Everyone played Ember in Div 1 on the safe lane, I think, and Scam played it as well. But I wouldn't say it's something teams normally want to do.
To be fair, Scam plays everything safe lane, so that doesn't really count.
That is true.
I remember his Chen safe lane. It was the best.
It was fun. It's very innovative Dota 2 player.
He's a genius.
Fun to watch, indeed.
Well,
the Tustrian duo gives like so little damage, so I think it's kind of nice that they picked up the Skywrath here, because the Ember had nobody to play with the Tustrian pairing.
Is that the only reason they went for the Skywrath, just to get the extra magic damage in?
I think so. The silence is pretty nice against Ricky too. TA. Pretty good TA game. So off... Oh, actually, I guess it's not offlane. It's kind of anywhere on anyone right now.
So the TA tends to be picked up a lot more in the safe lane these days, or would you try to willy-nilly throw it up against the Ember Spirit instead? Considering they have last pick on Polaris, or is this still like a flex?
I think Polaris needs a spirit hero to like fill right now, because they don't really have a carry that can kind of fill this role where they kill people on the map, I think. So I would assume that the TA is safe lane here.
Okay, so then you're looking for a spirit hero, especially considering you have a Ricky. You kind of want to have something to like dive behind that sleep dart that's going to be on all the enemies. I really feel sorry for the Skywrath, actually. I know it's a decent game. It's like the toolkit, the silence is always nice against Dark Willow and Ricky and whatnot. But honestly, if Ricky even sees Skywrath for a second, you're just done. You're going to get slowed inside the smoke, and a bramble randomly catches onto you. You're just a sitting duck.
TA traps the Wrath. Everything's just falling.
Oh yeah, the traps everywhere. The silence traps as well. With the shard on the TA. There's going to be a lot of nuisances and slows this game for the XERXIA side to deal with.
It's a pretty good point you brought up. They don't really have anything to play with the dart now other than Bramble. Maybe we'll see them go into like some Kunkka or Lesh kind of hero. It's more of a setup and something to kind of force fights and mow down towers, I think.
They banned Mirana at the very least on XERXIA, so we won't get to see that combination. Is Pudge still... You never know. You could still decide to go for a Pudge and try and sleep dart hook.
I don't hate it. I think even for XERXIA it's not too bad, but I think they will end up with a illusion hero here. Terrorblade maybe. Polaris don't really have the tools to deal with it right now, but
they do have last pick on Polaris,
carry.
And they didn't ban the Lesh, as you mentioned, so going for illusion heroes could be a bit problematic.
Wonder what they'll go for here.
Oh my god, they actually went for it. Okay, man knows what he's talking about. TV picked up. Hero that you don't get to see in many regions, to be fair. But 2 series in a row, we get to see the TB secured.
Polaris probably will go for Lesh or Brew here. I can kind of see Kunkka too. I'm not sure if what Mac prefers.
Dark? Oh, Nature's Prophet then?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, Book, of course, I mean, he loves playing Nature's Prophet, but he also loves playing Darkseer. And it's always fun to play Darkseer when you're up against a TB. If you at one point manage to get that axe, you can pretty much close to solo TB.
Yeah, I'm surprised they didn't go for the Brewmaster. It's seen as a more normal counter to the TB. Dispel's like super good this game too against Trian and Ember. But like you said, Darkseer wall, so I can see the value. Wall against TB has some utility for his team.
I'm wondering if Darkseer and when Darkseer will get the Aghanim Scepter this game. What does his shard do again?
It's a running trail of fire. It's basically Bad Rider Firefly.
Oh, that's kind of lame.
Yeah, when
I
you
missed
search.
the old shard. Which was,
Same. The shard was so cool.
Now it's the Ags, and it's a little bit expensive to go for.
It is. Just get it from Roche. Don't buy it no more. It's fine.
Just get it from Roche. No worries. Easy peasy.
Roche.
But yeah, with this last pick, Darkseer, do you think they have everything sorted for Polaris' side, or do you give XERXIA the edge here?
I think Darkseer against TB is weird when you have different heroes in game. Like the Treant Overgrowth like kind of negates the vacuum wall in a way. But I do think Polaris has a easier to execute lineup. I feel like XERXIA is very like run around, we kill heroes and Terrorblade farms. Like that's kind of, it's very one-dimensional, I think, what they're doing compared to Polaris.
Okay. Yeah,
Polaris.
I'm definitely. I mean, I love Darkseer games, so I'm always looking forward towards it, especially if you get like a fat combo hero like a Dark Willow in there with the Terrorize on top of a vacuum wall placement. But I can see the TB getting out of hand if you don't deal with him in the early game. Luckily enough, they have a pretty strong combination in that offlane duo. It's 2 melee up against a Darkseer, which is always fantastic for a Darkseer. So definitely looking forward to seeing what they can bring to the table. Their first showing in Div 2. I'm going to give the slight edge to Polaris in this one. And where do your prediction points head towards?
It's definitely Polaris for me. I think they're just the... I mean, I have high expectations of them. I expect them to like go to Div 1 this season, you know, do really well. They have a pretty nice mixture of like young and old in their roster, and the games they've played, I think they look pretty good.
Okay.
XERXIA, on the other hand, I think JG has been around for quite a while, playing mid. Bombi as well was in RSG last season, and you know they're. I wouldn't say they're a bad team, but I think these two teams like they tend to go a bit out of the box with their drafts, so they have a bit of like consistency issues here and there.
Yeah, they have, if you look at like the team statistics, they have a lot of overlap with playing the exact same heroes on both sides. They love Ember, Kunkka, Mars, kind of like Buffy default heroes out there, with the occasional like Rubik sprinkled in the mix. But then again, this is the Rubik patch, so everyone's playing that hero.
Yes, he's a very fun hero as well.
It is a very fun hero if you're up against a lineup that doesn't consist of like Slark TA and a bunch of horrible heroes where you can't steal anything from.
That is very true.
I think
You see the classic level 1 double smoke that we see every game.
And they very rarely ever encounter each other.
That's true. It's always both on the other opponent's cliff.
I mean, this is not even anywhere close. This is, well, hoping that they try to sneak around top, place that high ground ward.
Prepare for a lesson. Transcends expectation.
Yeah, they do get it off though.
Mic issue, FPS drop. Well, there's a lot of problems going on. They need to stick to one, but hopefully they can get it all sorted. It's the, I mean, in every region, obviously, you started off with a couple of issues. As you can see, the inventory of everyone consists of a lot of iron branches, especially the Nate's Prophet running around with 4 of them. But considering it's a mid laner that doesn't really like going for a bottle, having good starting regions a big plus.
We're in the mango meta right now.
Yeah, the Spectre 6 mangoes at the start. You just
look
there
at
with
it's Ricky. 6
Yeah.
armor, 6 HP regen.
It's insane. You can't deal with any. It's like Ogre was, where you just could not kill him. Now he's a pain to kill, but at least his HP regen isn't insane.
I have not seen the hero in a while. Will we see anything here?
The
Jig?
battle begins.
Well, just goof to trade. Ricky needs a jump target. He
He has
doesn't
no one to
have
jump
anyone.
to.
And that is first blood, maybe? No, he gets away, but it cost him a fairy fire and a walk back to base.
It's fine. 14 HP regen. Walk to the top lane. Basically in the fountain.
Yeah, you could have. Never mind. I forgot about these stupid mangoes. Indeed, he has quite a bit of base regen going on. Looking at that mid lane, the Nature's Prophet versus Ember Spirit matchup. Who do you think that one favors, or is it just both of them to farm next to each other?
It's definitely Nature's Prophet favored, but once the runes come into play and the levels get a bit higher, Ember doesn't really care anymore, I think.
I saw that. I'm toying with you.
Early levels, it's definitely a bit more MP favored. His Blightstone right clicks hurt.
Yeah, Ember notorious for not being the strongest against physical damage. Of course, very different builds you can go for the Ember as well. You see some people go for like max level Sleight of Fist. Some of them go for a couple of points in Searing Chains as well if they want to go for kill attempts. Do you think this is going to be more of a farming game for him, or does he want to get the early fights?
I think you want your Tuskar to be fighting and you want to be farming. I feel like they need a really big Ember this game because the TB is not going to be able to solo carry. It gets very hard later on when like the wall and the smoke screens come into play for the Terrorblade, I think.
Yeah.
You want a more fighty Ember, you probably don't want the Tusk in your team. Some other hero. Because Tusk doesn't really solo kill any of their cores right now on Polaris.
Especially against a hero like TA, it's going to be a little bit later down the line to be really annoying. With the refraction coming in, you can't get that Walrus Punch one shot, so your best target's probably going to be these supports. And even the supports are not easy to really take down, because if you try to snowball on Dark Willow, she pops Shadow Realm, gets away, Ricky can just hit Smokescreen, tricks with the trade. So they have two pretty rough supports to kill for this Tusk as well.
Yeah, the Skyroth does kind of help a lot though against any of them. Just stun them, they die. Which is nice.
A stun. Yep. Good silent stun. Kill secured. Skyroth Mage, of course, very annoying to deal with most of the time in the laning stage because he is incredibly fast, and just the damage output from a hero that only pretty much has damage is exceptionally high.
Top lane, pops meta. Just CSing. Nothing really going on here.
Yeah, needs to, of course, keep its range against those Iron Shell creeps, otherwise he's going to lose too much HP. Even though he stays close in range to the Iron Shell creeps. Regardless.
He heard you. It's like, nope.
I could do that, but I could also not do that. Oof, a lot of damage. Tree, of course.
Full ball?
Almost gets the kill.
Oh, so close. Oh, there was one tick. He had exactly 10 HP and took exactly 10 damage, I think.
Well, that is First Blood. Treant, highest base damage hero in the game. Comes up hitting heavily and gets a nice freebie kill. Not a lane that both would have liked to start it off as, considering it is, of course, the last pick, Darkseer. He's waiting until he gets his level 3 to get that level 2 Iron Shell so that the Harass can actually do something. The bottom lane though, Snowball in for the Dark Willow. If they have the damage, it's a bit close, but not close enough. He'll be able to just regen easily.
Yeah, they're chilling. The lane's pretty even as well. GG sends a Wraith Band, so some armor against the Blightstone.
Wraith Band, also see a lot of those at the start of the game.
Yeah, every other item kind of died. I say that Babok does have a null, but yes, it is a Darkseer.
Yeah, a bit of mana regen always helps. So far, so good in terms of laning prowess. Dark Willow forced the TP in the bottom lane because she got Ice Shards blocked. And we'll be able to get back to base. But that means Akashi is completely alone bottom and kind of can't stay in that lane without any support.
In top lane, Karma taking a lot of damage, but he's fine for now. Big winner of the CS battle up top. Bok not doing too well.
Does need to be a little bit careful because the damage is pretty exceptional. Luckily enough, Treant also has that leech seed, which heals
Dire's bottom tower
a
is under
ridiculous.
attack.
They're going for Karma. He's gonna go down here.
Well, they do find the kill. No metamorphosis. No. Well, he did have it, but that
Oh,
would've
we got a
just
power
cost him.
trance.
Dire's courier has been killed.
Oh, that's big. Alright, that's a whole lane advantage, but Bob is back.
Yeah, that's not great for the TB. All of a sudden, the lane turned around by Boke, and he's actually getting some good farm with more levels in the Iron
Radiant's
Shell.
courier has been killed.
Yeah, Polaris don't really have a way to stop him from cutting waves now if he wants to do that. It's level 3 Ricky, a bit strong. The shell and the big strike TB not really able to tank through it. Surprised he doesn't have a level in smoke screen.
Radiant's bottom tower
I think it was
is under
Saksa who
attack.
did it. He just learned smoke at level 2 and kept smoke screening the TB so he couldn't last it. Looks so annoying.
Yeah, it does differ significantly. Most of the time, I see them actually go for tricks with the trade, even though smokescreen just as a laning tool is so
Radiant's
incredibly
bottom
annoying
tower
to
is
deal
under
with.
attack.
Top lane. They will probably go on Karma soon. Mac has the Wrath, I said, but Bombi's setting up on him. They'll be
Okay.
going top lane. Here comes the Wrath and the TP. Oof.
That's a big catch secured. He just TP back to top lane. He does have another TP when he respawns, but I think at this stage you're probably going to be jungling on the TP. You're already level 5, so you don't need much more. And you have your power treads now done, so top lane seems to be over, considering the Darkseer is getting pretty scary.
Yeah, it's definitely hurting him here. Kind of side advantage. Power Treads gets killed. TP is mid now. Not really too sure where to go. Wants to lane their Nature's Prophet, but just gonna wait
There's
for
an
it.
Ember top.
I think that's wise. Ember can kind of sit here. Can't really die without the reveal. I like this from Xerxia. You're doing the right thing.
It is a very good team adjusted move. Would never happen in your pubs. Mid laner having a good time. Yeah, swap lanes. No.
No. My lane.
I can't help it that you lost your lane. And Mac, he's gonna go for Gleipnir because Gleipnir wins games.
Yeah, I think JG messed up there. He was gone on. He popped DD and slide of fist, and I think he hit both of them to half health in like one slide, and then rammed it away. I feel like if he stayed, he probably would have got both of them.
Well, now with double damage, at the very least, he'll be able to keep them away from top lane. Bottom TP. Ricky does have himself a smoke now, but do they have enough to go for a kill here?
Looking for
You think that's
Jaja.
gonna be the case?
Find him. Trap.
Yeah, but it's a Treant, and
Yeah.
Leech Seed heals a stupid amount.
The top lane, JG's just taking over. What can they do? The first two Ember don't really have the tools to deal with him right now.
They're just, I mean, TB died twice, but he's still second in net worth. The only one above him is that Nate's Prophet. Of course, is going to be very scary regardless. But the TB with good farm is the scariest in the map.
I don't know why this tier has so low net worth. I don't feel like their lane was super hard.
Radiant's middle tower is under
I mean,
attack.
the Skywrath sorry, the Dark Willow got pushed back a couple of times and kind of made it so that the TA couldn't really lane for that long. Because if you're not there with any support and there's a Tusk on the other side, you'll probably die.
Yeah, he just doesn't have like tag team, you know, and he has like 17 denies, 18. So it's kind of
okay. That's a lot of denies.
It is. It's jungle time for Akashi. So both teams kind of abandoning their safe lane, both carries, I mean.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Well, Darkseer is going for the very obvious guarding Greaves. Every offlaner goes for it these days. Otherwise, you're griefing.
To grief, it's the pun.
Yeah. Kept that one right there in the bag.
For you grief.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
We had such a good first half game for both teams actually. There's like not much lockdown, I would say. You have a lot of roots and shards, but no one really cares. You just force stuff away.
Yeah, ice shards block, the sprout. Annoyances all over the place, but you can deal with that pretty easily.
JG has a blade mail queued up. That's very interesting to me. I wonder if he'll go through with it. I don't feel like Polaris' heroes care about blade mail that much. Maybe just the Dark Willow.
Dire's top tower
Ooh, Dark
is under
Willow.
attack.
Starts off his bedlam a little bit soon. But yeah, Dark Willow is still a hero that you need to always be careful of because the toolkit that she has is incredibly strong. I mean, you got a root, a stun, a nightmare, untargetability, and a damage that can kill a core. And still very underpicked.
That is true. I mean, it's not an easy hero to play, I think. He kind of just provides lock now. Your damage is kind of unreliable, I would say, because you need to go into melee range. It's really hard.
Yeah, I can definitely agree with that. Also, laning stage-wise tends to be not the strongest hero. Bottom lane, they're gonna go in for Ricky. He's not level 6. He's very close, but he doesn't have Invis yet.
Even though
if
he has a dust.
Yeah,
He's ready.
he's just chilling, but now he's definitely dead.
Or
is he?
Oh, he can't get the chance. Oh my god.
He actually gets away, wasting a dust in the process as well.
Oh, they do get bogged in top lane. I feel like Polaris is like kind of AFK right now. Kind of don't really have a play to make till like 15 minutes, but Ricky's so far away from his shard as well. So just kind of farming on both sides, I guess.
Armor going for tier 1 tower mid. BG joins in. They do take a significant amount of damage. But NP doesn't really want to take a fight just yet.
Karma has to be a bit careful here. Bok is TPing kind of late though. Tower will go down.
Yeah, they just get that tier 1 mid for free on the side of XERXIA, and Polaris didn't even respond.
Yeah, I'm not really sure what they can do with their hero.
Top though. Akashi.
Oh no.
Left behind completely.
Polaris smoked up here too. Bok doesn't have a TP though, and I guess they only can really wait for items and enable their course to play the map. Try to farm the Ricky shard as well.
Yeah, they all TP towards mid to quote-unquote defend the tier 1 tower, except for the TA, and then they knew, oh yeah, no one has a TP to help TA, that's just killer. So they get two very big tasks done on the XERXIA side, and Polaris, what is their game plan at the moment? Is it just wait until the TA has items to try and get aggressive?
They don't really have too much catch until the Ricky shard comes up, so you kind of need to chill. Wait for this Gleipnir, wait for the... I wouldn't say Greaves are there in Poplin. Probably the Gleipnir and the shard is the two big things on Polaris. Like, they're definitely not weak, it's just really complicated to start a fight for them.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Yeah, so they just need to wait a little bit more. But as you mentioned previously, Ricky is not
back.
really that farmed.
Oh, it's a dagger reveal.
There's not that much action, but the action that we've seen has been favoring XERXIA significantly. They haven't taken the tower down yet on the Polaris side. Approach is always a capability with the Terror Blade and Tusk on the other side as well, so you gotta be a little bit wary.
Nope,
of
CML.
that move. Dark Willow, CML,
LinkedIn, Rapido. He's just going to TP out.
TP out. You're getting a lot of freebies here.
The Jaja has held his top lane from 0 gold to 1.8k. He's just enjoying his life right now. Almost has his dagger. It's 15 minutes. Ricky's almost a short 300, 400 gold left. This is the CS.
Having living armor max level as well against pretty much a nearly full physical lineup with Nate's Prophet and TA. Not bad. 12 extra armor to add on to buildings, and especially on this TB who's already walking around with 24 armor.
Ember does not buy the blade mail, buys the hammer, so not really feeling the need for the blade mail right now. We still have it queued up.
Treant's almost done with the blink as well. That's a really good timing for a Treant.
Yeah. They're trying to force up here, but I'm not sure if they can. Rapido kind of defending. Polaris a bit scared to commit to, just kind of watching the siege creep.
Yeah, they're looking to go.
Oh man, they're so scared.
Trouble was you, so he's gonna get
like
stunned.
my tower. Is this a play? This looks really weird to me.
Well, they are bringing in the damage with the Bedlam coming in. Rapido gets taken down. Treant in the trees will be a little bit hard to catch, but they do find a big kill. However, the rotation's coming in. JG, is he gonna continue? Nope. The first crown fears him off, and he's just gonna bail out of going for that Darkseer attempt.
Alright, it's fine. Ricky has shard now too. JG has to be careful. Probably won't expect this. Oh, the Bramble.
The smoke.
He can vacuum into the second Bramble too. Alright, Polaris is online. Let's see
Ricky is here.
This.
He's got shard. Never fear.
Indeed.
I mean, you just hear,
middle tower
and you
is
know
under
you're dead.
attack.
Akashi, though, he has so much gold. What he's gonna choose to go for? Mac, kinda just farming on his Nature's Prophet the whole game.
But this TB is pretty huge. 2k ahead of the NP. Manta, Dragonlance completed. It's going for the Scotty BKB next. Don't know which one you'd go first, to be fair.
I think he's ahead enough where he probably doesn't need the BKB, but I'm not too sure.
I mean, the miss chance from the smoke screen is pretty in that 75% miss chance.
Yeah, I think
what
you wanna go for Pike instead though, because it works both against the smoke and the sprout later, which is really nice to have.
Okay,
Finally goes down.
At least we're not stuck.
I can see that being very useful.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Also, of course, don't want to buy BKB, so that helps.
That is true.
Tis mine.
As you mentioned, of course, Force House is very important. First item that the Skywrath is currently building.
Yeah, Dark Willow has it halfway done as well. Would like to see Bok go for a 4-staff too, but he's going for a pipe. I think that's fine too.
At this stage, I mean, TB, of course, does a lot of physical damage, but it's primarily magic.
I feel like if
From
there's
the
a
Skywrath
smoke
Ember.
screen or a wall on top, the TV can't really like fight you on this tri-core lineup. I'm not sure.
Oh, Rapido, he got slapped. There's the root into
So
the smoke.
annoying. The root into the root into the root.
Yeah, there's
Dire's top tower is under
that's
attack.
all you can do if you get scouted out by Ricky. Welcome to Dota in 2023. 12-second cooldown as well. 3-second sleep.
TB not online, but we see Polaris' lineup coming
School.
a bit alive right now. They have like what they need, the Greaves, the Gleipnir. Might going for the Aghanims next, interesting. Usually you see the Aghanims before the Gleipnir, but I think it's fine too. It's more roots. Oh, I'm not a fan of this Skadi on the Terrorblade. Does he need it? I guess you're playing against double range core.
Always have to be a bit careful, of course, of any walls being thrown on you, considering you can easily kill your teammates with illusions.
I feel like I want to see this TB join his team and like start playing together. He has this Manta and Dragonlance. I feel like they're so strong, but they're not like... They're just waiting for their Terrorblade, you know? Meanwhile, this Tuskar and Ember, they're kind of losing in the net worth battle because, you know, they want to kill people, they want to fight. Oh, that's a
Overgrowth, catch onto Ricky.
Oh, the Terrorize on 3.
Ah,
Oh
close!
my, no way! he's gonna
No!
Oh
PS!
my, that's Roshan.
I searched why he doesn't die, he actually gets away. They find a double kill in return. Oh! You
That's
spent
Roshan.
so much for it, and he just gets away scot-free.
Are they not gonna rush? Doesn't look like they want to. Let me just go for mid tower here. Oh, Ricky feeding. Oh no.
All lives must end.
Well, at least they managed to find the Ricky in the end, so still a 2 for 1 trade, which is not really favorable for XERXIA. But yeah, this Tusk and Ember really need BKBs if they want to do anything this game.
Yeah, I feel like they wanna fight though, but they need their TB to like come and be active. But Theory's just kinda AFK right now. Once he's Skadi, doesn't wanna participate, but I feel like he's kinda unkillable right now. He doesn't need this Skadi. Just giving time for Polaris to kinda come online here. Actually, close to his dagger. See a 4 stuff done as well for CML.
So Rapido is going to go for the BKB into the Aghanim Scepter afterwards. So it's pretty good, especially against a hero like DA, who doesn't really like being displaced.
Dire are scanning.
Nate's Prophet's almost done with the Ags though, so that's going to be very annoying in team fights. It's starting to look scarier and scarier in favor of Polaris, even though TB is top net worth.
I think this TB will be like way scarier if his Ember and Tusk were up there too. But right now it just looks like it's too much on the back of the Terrorblade, I think.
I mean, you said one very important thing. You know, he's got Manta, but root, and then root, and then root.
Yeah,
okay,
it's super
never mind.
annoying. There's smoke screen on top too. He has no pike, no... I mean, I guess Bombi does have a 4 stuff kinda complete.
Yeah, but Ricky, he's got the level 10 talent, so Smokescreen's got the extra radius now as well. It's just more annoyances being stacked up. See, BKB is getting closer. That's really the only time that XERXIA wants to fight. Once they have BKBs done, TB already has his Skadi. He's going for the BKB next.
I don't know if it's enough. There's like a wall. This Firen has eggs and Gleipnir. Top lane. Jaja just get caught by the Ricky. This Ricky below looks just as bad as Ricky Mirana.
That's just painful gaming.
Radiant's middle tower
Ricky
is
hunting
under
you on the
attack.
map, it means you're going to be forced as supports to place sentries everywhere, which obviously you do not want to do because it's going to cost you all your sentry wards.
Yep. Polaris kind of been focusing heavily in the top lane. But they have not tried to take Roche though yet, which is kind of weird to me with the Deso TA. So much map control, can't really fight into the Darkseer as well. Oh, the shard again. Can they get him? Top lane.
Miss the route. And even so, behind the tier 2 tower top is a little bit risky. Considering TP and Tusk can just easily TP in and join the fun. Speaking of which, TB's already got the first piece of his BKB. Once that TB BKB is done, they will be able to bring out a lot of damage. The only one thing that I'm a little bit afraid of is that he pops meta and they just like
Go bumpy.
sprint out of there. Bumpy dropping low. JG
They
don't
want the
let the
Ember
BKB yet.
as a terrorize. They have
Roots.
damage or they have to do with CML?
Middle tower is under attack.
Roshan time, guys. Kashi says, let's go.
No BKB is just no fun for XERXIA. So this is probably, yes, your best time, and they are going to go for Roche. Should die significantly quickly with the double armor reduction from TA.
Radiant structures are fortified. Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Very all in on Karma.
Radiant's middle shot is under attack.
Vito is just farming 2 camps the entire time to get his BKB. The same 2 camps in the bottom lane.
Radiant's middle tower has been denied.
But at least he will have it done in about 30 gold.
Yeah, I mean, I think XERXIA has like a really good like game lineup. Like these Ember Tusk with items are really strong, but the path to get there is not like a AFK farming path. You know, I feel they have like this good timing, but now Polaris has Aegis and it's complicated.
You're also very cooldown dependent with the TB. If you pop your ulti and they like surge away, or Ricky jumps away, or even the Dark Willow with the Shadow Realm just walks away, you're gonna waste your only like really good big spell that you have on your team.
Yeah, we see a smoke from Polaris. Probably gonna sweep back down.
Yeah.
They see JG. Oh, the dart. Oh, the terrorize the root
Not again.
and the
So
root.
close to BKB.
Man, he was
Middle tower is under
60, 55 gold off.
Dire's middle tower has fallen.
Oh, they want to go in.
They're gonna go in. Nice catch.
Oh, the
onto
pipe.
Mac. Can they
Get
get the
his
kill?
TP out.
TP. Ice Shards block. Mac is about to drop.
Oh, the
Die.
TP. Oh my
Why
god.
doesn't he die? Oh, TP, he's dropping low. He needs to sunder target.
the Dark Spear wall.
Process. Can he get it
The
off?
smoke.
No, he
Oh,
cannot.
no.
They find a huge kill. The TB illusion's just doing too much. And in comes Akashi. They just clap him completely. And XERXIA will fall back, but my god, the TV was just stuck inside the wall, inside the trees, with illusions of his own smacking away at his face. It was horrid to play. And they're gonna find Lupido as well, who doesn't have a BKB available. Smoke comes up onto the roof, CML on a killing spree, and that right there is why everyone should ban Ricky.
Oh man, the Darkseer press wall is like, thanks for farming for 26 minutes for me.
Is under attack.
My TP
Yeah.
now.
Thank you for buying extra stats with that, Scotty. Could you also just buy yourselves Daedalus next?
Yeah, please crit yourself.
Dire's top tower
A
has
smoke
fallen.
on top too, had no BKB.
Oh, Treant. Oh, Treant. No! Oh, does he get away?
Bottom tower is under attack.
He gets slept. Double root, a lot of damage on the supports, but the Ember is also here. Even though there is no metamorphosis for 60 seconds.
Has his BKB now though, Ember finally. Tuss as well, so they do kind of have a timing. TB has his too, if you in 300 gold. So we have triple BKBs coming out. The Aegis is only 2 minutes left on the TA. See if XERXIA are able to take advantage of this.
Stay moving.
I feel like they can even fight into the TA, Aegis. What did TA
Dire's
buy?
bottom tower is under attack.
Hurricane Pike, alright.
Yeah,
I'm so confused. He disassembled his Dragon Lance and then bought Hurricane Pike, and I was like, what was going on? Akashi, they won his first life. It will probably.
he still has BKB 9-second duration on the TA as well, so it's not going to be an easy pick.
He doesn't have the Meld Dispel talent yet, so the Overgrowth does deal with him pretty well. BKB, Karma.
The vacuum
illusion.
wall, Karma, his own illusion is there.
Come on, kill the illusion, guys.
AG has a BKB, so he can survive for a little bit longer. Does need to back off before, of course, Jing hits him with a sleep dart. He's looking to hit anyone with a sleep dart at the moment.
He's chilling. There's a 4-staff and the Eye of the Vizier, of course, more cast range for you.
Dire are scanning.
Alright, so now it's hard. He has the Melt talent, so Overgrowth is
Dire's
kind
bottom
of
tower has
useless unless he waits.
Yeah.
fallen. Radiant's courier has
BKB
been
on
killed.
Bok as well. No Aghanims yet.
Blessings.
Just wanna stay alive.
They never get Ags. I mean, to be fair, it was a good,
Dire's
great
bottom
shard.
tower is under
As
attack.
like the Aghanims, it's not superb. It's still like really fun to watch, regardless.
I mean, I guess more of a late game thing because it does have value and you can kind of afford it. He has the X queued up now.
Well, hopefully we get to see it in action this game. I've seen so many TBs back when it was a shard just get soloed by Darkseers.
Blink Punch with a stun too.
Yeah, a very long one.
Oh, a smoke. Was it on the trap? I'm not too sure. I think Polaris does ping it out.
Without
counter
smoke on smoke.
But where are they going? They're going bot, but no one's there. Oh, Mag.
TP's mid.
Mag is more like McDonald's right now. Polaris, XERXIA, I mean. Do they go the other way?
He's too close to the high ground. They don't want to go for it.
That's such a big kill if they get him. It's like right in front of the base. It's so convenient.
Yes, that's exactly what they're thinking. It's very freaking convenient.
Dire's
It's
bottom
nice that
tower
he's just
is under
standing
attack.
there waiting to be jumped on.
Alright, battle time. Is it battle time? Nope. It's time for Mag to continue farming.
TB has
to the AC.
BKB now, so you do have to be a bit careful.
Yeah, they're just gonna wait for next Aegis. They're so comfortable on that with Tia close to the data list. AC. I would like to see some like hexes and stuff though. They kind of like lock down on Polaris still. Oh, the dart. Just
Dire's
kidding.
bottom tower is under attack.
Haven't used my spells in a while. Torpedo.
Yes.
It's kind of looking at Akashi gets trapped. Ooh, gets jumped on. Or Torpedo.
Oh my god, that
Akashi's
damage.
angry.
Going
Oh,
for a
the
fight,
wall.
the vacuum comes in, BKB comes out a little bit later. Karma though wants to pump out. Walrus Punch interrupts Mac, but it's an H profit. Doesn't have another TP soon enough. Overgrowth comes out, he's going to be held down.
Oh,
Mac
nice
is still
terrorize.
alive. Rupido needs to snowball away. Can he get out of dodge is the big question. He's being chased, but the Ricky is on the hunt, and Jing will be able to hold him down, find a double kill. Metamorphosis was used, BKB was used, and they got nothing out of it on the side of XERXIA.
The 1-4 stuff, it's all it took. They couldn't follow. TB can't really run in. Like, what's BKB? Just not enough damage coming out of XERXIA. There's another sleeping dart, but they're just gonna chill. Meg finds a DD. Roche is spawning soon.
Double damage.
Yeah, let's see how long it will take until Roche respawns. 3, 2, 1, and it's going to be a minute.
A minute? How do you read this? Please teach me, senpai.
Okay, so when it's red, it means that's the first timer, and that's
Okay.
8 minutes.
Alright.
And then after it's red, it goes to the orange timer, and the orange timer is either 0 seconds, well, yeah, 0 seconds or 3 minutes, somewhere in between. And that's when the real Roche spawns.
So where's the one? How do you know it's 1 minute?
Because, well, now it says 30 seconds.
It says 30 seconds?
Yeah, bottom left. You see above scan.
Okay. Oh, damn, new technology.
My God!
I'm usually in the game, you know, so.
Oh yeah,
I don't know.
okay, excuse me.
Forgiven.
Didn't panel Division 1 for an entire season. But okay.
I'm learning every day. Oh,
The more
baby.
you know.
I saw that Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Yeah, they are just being bullied all the way back towards base. And Book is going for the Scythe Device instead of the Aghanim Scepter, because we can't have nice things.
Probably the better item, but I do agree, it is lame, Bob. Shame on you.
Like if you don't do it against a TB, when will you do it?
I mean, it doesn't have daggers, so it's kind of hard to land the punch, I think. He understands that there'll be a third Roche with Aghanims for him, so he's just playing, you know, he has it planned out.
Yeah, that's gonna take longer than this game is going to last, it seems. 'Cause Karma is going down for the Chrysalis, he's going for the Daedalus, so he's gonna give that extra crit to Book.
As requested.
Very nice of him to really give Book all the tools he wants. Rupido's going for Ags though, so that's
Akashi.
still one thing that they can use for fighting on the high ground. She still has 4 minutes on the Aegis.
Oh my,
they're all rooted.
So much damage.
Oh gosh, she comes charging in. Oh, the vacuum ball! The catch is huge! Book going big, looking for the kills. Can they find the kill to JG? He uses BKB previously. 1 second left until he could jump away, and it is going to be a huge play coming out from Bokrina. 4-man vacuum wall.
Oh, man.
Continuing for more. Rupido's going to die. Jump in for JG. Pops the BKB with Karma's Metamorphosis. They're trying to push them back. Can they get the kills?
The Terrorblade counter, the teleport scroll. Unfortunately, not for Jing, but we'll go down, drop
Even
the gem.
pick up the gem? Are you kidding me? Oh, the balls. Well, they just walk away.
Yeah, meanwhile, Meg farming away. The Lincoln's queued up, probably for the Walrus kick and the Thunder, I guess.
Well, they are going to have Metamorphosis almost gone, and that's why the Polaris is walking forward, trying to possibly go for a fight. Speaking of which, oh, Cliff Easy Bombi gets cliffed up by Book.
That's
You don't have vision of him though, and actually Book is going to die instead. Luckily enough, Akashi with 2 quick crits comes into play. Rapido actually wants to go in for more, but there is backup behind it, of course. Akashi, can he get himself out of that? The overgrowth holds him in place. This is a big kill. And there's no Nate's Prophet just yet. They're going to go in for Akashi. Akashi's going to drop dead, and they find themselves some huge kills after overextension coming into play by Polaris.
Yeah, I'm not sure you want to cliff the hero that dies in 2 hits to your TA. Bob kind of sacrificing himself there, but they are very, very, very far ahead, so they're fine. I'll say this game's definitely not unlosable though. No Rex claimed yet. Aegis does go down, and Zusha gonna knock on their door. Daedalus for TB and the eggs on JG coming in.
Yeah, they do have good high ground annoyances with, of course, the smoke screen and sleeping dart and everything that they have. Plus, you can cut the creep waves on Mac.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
But it does give enough time for the Tusk to get his Ags, and that is scary because TA can definitely be displaced in this game. And if you get kicked back towards PB with Metamorphosis, you're very likely going to die.
I like this change up from Mech a lot. Chooses to go for the Satanic instead of the Lincolns. So if he gets kicked in, he can still just man fight. Like his team can come in. I prefer his much more. Otherwise, his TA is gonna have a tough time with what you said, basically getting kicked back into the base.
The only downside is, of course, you are up against a TB with Scotty. So the healing is not as effective. Later down the line, if Ember gets the Shivas, same thing.
That's true. Yeah, I guess he kind of needs the purge for the overgrowth as well, so he can do damage in BKB. See the smoke coming out here. Polaris, this does seem to be their path every time to the bot lane.
Yeah, CML is going for the Dark Pillar Classic. He's going for Ags, so if his team can't carry him, he's just gonna go full turret mode.
Here's a Boots of Bearing. I guess you give the TB illusion more attack speed, more move speed.
Yeah, do they have any good slow? They don't really have any slows. I guess
It's just reflection, right? I think. And Orb of Corrosion. There you go. I found the 2 slows.
a concussive shock.
There you go. The third slow.
Dire are scanning.
Not a very common item. I think I would have preferred to see a Lotus. Maybe there's like so many roots and Sunder and Snowball. That'd be nice, but
Well, Karma has that full Daedalus now done. X-Roshan could spawn in 3 minutes, as you can see at that little red thing above the scan.
thank you. 2 minutes and 35 seconds left. Oh, Bok. Being ran at, but it's fine. Get out there.
Radiant's courier has been killed.
Courier gets sniped. Don't really think it was that important. But now the Axe is done on Tusk, going for the Octarine. JG is going for his Refresher. That is a big one because, I mean, obviously because he has Axe, jumping all over the team fight is amazing. But also the double BKB is crucial to have this game.
Oh, might not get there though. Akashi. They see Rupido. Oh, the Terrorize. He's not good. Oh, the Rough. Woke him up.
You know,
Will
does he get
quick down,
away?
though? Oh my, so
Nope.
much damage.
Too
JG
much
going
damage.
in. He's
Oh
gonna
no,
stun.
don't stun Karma. That was almost a report right there.
The TV was ready to press his BKB, I'm sure.
Oh, he
Oh,
goes
this is
back.
the wall, Bob. Vacuum?
How is that a miss? But okay, I
Oh.
get dragged right
It's
back.
not a miss, it's a calculated delay.
It's a pure bait. Sunder comes out, does get himself back to full HP. It uses
Dire's
BKB,
bottom tower is under attack.
which is a slight discomfort.
Well,
Dire's structures.
he has a pistol queued up on Karma.
Mac gonna get
Can
jumped
they-
here by JG, trying
they
to
fight?
harass.
Dire's
They don't have
bottom tower
BKB on TB. He does have meta,
Dire's
but they
middle
really
tower
need the
is under
Tusk
attack.
with the K.
Dire's structures are fortified.
And they're pushing both side
Dire's
lanes
bottom
completely
barracks are
separate
under
from each other,
attack.
so it's very hard to deal with.
The no teleport nature's prophet. It's like, you guys push out far and be right back. Has a Daedalus queued up.
Yeah, I'll just farm Ancients, and then I'll farm top lane, and then I'll farm their Ancients, and then I'll farm top lane.
Yeah, but I'm there with you at all times. Well, I'm kind of close to the Hex. Kashi sells his boots. Has the MKB flying out. MKB. Why does he have MKB? Is there an evasion? There's a tunic. Alright, that's fair.
Well, they are smoked up. There's actually the TA is holding on to Stormcrafter here.
Just a purge for the overgrowth again, I think. Since he always uses his Mel offensively.
Radiant are scanning. Dire's courier.
Oh, they get scanned. Oh, they're smoked. That's a little bit unfortunate because Polaris knows what's coming. That's why they're keeping the
Dire's
Ricky up
middle tower
in
is
front.
Oh, he didn't go for Daedalus, alright. Barfly for Mac. Some evasion. More man fight power.
Dire's bottom barracks
Will
are
force
under
TB to
attack.
go for the MKB, which he kind of doesn't want to considering his inventory.
Dire's
Space
bottom
is full.
barracks has fallen.
It's
Dire
indeed
are
full.
scanning. Dire's bottom barracks are under attack.
He does have Swift Blink, so on the TB you'll at least be able to bring in a heavy amount of burst damage in a short amount of time.
Misses the gem deward. Who was that? Come on, Jing. Unacceptable.
It's scary to be close to the high ground, okay? You don't know how it feels.
He has Aetherland's Eye of the Vizier. He does not need to be close.
Still. Yeah, he has insane guys range.
Oh, they're setting up bottom Mac. He will probably be fine. Team's just chilling. 35 seconds left to Roche. Thank you to our old Jaja. Dude, I'm not sure that was the bling, man. Jaja is
Doesn't even have a shard yet on Treant.
Yeah, he doesn't want it, I guess. Chose to go with 4-star. That was a very manly blink down, but he gets the DD anyway. Oof, this is a very, very scary TA.
And that was a dieback on the treant. It's a little bit unfortunate. Dead for another 50. Roche is up in 2-1. Third Roche is going to be a free Ags. It's a free Ags.
This, so Bok is ready. Has the dagger now too. Definitely ready. Just pick it up.
If Shiva's on Ember, so a lot of healing reduction now.
Or Rapido. I don't know about his blink. He wants the punch. Is he gonna get it? He's gonna get it, but at what cost? Karma. Oh, the terrorize, the vacuum. Karma is gonna die.
PB.
Oh, no.
Karma, not by yourself. No, don't buy the dangerous. He gets taken out by his own illusion. Buys back. Doesn't have metamorphosis available. Jumps in, has to go for command fight, but that's nightmare. Sleep, everything, and nuisance is rooted.
Akashi's in their base. He doesn't care. He's like, what's up, Karma?
Sunders a very low HP Bombi, and that is GG. Oh, that fight was so painful to watch for the TV. He could do nothing there.
Game was... I know they kind of put all their bags in the TB basket, but we saw every fight he's just getting bullied and laughed at by them, by Polaris. Man, it was really hard. It was really hard.
Yeah, those two supports, the Dark Willow plus Ricky, were toying with the TB the entire time. Sleep into smoke, into terrorize, into root, into another root. Just nothing he could do to try and get away. It was a pretty good first game. Polaris, of course, very slightly in the beginning of the game, fell behind, but only by like 2k. Got the Ricky Shard, and they won the game. What a surprise.
Yeah, they definitely had a slower paced lineup Mac on this. Like, I mean, all three cores were on like farming heroes, and the supports kind of needed the Ricky Shard to come online. So like 15 minutes was really when they started to play the game, I would say. But yeah, Polaris, they look clean, I guess. Compared to XERXIA, they had a more fast-paced lineup, but the TV didn't seem too interested in coming to fights early.
Yeah, question for you, obviously. It did not go as well as XERXIA would have liked in game number 1. What do you think do they need to change for game number 2? Is it the playstyle, or do you think it's the draft that they might want to adjust?
I mean, I think their draft was definitely winnable, but they need to play together. Like, this Ember and Tusk were strong, but the Terrorblade was not like participating. They really needed this hero to like come and pressure with them, to like use their strength, but we just couldn't get there. I think he was just farming all the time.
And there on the screen you have, of course, Boke being, well, definitely the MVP material here for the Polaris side. The vacuum walls on point, especially that 4-man vacuum was superb on his part. And definitely, you know, the most experienced player in this game, but still up to snuff when it comes to the off-lane game. We'll be going towards a short little break until game number 2 is on the way. We'll be right back after the break.
cloak does get a lot of damage, but here comes the black hole.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Game number 1 was I would say, slow starting game so far. It wasn't action-packed all the way to the brim. It had to have some very good team fights regardless. But what are you looking forward to in game number 2? Do you still expect something in the similar scheme of things?
Yeah, I think so. I feel like XERXIA, they need to kind of play with their pace a bit more. They had a lineup that was supposed to play a bit faster with their timings. This Tusk Ember, they kind of want to fight the Skyrough as well, but Polaris had a lineup that actually couldn't really do much other than split the map for quite a while, but they weren't punished by XERXIA, so I would like to see them kind of deal with that. Just be confident, you know. I think it's a bit stressful for some of these players playing DPC sometimes, especially maybe the newer players, but it's, I guess, something you have to get over and kind of go forward.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of what people have with like the LAN stage fright and whatnot. You're at the stage, you made your way through the door, now you got to step up. Granted, you are probably against one of the top 2 teams in Division 2 right now, because Polaris is, well, they're pretty good. And wouldn't surprise me if they make it all the way through to Division 1 next season, this season, into Division 1 next season. But regardless, XERXIA needs to try and get some points here as well, because every point matters if you want to make it to that spot yourself. And XERXIA definitely no slouching team either. They have had a pretty decent experience lately. I've seen them in a lot of smaller tournaments and the like, but the Polaris is still a very big team to try and beat.
Yeah, for sure. XERXIA being the underdogs here. Taking some time on the ban, probably thinking about the Treant Protector or maybe the Ricky. I didn't feel like the Ricky did a lot that game, but he definitely did something, right? So they take out Nature's Prophet instead. Polaris.
I mean, the Ricky did exactly what the Ricky does. Yeah, that's the... It doesn't really matter how much he does. All he does is gold.
That's true.
It's like when you play a Rubik and you are up against Ricky and you're like, you steal a spell from Ricky. You steal either Sleeping Dart or Smokescreen, and your teammates start yelling at you as a Rubik player. Why did you as a Ricky player, why did you let him steal those spells? They're so good. No, I have like 4 spells. All of them are pretty good, but the ones that are easiest to steal are those ones.
So Tusk again. Probably a mid Tuskar this time. And Willow for Ricky. Okay, I don't mind that. It's catch. Not the worst. Kind of a kill combo.
Okay, and also they probably are a little bit afraid of, you know, giving away that Dark Willow again.
You can just Mirana, right? Lash
That was a really good Dark Willow last game.
Yeah, I agree. He was set up really nicely by Jing, but he had like a few kills. He just went in, you know, got the Ember, probably a lot of damage. I like this Slash a lot. Lanes well against the Tusk. Also, XERXIA kind of lacking damage. You don't really want to run into Lash as Willow. Another stun setup too for the Dart.
I also really like Leshrac because it's in general very good against Dark Willow. Dark Willow, just like, let's say, Slark with the untargetability spell, still dies from AoE damage coming in, and Lash is the king of AoE damage.
Indeed. Oh, you see some bans to protect him here. I was gonna say like Kunkka DP kind of heroes, but Polaris banning off lanes. Bad Rider Mars taken out. Expecting the Tusk to be a core here.
The Mirana ban, as you mentioned. Not fun to deal with. Ricky Mirana.
Ricky, yeah. The thing is, you can't. It's super annoying to play against Mirana Ricky, but there's so many other stuns that can follow up the sleep too, you know? It's like Kunkka core and it's like less stun. There's just the Bramble like we saw last game.
I love the Pudge hook.
Yeah.
Sleep Dart to hook. Okay, no, never mind.
Welcome to my side of the map.
But also, as a defensive tool, Pudge is pretty nice, because if someone gets sleep darted, you just hook them out of the way and save them that way, which is what some teams have also decided to pick up against the Ricky.
That is true. I mean, Ricky tends to not play too well against lineups that don't want to separate on the map, because he doesn't really contribute much to the team fight other than the smoke screen early.
I mean, the AoE smoke is pretty nasty if you've got a hero that can lock you in position, which, I mean, Lash has a slow and a stun, but it's not necessarily the hero that really locks you in position. Mars would have been a pretty decent one for themselves, actually. Clockwork, always a useful tool, but considering you already have Ricky, you probably don't want to go for a Clockwork as well.
Yeah, Polaris taking a bit of time on their last ban. Probably gonna ban for what they're gonna pick since they're on first pick. Draw Ranger. Draw Ranger. We shall play that.
Yeah, no Lina, no Drow. Thank God.
Thank God.
Too many Lina and Drow games lately. I was happy to see a TD last game.
Yeah, it was nice. Bit of a refreshing change. What else
Yeah,
is
and then
there?
I go back to the old TB patch of like TI10.
I mean, that's kind of how it is, right? It's just a different pool of 5 to 6 heroes. Ooh, this is
That's a
interesting
different hero. That's
Yeah,
a very different hero. That's actually the counter to TB.
Yeah. Wonder what Polaris will go for here. Xerxia have kind of nice poke right now. Nice heroes to support the Tuskar as well. I don't think ET is like pretty... I think ET is kind of bad against Ricky and Lash though. It's really hard to stun either hero, but he does provide damage. He has quite a bit of lockdown on his team.
I do love Elder Titan, especially like his Ags and Shard are amazing. In general, the magic armor reduction and the physical armor reduction are always nice in any stage of the game.
Alright, what other blue heroes are there? For Polaris drafting to their logo and their flag.
Well, you can go for another Darkseer.
That's true. That's purple though. I guess it's kind of blue.
It's bluish.
It's bluish.
It has like super, like I think some parts of his head are bluish.
That's true.
I mean, Ricky is also more purple than blue.
That's true. That's true. They probably want a flex pick here. Maybe some TA. Looks pretty decent. Wouldn't be surprised if they just pick it again. Not many heroes that can go safe and off lane. They just profit out of the pool.
I mean, pool, that's a good question. Which one would you go for?
DP.
Death Prophet is more greenish, not really as blue, but it's still sort of the same color scheme. I'll take it. That one would have worked perfectly, though, the Morphling.
Insta-pick Morphling from Xerxia. I think it's nice against the Lash. Dart is awfully annoying to play against, but Polaris don't really have very good Morphling killing heroes right now. The Xerxia's draft looks like a Talon draft to me. I think they ran something similar, this ET Morphling as well, with the Tusk mid.
So what's the main reason they went for the Morphling this game? Is there just no visible counter yet?
It's hard to kick him out of the lane, which is what Lash wants to do. He wants to come to your lane and like take your tower. I think he's similar with Death Prophet. And he is a nice, he is a natural Skadi buyer against both the Lash and the DP, which is kind of nice.
Any Ags targets you'd go for, or...
Nah, you don't
Wait.
really want to turn into in heroes. I guess at most you have Spirit Siphon, but you don't really need the eggs for that. So I'd say no to the eggs for now. But Polaris have not shown their carry yet.
Oh, look at that ban.
The Arc Warden?
Oh, that's always a scary hero to deal with, no matter what the meta is. Same with like Tinker. It's just never fun.
Yeah, you don't really want to play against it. What is Polaris would probably go for a Ursa here. Yeah, they ban the Viper as well. I'd be very surprised if they don't pick the Ursa.
So you're thinking Ursa. My
go.
God, you're thinking it correctly.
Yeah.
Adam, you're pretty good at this, you know?
Alright, what's Xerxia picking? Is it insta pick? Venom, man, yuck.
Oh, Viper is banned. Let's go for Viper 2.0.
That's a big yuck from me. Not a fan of this hero at all. I think it's quite bad against Lash and DP, but I guess it's a vessel buyer for them. Or hero to like live in the lane and enable Tusk. Like I see the logic behind it, but I just really don't believe in the hero.
Yeah, it's an annoying hero in the lane regardless, but it does so well against an Ursa late lane. They should have a really good time. It's also going to be Dark Willow for Elder Titan 5 and the Tusk mid. So Lesh versus Tusk. How do you think that matchup's going to go?
It used to be 50-50, but I think recently it's been pretty Lash favorite, especially in like the Europe games. I'm not sure why it like swayed that way. I think people just got better at playing the matchup, and Lash seems to have the advantage.
Yeah, it does look at least interesting. There are some lanes. Obviously, the Venomancer lane is one that we're going to have to keep our eyes on because of it being a Venomancer. It's kind of a kill lane. That's the only thing he really does, and slightly push.
Yeah, he has a Dark Willow though, so I'm not too sure. I feel like the Venom ET lane would look like sick here, but with the Willow, I'm not 100% sure. I feel like this Venomancer might get bullied even, because Dark Willow doesn't offer any like protection or body for him.
ET morph versus, I mean, DP doesn't die either, so I don't think that's going to happen in that lane. We'll have to wait and see where all the action does come through in this game. Both teams started off being smoked. Probably going to completely dodge each other.
One go left, one go right. Oh, we see both teams running to the left now though. Mac, it's going to drop a ward. There's a quick ward.
Plague our enemies.
What's the ward by the ET? What does he want to see? See a leech? It's a very interesting ward. Doesn't see a rune, doesn't really see anything.
Yeah, they're all lurking about in mid, seeing if any fun stuff happens. But it's gonna not really look like a fight at all.
Yeah, both teams kind of chilling. They look like they'll put the ET top and Bombi in the bottom lane.
Boiling likewise.
Well, Mac of course has the stun. Needs to be careful of Aishar's block plus 50 million slows from the Venomancer. And it's just going to be a 2-for-2 trade. I hope that this Elder Titan is going for the like stacking camps, so that you have that gigantic camp for the ET to just
on the triangle to get the spirit. Yeah, it's nice.
You know, you walk around with 300 auto attack damage.
Yeah, he has a +5 though, so he has a bit less starting items. Also, Leech armor is pretty nice against you.
Wind base is pretty neat. 330 movement speed on the ET. And of course the buff that you get from the Astral Spirit.
Oh, double Gale.
Yeah, top lane is going to be annoying. Mid lane is going to definitely be kill potential, especially if TPs come into play or rotations. But bottom lane is still where first blood does get secured. Okay, nice catch coming in. And Karma, of course, level 1. The attribute shift is not really very strong.
Yeah, but how do you take so much damage? He only used one Blink Strike too. Bolt just probably right-clicked him down to really low. Maybe not expecting this one.
ET drop in low, Repeato's gonna be the target.
Oh man, his lane's rough. Getting bullied, double slow.
The pain.
Okay. That's not really how Venomancer wants to start the laning stage, considering it's... You picked it for a very specific reason. And there is the Polaris chat wheel that we all know and love so much. Trying to get under the enemy's skin and doing it very successfully. Of course, OG being the team that pretty much pioneered it, being absolutely as toxic in game as you could possibly be.
That is the goal. Get in their heads. Bombi's hitting Asta and Asta is taking no damage. Oh, nice hero.
Karma is constantly being held at low HP in the bottom lane, but as long as it doesn't drop, it doesn't matter. You do have to be a bit careful, of course, because Ricky does have that smoke screen that he could just pop out from the trees. That can kill off the Morphling very easily if he's not paying attention. Does have 11 magic wand charges, so it should not be that big of a problem. It always has to be on the back of your mind.
Just teasing.
Yeah, you can always snowball dodge it if need be. And if you go in that position, a TP could still come in from Elder Titan with the deep Astral Spirit Echo Stomp.
Another day, another Wraith Band offlaner.
Yeah, DP. You know, the most obvious of agility heroes.
Narmel played some mid DP and DPC and he just bought like double Wraith Band. No boots, no bottle. It was so interesting. He owned that game so hard too.
I remember when Ramses was like 3 years ago, bought double power treads.
Ooh, that was value, because it was like cheaper, the cheapest stat item, right, or something at the time.
Yeah, it was so weird. Everyone in chat, yeah, one boot per foot, easy. Willow being harassed back by Boke.
Top lane.
Okay, CML slowed down significantly. The stomp coming out as well.
There's a
lot of
Nova.
damage, but CML should be just fine. Don't want to dive on top of the Ursa right there. Especially with the return slows if you get underneath the tower, which are pretty... Oh my, this lane is so horrible top. It's just hard to watch with all the slows.
Yeah, it's annoying for sure, but they kind of got there. I mean, the lane gets harder. It's definitely easier for Veno, but they did feed that first blood, so Akashi is not feeling too sad here. I say that, but he will get red at now. Dodges the gale.
This is a pretty decent Boots of Baron game.
It is. Many slows. Jaja with TP out. Oh man, that was a lot of damage. Torpedo running in. I'm not sure about this, brother. Oh no, is this another TP death? No way. Oh, that was so...
Oh, that was 14 HP. That was testing fate.
He TP'd to the... He's kind of stuck now. TP'd to the tier 1. Kashi gonna free farm. No TP on the Elder Titan.
He also went for 2 points in Poison Sting and 2 points in Venomous Gale, so there is also kind of like no farming mechanic, no Plague Wards.
Just wants to spit on the Ursa. I would think he would start leveling Plague Wards now, like level 5 onwards. Otherwise I think his game's kind of over.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
So,
Yeah, he definitely needs any way to catch up in terms of
Bombi
farm.
runs into the Lash. Is alive for now, but will no, he will
Counter play coming in, the stomp on top.
Oh, no damage.
Damage in. Mac is still pretty survivable, even has a Fairy Fire still left. We'll be just fine.
There's a stun, Jaja. Hello.
Why is he going that deep on the Elder Titan? Oh, the stomp! Does he connect? Yes, he does.
Oh.
And the Ice Shards will kill him off. Beautiful play from Jaja. I doubted him at every step
Why
of
did he
the
turn
way.
around? Oh, just run. Oh no. There was some.
I really doubted the Elder Titan there, but that's why he plays the hero and I don't.
That's a nice kill for him to get on Mac. Many stacks. The ward did expire for Zusha. They did see the stacks being made, though I'm not sure they can do anything about it.
Yeah, top lane, now that, of course, they left Akashi alone, he kind of can't do much against the Venomancer now that he's got Plague Wards, because you can't chase all the Plague Wards down, and the slow and slash dot's going to be very annoying to continuously deal with.
No, it's alright, it's coming here to steal some EXP. Like, thanks, Meg.
Radiant are scanning.
JG's going for a Falcon Blade, which tends to be built up a lot, but most of the time it gets built up slightly sooner on Tusks.
Coincidence? I think not.
Do you prefer your mid Tusk to go for the Falcon Blade and then into like Blink, BKB, Deso, or do you prefer, you know, the non-Falcon Blade build?
I'm a Power Treads Midas Tusker fan.
Power Treads, Midas Tusk. Okay, so
Yeah.
toxic. Good to know.
No. It's a good build. The Power Treads attack speed scales so nice with tag team. The phase is like more for the punch. I like the treads a lot. So much HP.
He's just getting ready for that level 25 talent.
Yeah.
12%
Midas
Walrus
gets you there.
punch. Just
Dire's top tower is
trying to
under
get it
attack.
all sorted beforehand. Verify the Moon Shard beforehand as well. Full turret mode.
I like double Moonshot. One's not enough. It's never enough.
Everyone likes double Moon Shard. No one can buy it.
That is true. Only lane. It's a shorts. Jing. Gonna get punched here and
The roots? Does he get taken down? Yes, he does. The smack comes in, but in return they'll possibly find
the shot.
Bombi. The block
that's a good shot.
denies it though, and they get away on XERXIA's side.
Dire's top tower is under
No, I feel like they keep going to mid lane, but they should just like play their side lanes. Like his DP is strong and the Ursa is kind of strong too. Like you definitely kill the Veno. Torpedo recovering so much up here. Pretty close to the vessel actually.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Both going for
Dire's
Guardian Greaves. Is
structures
Fenno
are
going for? Oh, he's going Spirit Vessel. You did mention it obviously, but not seeing an offlaner go for.
As you would say, he's briefing.
Yeah, I'm not. This is a report in my book, sir.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Well, he is taking the tier 1 tower top. Bottom lane, same story. Book pops his exorcism. Karma is trying to defend it as well as he possibly can. Is pretty good at it though. Does have that Falcon Blade, so reasonably survivable. But the smoke rotation from JG and Bombi could be huge here. Problem is the exorcism
Dire are scanning.
still going on. They're waiting for it to pretty much dissipate before they want to engage. And they're going all the way around. This is actually super duper sneaky.
Bob
And
is
Buck might be dead.
armor. No way,
armor,
right? No
yay.
way. Oh, that
Spirit Siphon is
prophet.
very good. But they run away just in time. Has
he's
no,
out
Spirit
of
Siphon
there.
gets the mech. He gets the mech as well. He's nowhere in trouble.
He looked like he took no damage. Oh man, that was rough. His exo ended as well. Oh well, what can you do?
What can you do indeed? It's a DP. Spirit Siphons were available. Mech is now also available, so it's going to be even harder to kill.
Dire's bottom tower
That
is
Scotty
under
cannot
attack.
come soon enough for Karma. And the Spirit Vessel for Fenno, obviously to a degree, because of course you don't want to use Spirit Vessel.
Can he get a charge though?
That is also a very good question. You kind of need to get kills to make that useful. Now they'll probably give you a fight if you go for a push. And he has max level Plague Wards now. So they are pretty strong. 450 HP per Plague Ward.
Polaris is gonna let it fall. Not really ready to take a fight yet.
Dire's middle tower is under
Another,
attack.
I guess, slower lineup. I guess I say that, but Bok is tipping here. Wants to man up. Oh, that's a big change for us.
It's a very
It's a big
successful one
terrorize
with
too.
a lot of good bounces.
Yes, Mac and Stick, Bok.
He is just going to be fine and dandy. Bombi in trouble. Will be taken down. 2 kills secured for Polaris, and they went a little bit too deep. We'll even clean up all these plague wards. The tier 1 tower not falling just yet.
Oh, that's gonna be a deny for them. Rupido keeps hitting it. Some more goal for Polaris. Bok so tanky with the frost armor, the mech. Hey, deny tower guys, come back. Alright, they don't want the gold. It's fine. Still no vessel
Bloodsoul
charges
up as well.
for Rupido.
Dire's bottom tower
Bloodsoul
is under
Gaming is
attack.
almost ready for the Lesh, so a lot of problems in getting these kills will come through soon enough. 'Cause as you mentioned, Rapido, still no charges for that vessel. That means no way to really counter the Lesh.
The Ursa has his Belfury flying out as well. 13 minutes, Partridge Belfury. Against a Venomancer, you know, that's a happy Ursa.
Yeah, 2-0-0. Would sign for that one at the start of the game.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
You just walking in to harass Kashi a little bit top lane. But bottom, there
Jing.
is a Ricky looking for couriers.
Oh man, he wants the base too.
Radiant's bottom
New
tower
game.
is under
He's
attack.
playing Go Jing.
Radiant
Which career will he
structures
get?
are fortified.
Oh, he got one, he got more. Oh, get it. Oh no!
Radiant's
That's so much gold.
3 couriers in total! Hey!
So how much
He's the new
was that?
bounty hunter.
45, 65, 70. So that's 180 gold for your whole team each.
Kashi used Enrage. But it's very deep that they're fighting. Bumblebee TP out. Gets a TP to safety.
Radiant's bottom
God,
tower
they're
is
so
under attack.
annoying. That's just literally what their lineup is at this stage.
Annoying.
Just annoying.
That's true. Look, Karma, he feels it. Look at his item build. He's queued up Dragonlance into Skadi. Does not want the Manta or BKB or anything. Oh, see. It's gonna tank some damage here. Oh, but dude, they're still after his tower.
Hey! Venomancer has Spirit Vessel charges.
Oh, damn, that's true. That's huge. God damn, it's CML.
And now he just needs to also find Lesh. Lesh is the only real target that you can actually
Yeah,
use.
DPS, Guardian Greaves, Enrage on Ursa. Has Jules queued up on Mech, so this one's a dispel for it.
Venomancer going for a 4-staff, knowing that the best tool is to kite Ursa. Wouldn't surprise me if he gets a Yule Scepter later down the line as well. Or Heaven's Halberd. Probably Heaven's Halberd. Even though Ursa's not the only one that's going to be a threat this game, because TP and Lesh still do a lot of damage in team fights. Oh, the sleeping dart! It just turned minute 15!
Oh,
Karma
he
doesn't get
shifted
away.
though.
Yeah.
Oh, he's
Still-
dead. Oh man, so much damage. Dude, they've been tipping
Welcome
Karma the whole series. Gonna ask them in the interview. If they
Yeah.
win.
Why,
Oh, Mac.
why you guys so toxic? Oh, Mac.
Mac
dropping
is
lows,
there.
successful. They found a huge counter kill. Obviously, Akashi's on the other side of the map, just farming away.
So is
Radiant's
Bob.
middle tower is
Just
under attack.
enjoying their map.
DD in front of her.
Oh, Bombi. Oh, that's a Rupido. Oh, that's a
Nice
nice
spear.
spear. Oh, there's no stun.
Speedo. He gets away.
It does.
Bombi, not going to be so lucky, but actually tries to bring in the damage. Hello, Guardian Greaves. Back to full HP, everyone is. And Bombi will die in the end. It's still a very nice terrorize coming out. Bombi is playing a very good Dark Willow this game.
Yeah, he is one of the OG Dark Willow players in SEA, that's for sure. He used to play like Grim Phoenix and Willow only, I think. And Snapfire, if I'm not mistaken. Oh, mid lane.
Heroes. Oh, JG.
Is this a play? It's so far on Mac. No way, this bad, guys. They're so far away. Oh no, they're all gonna die.
Karma.
Oh, I say that, but
Careful.
Akashi's here.
Nice force staff. In return, Mac, he popped his bloodstone, but he's not healing enough. He does get
Akashi's
taken
got
down. Akashi has the enrage still available though. He will be jumping over, but there's so much dot damage coming out onto CML as well in the meantime.
He's gonna die.
Just tick
pretty
down
sure.
on the side. CML.
Oh, big stun.
Oh! And the Lich does get taken out. Akashi spirit vesseled up. They're looking for more. Jing is not detected, but they find themselves 3 gigantic kills, and there was no boat to be found.
Yeah, I don't know what that sleeping dart was trying to accomplish, a bit too overzealous. Polaris, they're in a really good position. They just need a farm. So much more map, still top 3 now. No BKB on either course. Mac going for the Yules too, does not have it really far away. Farm time, boys, farm time. I say Karma's going with Scott. He has the Lincoln's Hurricane Pike queued up now. So, does not want to die to the sleeping dart, I think.
That does make sense. Scotty's also very useful, but Spirit Vessel is doing a pretty good job at making sure that the Lech can't get any heals in. As you mentioned, Heal Scepter, and that will be a way to at least dispel the debuff off yourself.
A tithe to the impurity.
Mid lane bot. Getting going on.
Does have Guardian Greaves.
Oh, that's a Chain Frost. Oh, there was a Chain Frost only landed on Bombi.
Yeah, but you know, it gets the job done. That's what matters. Keep them at bay. Let the Ursa farm until he has at least his BKB, probably even a little bit more.
XERXIA definitely have good heroes to hold his mid lane hostage with the ET and the Veno. So annoying.
Torpedo's actually doing a lot of work so far.
Mac?
Healing up with the
Oh, he has the illusion
Bloodstone.
rune. Oh no, can he TP out too? No, definitely no TP
In comes
out.
Bombi, and Bombi is pretty good. And yep, they get the kill. Bombi also has the shard now on Dark Willow, which is very annoying to deal with.
I miss a very
Even if
early
you
shot.
use Guardian Greaves, for instance, on Book, and you get rid of the Curse Crown, it still summons those bramble mazes around you, which is hell.
Yeah, it's just more annoyance to their lineup. See the Veno shard later on too. Unfortunately, it does not spawn the Plague Wards anymore. So level 20 talent now. Sorry, I've not seen this hero in a very long time.
I completely forgot about that shard. So you can use that one on, of course, the DP.
I wonder if that's why Lesh chooses to go for Yules instead of the BKB. Because of the shard. Oh, Venomancer. He has a 4-star. I don't know about this. I feel like they're just gonna walk away.
And Mac heals himself up, will be just fine. But Exorcism was used, so this is a huge win for XERXIA. Wasting that gigantic cooldown.
Very weird gameplay from Polaris. It looks very messy right now. They wanna keep setting up on mid lane, but it's really hard. This Lash can't just walk in and stun people off the dart. Need to kind of take it easy for a while.
The Tusk does have his Deso done. He's going for the Blink Dagger next. That means they'll be... they're pretty good at taking Roche on both these lineups. No one has started just yet. Mac needs to be careful, but of course does have that Yule Scepter. Will get stunned up. Didn't pop the Yules in the meantime, and he's just blown to smithereens. Beautiful kill coming in. And yeah, a bit surprising that he did not try to dodge the Cursed Crown.
I don't know. Mac having a rough game. 2-5 was doing so well in the early game. There's Roshan. Lincoln's on the morph as well.
Well, that's going to be Roche secured for the side of XERXIA and Polaris. They're going to be. They're not going to contest this whatsoever. They almost have Blink Dagger done on the Ursa after his BKB. But he's soon going to have to join any engagements here because I mean, they're still ahead in net worth, but it feels every single time that it's favoring XERXIA quite significantly with how they're playing these fights. I really like Bombi's Dark Willow. He's doing way too much.
Yeah.
More than the Ricky with the shard.
We have a Deso on JG as well. I like this a lot.
I think not.
Oh, Rubido. There's a sleeping dart right in front of your face. But is there anyone as backup to go for the kill? Not really. Don't really. I mean, you can just throw it out to annoy him.
Has the BKB now. Polaris is still keeping the net worth lead, even though it seems like XERXIA's kind of the one controlling the fight so far.
Think
A lot of it's on Akashi, who is very close to his Blink Dagger.
Oh, not even. Jing just waiting for his teammates to possibly get close. But do you think, is Polaris waiting for just the Ursa to get the blink, or do they want a bit more?
I feel like they should be farming on the Lash. He keeps trying to join the fight here, but I think he's just not able to fight into their heroes for now.
Oh, they're going for the top lane. There is, of course, that Aegis.
Kashi shows his dagger. Oh, they get the ET. That's a big pick off if they get it. Where's the Veno? He has a 4-star, but he's too far away.
Oh, Tashi joins. Blink dagger reveal.
Oh, the slow from the creeps. Just gonna keep running in. So you wanna pop BKB. Oh, they try to get the use.
Not fast enough.
And Rapido, so annoying. Oh, they get bomb. Oh, that's
Sleeping
that's a
dart.
big kill.
Bombi, does he get away? No, he does not. The Exorcism does take him down, and that's going to be 2 kills and the tier 1 tower top. That's some good objective
smoke.
taken
They get
by
the Venom.
Polaris.
Yes, first off though, can you get out? Oh, so much damage. Yeah, very nicely done from Polaris. 3 kills and a tower. Alright, Meg,
So joins the
go
fray,
for-
and it does melt quickly.
To be fair, that Ursa didn't do anything until the Venom answer. Don't think
Well,
he
he
hit anyone
did
in
blow
the
up
first 2 kills.
the Elder Titan.
Oh, okay. Jing setting up. That's fine, Karma. He can remove Lincolns with Blink Strike, by the way. Oh, will he remove Blink Strike? Hello? Come on, Jing, you can do it. Oh, you got it.
Split Earth,
Oh, there's a silence after, too.
and
Oh,
does he get
one
away?
pull.
Yes, he does. We'll be able to heal up nicely.
oh man.
But Boke dies, and that's a pretty painful kill for the side of Polaris. Now they're looking for more of an engagement. Karma still has the Aegis available. Sorry for that.
Kashi's in the neighborhood, though. They'll get out. Down the sentry. Jing trying to be annoying. Oh, the counter.
Oh. Smoke onto the Ricky.
Oh, that's nice first up. Can he bling out? He's fine.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
They're so greedy to kill the Ricky because he's such a pain in the ass.
He's definitely a pain in the ass. Mate,
Dire's bottom tower
on the
has
way
fallen.
to his BKB. Top lane.
Well, Karma on the other side of the map, just going to farm. But currently Akashi is 2k net worth ahead. His Basher is going to be done very quickly. That's definitely going to be a little bit of a scare fair coming into play. Jing finds
This is
Rupido.
another early dart. This team's not ready.
He's actually dying instead to the Dark Willow. Big kill secured there. Dark Willow will die regardless, but that's a trade he's willing to make, especially considering Rupido does walk off.
He needs to chill, man. He's going way too early all the time. Mid lane. Mike, will they try something here? Has the Yules will not be a good idea.
Well, Mac, it's going for bots, BKB, Blink Dagger. Still a long way before.
Radiant's bottom tower
Those are
is under
actually all
attack.
3 team fighting items that he needs, but it's still gonna take a little bit before he has them secured. And in the meantime, Karma will have his Scotty done, and we did mention, of course, previously that the Scotty is going to be a very big pickup this game, especially against the healing of the Lash and of the DP.
Yeah, with the vessel on top as well. I'm not sure if he can do damage though. Once this Ursa gets Basher, like, he's just gonna stick to the Morphling with the smoke screen on top. It's not an easy game to play.
Is under attack. Radiant's middle tower
Ursa
has
definitely one of
fallen.
the better heroes against Morphling. Very high burst physical damage.
I want to see Venom get that shard.
Yeah, me too. It's really nice against the
entire lineup.
against the BKB. Yeah.
Against the BKB, against even the Enrage, against the...
No, the stun
Guardian
after
Queen.
Enrage doesn't really last very long, but
Yeah, but it's like he pops
It's still
Enrage and for
stunned.
that, like, he's still stunned for a short amount of time.
that's true. That's true.
For at least a second then. So, you know, he pops Enrage, stunned for a second. Not really ideal. And
Yeah.
the Lesh is... that's a good one to get.
It is. It is.
Now
Yeah.
BKB done.
I really like to see a gem. Just give it to Rapido, let him hold it. Reward everything.
Well, they are looking for a fight here on Polaris side. They are 7k ahead. They're constantly growing in terms of net worth on their cores. Because that's where most of their farm is going. It's going to their cores. The supports are pretty much neck on neck in terms of net worth. JG still doesn't have Blink. He's almost done with his BKB though.
Radiant's bottom tower
How good does Venomancer scale in the late game?
I think in the mid game it's a bit weird, but late game he's really strong. He has like very nice talents. It's just how you build him, I think. Rapido's going for more of a utility build here, so he would probably fall off.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
They have a lot of heals too. Once the Skadi and Vessel go away, they definitely have a lot of heals. This is a really nice smoke angle coming from Polaris. Alright, gonna
Like
run
what HP
into
damage is
Bombi
always scary.
here.
Is under attack.
Bombi, they see each other.
Oh,
Terra's gonna
Bombi!
run into his team.
Both
They're on
going
Meg.
forward, but the jump deep coming in from the Morphling. He's going for the fight. You'll set to keep
Karma-
the Lash
Karma's
alive.
in big
Karma needs to
trouble
back
here.
off. The Chain Frost
Karma's
doing a
gonna
lot of
die.
work. Karma, does he get away? He's in trouble. The stun
man.
comes up on top, and Karma will fall. 2 for 2 trade, but it is 2 cores for 2 supports. So definitely very favorable here for the side of Polaris, even though it started off very nicely with the Dark Willow catching them. But the damage was definitely in favor of the Dire side.
And the Morph just waved in and Akashi blinked onto him and he had to go away. It's too hard with the Ursa sticking onto you. This Lincoln's on the Morph is really annoying me. I feel like it's so, I don't know. Like you have teammates, you know, like there's no way you can die to this one dart. 4 stuff on Venom. 5k item just to counter some Ricky shard. Maybe it's for the Leech Gaze as well, I guess.
And later down the line, obviously, is Scythe of Ice,
Abyssal.
Ursa with the Abyssal. There are going to be definitely uses for the item later down the line.
I just feel like he really needs BKB, but it's so weird to buy Lincoln's BKB Skadi Dragonlance, you know, it's like 4 not really damage items.
Yeah, and then you're kind of going to be forced to go for like a Daedalus. Next Roche is 2 more minutes until it respawns. Second Roche. Ursa would like to get a free shard, because it's a super good shard.
For sure. Wouldn't mind seeing the Elite shard as well. The slow is pretty nice.
Oh, they're going to smoke up on Polaris. But it does get scanned. Or doesn't it? the illusion actually got scanned, which is the fun part, because they see an illusion walk.
Oh, Rapido, that's a big kill.
There's the big jump. Akashi going for the kill. Rapido dropping low. Doesn't have the force if it was on cooldown. It's taken down. They're going to go in for Bombi for more. JG trying to help out Stevie, but he gets stuck inside the split earth and dies immediately afterwards. Karma has to wave for him back. Rapido with the buyback won't be able to do much in this situation. Exorcism going on. Luckily enough, the creeps aren't there just yet, but a big fat team fight win for Polaris, and they're looking to 2-0 this one. The jump comes in, they're looking for Rapido again. The Venomance is gonna die back in the process. Mac with the split earth onto Karma. Can they lock him down? Forster from Yaya trying to keep his Morphling alive. The smoke is on top. He cannot respond. Split earth, it's not enough. Karma is dropping down, and the Rampage gets yoinked away. Akashi, you're not gonna get anything.
And Polaris, they fit their timing. It's Abyssal is so strong, just goes in. No one can really fight him.
Radiant's middle tower has
We
fallen.
saw JG press his BKB, but he died in like 3 seconds, I think.
Rapido getting caught twice in a row there as well by the Ursa. Very painful.
Oh, Bombi. He's trying to set up here, but I say but nothing. Oh
fine.
no, JG, no.
This is a little bit deep.
He didn't
We
press
get the
enrage.
damage in. Akashi does have the enrage. It's fine for now. And the smoke makes sure that Bombi cannot chase for more. Roche has respawn.
Just
So that's
goes in.
exactly what they're going to go for. There's a gem in the Roche pit. By
Yeah,
the way.
Bob put it there. He got the gem from the previous fight min, and then he just like, I'm gonna leave this here, be back.
That's my vision right there. I can't put my Korea in the pit anymore. Roche gets taken down, while in the meantime Mac is cleaning up the rest of the team. JG, can he get away? Does have a BKB still. But it's a 22k net worth advantage, and that went horrid very quickly.
Radiant's top tower has been denied.
So what is the game plan now for XERXIA? Is it just high ground defense, hope that they make a mistake?
They need to make a few mistakes, it feels like. This Tuss and Venom not really having much impact anymore. It's a lot on the Morphling, but Karma, this Ursa, every time he sticks on him, is just way too hard. They need items to keep him off the Morphling, I think. Mid lane. It's fine.
I think not. Yeah, the old classic, dispatch classic, sleeping dart. Always annoying. Not necessarily that the Ricky is the reason why they're winning, I would say, because I think just in general, the moment Akashi actually joined the game, it started to favor them heavily. But we also can't really deny
Bombi,
it
that's
just
a nice
really
pull.
that useful.
I mean, it's one of those heroes that if you're winning, it gives so much pressure. If you're losing, it's like, just gotta be careful.
To the impurities.
And it forced Morphling to go for that Lincolns, as you mentioned. Oh, Rapido gets bashed up, and he is a goner again. Dead for 50. Exorcism in the meantime used at bottom lane. They're pushing 2 lanes in at the same time. Obviously, Lesh plus DP is a lot of push.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
It's a lot of damage, and the buildings will falter very quickly.
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen. Radiant's bottom barracks are under attack. Radiant structures are fortified.
We realistically hold on. Is there any item that they're building that could save them?
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
I mean, Tusk Ags could be nice, but it's going to be pretty tough. Speaking of tough, Mac is going to get jumped in. Mac went a bit too deep. He's going to get taken down. Chainfrost, though, bouncing about a little bit. Nicer splitter. And Akashi
Can they
with the
bring down
Aegis.
the big boss Akashi as Titanic, as Abyssal too? Oh, no.
Karma, can he get away? Does turn into his correct target. Will be able to jump back to safety. Rapido popped his ulti, and they need to be careful of the dots in the meantime. Bombi is going to get taken down because Akashi is still absolutely unbearably strong on that Ursa. Going in
that's
for
a
more.
nice
JG, he gets
smoke.
stuck in the smoke. No, he wanted to hit him with the good old punch. And we'll get that denied. Akashi is going to get stunned up. Still has the Aegis, so even if he loses life, he doesn't really care that much.
He will. Has a BKB and the dagger, probably gonna go in here.
He's going to get rooted up.
Or TP.
Yeah,
He's
he's just
out of
going to TP to safety while the rest of the team is trying to chase for more. They keep their racks intact. That's already a lot more than I would have expected.
Yeah, Mac going a bit too deep there. Didn't have his Shivas, thought he was really tanky. No armor on CML as well.
Well, there is still a long way to go to make this happen. Karma wants to still
pops
build
the
up
gold.
the BKB.
Oh,
Bought the Hurricane Pike.
The
And Bobby
fear?
is very dead.
How come he's not getting feared? Because he's in the Shadow Realm? I didn't know it works that way.
Hardly notice.
Nothing can touch you in the Shadow Realm.
That is true. No fear in the
Watch
Shadow
enough
Realm.
Yu-Gi-Oh! To know it doesn't work.
You ever been to the Shadow Realm?
Yeah, it's nice and cozy in there.
Yes, yeah.
All you gotta do is lose one game.
Then it begins the journey.
Coincidence? Coincidence?
I think not.
I think not.
Alakashi Swift Blink coming up on the Ursa. But really, it's just the icing on the cake for the Polaris team.
There's the Trickster Club too, tanking it up. Level 25 has the 9 attacks. Pops out as well, no cares.
Radiant's bottom barracks has fallen.
Yeah, and Mac also has the Ogre's Heel Totem for extra mobility. I love that item. It's weird, but it
It is weird. But I like it. I like the concept. It's just the animation looks a bit... I don't know, it looks very Warcraft 3, if you get what I mean.
Yeah, I like the fact that they bring in items in like the you know, those mini games that they add every once in a while, Diet Guide and stuff.
Yeah.
And then after they pretty much test run them there, they bring them into the game. Just like Primal Beast, you know? Everyone
Yeah,
knew that
that's
that was
true.
going to be the new
It's under attack.
hero, but you still were like, that's a big dude.
It is a big dude. Oh, Polaris just kind of chilling, waiting for Roche. Minute and a half left.
Hardly notice.
Oh,
Tricky.
Not sure who caught who
Oh,
here.
spell reflect.
Bombi.
Oh, the AoE stun, but it's going to be Bombi still dead. Regardless, it's 30k net worth advantage here for the Polaris team. The supports are still reasonably farmed. I mean, Force Staff, Fuel Scepter, Shard even on Bombi. But it's like Rapido, just the double death in a row with the buyback uses. He's been stuck on the same net worth for a very long
Radiant's
time.
middle tower
Yeah, it's rough. It's rough for sure. GG. Goes down to the Ursa. Has the Trickster Cloak. It's definitely just a Ninja right now.
Yeah, Ursa, the Tusk tried to cut the creep wave, got caught out. Now there's going to be a push coming in. You know what I despise?
What do you
Of Last
despise?
Shreks, after 40 minutes, still don't have a shard. I just hate that so much.
You gotta get it from Roche. Don't really want to
Yeah,
spend
but the
your
Ursa
gold.
stole it from Roche, so
That's
you're not going to
true.
get it from Roche.
He has 12 and 1 though, so he gets priority according to the rules of the jungle.
That is true.
Oh, is he a stun? Rapido.
Rapido.
Meanwhile, Pog just killing everyone else.
Yeah, and Akashi is trying to find targets here. The double
Oh, the
force gets in the
snowball
way.
is
Chain
very
Frost.
deep, JG.
Oh, a lot of damage from the Chain Frost. JG is trying to continue the fight here on the
no,
top end. Will be
JG.
completely stun locked by Akashi and taken out. Mac in the meantime hunts for more onto Bombi.
Rapido.
And Rapido is very slowly but surely going to die. Does have a buyback to rejoin the fray, but it is looking very problematic. They need the Morphling to make some magic happen. Is very close to the BKB. Finally has it done on Karma. But it might be a little bit too late.
Oh man, Jaja with the triple Wraith Band. Minute 40, Elder Titan, Penta Edge Sword. Big dreams, my man, big dreams.
Barracks are under attack. Radiant's bottom barracks has fallen.
Bok once again putting the gem in the Roshan pit.
Dire are
Yeah.
scanning.
I
Ooh,
miss the
DD.
fact that couriers could just walk over to Roche and give you vision.
Double damage for Akashi.
Yeah, he's got that Swift Blink. Even has the Witchbane to dispel debuffs on him. And Venomancer also still doesn't have Shard.
He has not had an item in a very long time, I feel.
He has the money for it though. Oh, that Sinister Gaze drag back. And that is just Morphling without being able to pop the BKB. Just fully bought out for the BKB. And that is G to the G. No re because Polaris just pretty much very convincingly beat XERXIA.
Yeah,
2-0.
Bok dropping the XD2. I really need to know what this beef is.
Yeah, there's definitely something going on between the two teams because there was a little bit of, I assume, fun toxicity between them. But hopefully we'll get to the bottom of that. I think we will be getting ourselves an interview, if I'm not mistaken, in a little bit. But regardless, this series, let's go over the series. Who do you think has the MVP?
Definitely Akashi for me. Maybe a bit less in game one. I guess game one they were like super passive right for a start, but I guess towards the late game he did kind of carry. Game two was a lot on his shoulders. His team made some space for him. Once he got a dagger, he came up super active.
Yeah, I would go for Bocarino. I think
that's fair. I think that's fair.
Super well in game number 1, and he did good in game number 2. And because he did like super well in game number 1, I give him slightly the edge. But they both looked absolutely amazing. I do have to say that the XERXIA supports are also very scary to deal with. Bombi and Jaja, they looked phenomenal in their performance, especially that Dark Willow. Unfortunately, it was not enough. Akashi, as you can see, his statistics, nice, very nice stats. This game, he was the MVP on the Ursa. Farmed pretty much the moment he got his Blink Dagger, started joining fights, and it was all Polaris' favor. Even though beforehand they were losing fights, sort of, but they were still holding strongly the entire time while losing those fights by just increasing their net worth advantage little by little. But in both these games, it was just Polaris kind of holding back until they got the item timing they wanted. The Ricky Shard in game number 1 was the prime example. Game number 2, it was kind of the moment the Ursa got the blink. And that's when they really started playing the game, I would say.
Yeah, more, I guess, a slower start, but once they had pace, they kept going. I think Mac sacrificed a lot of his game too. It looked kind of scary for a bit of the early to mid game when Mac was just kind of dying. But once Akashi joined, things looked very, very different.
Yeah, and they looked very convincing. The moment that, that was their go time, they just, both games felt like no chance for XERXIA at that point. It was literally playbook done, dusted, check marked by Polaris, and they were ready to go and win. And they did it convincingly, and that is not surprising. We both talked about the Division 2 teams and how we expect Polaris to be one of the top dogs, and they definitely have shown that they exactly are that, the top dogs.
Looking clean. Experimenting with the Veno pick, but didn't really work out.
Yeah, the Veno was very solid in the slightly after laning stage. He did a lot of work at that point, but at one point the hero just did not have the resources to really contest, and his net worth declined. Then he died twice in a row, and it was just all over. Venomancer turned into a support at that stage. Tusk also never really got off where Tusk likes to be, and that is in the enemy's face. And granted, it was not a fun Tusk game against the amount of regen and healing that they had, plus smokescreen being all over the place. It was very nasty. You also had the frost shield from the Lich, so all your physical damage gets reduced by 60%. Not fun stuff for the Tusk, and Morphling just, you can't win the game on your own.
Yeah, for sure. He needed to itemize in a way where he could do damage, probably near BKB instead of the Lincolns into some Skadi, and he had to be like farmed, I think. Wouldn't even have had to see a Silver Edge. Just needed more damage and to like come online faster, I feel. But in both games, it feels like the carry of XERXIA came online, but Polaris was just ready to deal with him every time.
So we will be having ourselves an interview with the winning team, obviously, and that.
Hello.
On winning your match against XERXIA.
Hello.
So I have. So I was curious because the early game did not, especially in the second game, did not go that well for you specifically. You did, of course, catch back up, but what happened? Your positioning, sometimes you got caught off guard.
I think should have been farm or split, because I really need my use to fight in the clash, because they got vessel. If once I got vessel, I'm surely gonna die. So I think that was my mistake, because they should have played with Bok, not me, until I got my use.
I want to ask, Mac, how obviously you guys lost some players during the roster shuffle. Like, how did this team come together, this current roster?
Well, we lost our players because there are teams that contracted my former teammates. That's why we try to find some young bloods in our scene, like in C server. So we chose Akashi and Jing, because they're still young and they will be able to learn.
Who decided on the roster?
Decided, I think it was me and CML and our manager. Yeah, he was scouting that guy. Yeah.
Do you guys have a coach now?
No.
Okay.
No coach.
All right.
We coach ourselves.
all right. That's cool.
Yeah.
Well, if there's any coach watching, try your shot. Because this team's probably going to make it to Division 1.
So I hope so.
One thing that your team, of course, is renowned for is a lot of the chat lines that you use at your opponents. But there was also a lot of tipping towards Karma this game. Is there any specific reason why you tipped Karma so many times?
I think we're just tipping him to make him tilt. Like, we're just friends, like friendly banter,
I like that.
And they're friends with Jing also. Yeah, we're just having fun. Some mental warfare though.
All right, I got another question. Since we're like early in the season, I want to ask, if you don't mind, who do you think is the hardest opponent in Div 2?
For me, I think Army Genesis. I think they're quite strong since they put you in the middle lane, and they're like they're so quiet fast in that they keep killing people until you need to back your teammates. So it's quite hard. So I think we need to be ready for that.
All right. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. All done?
Yeah.
Buy our Polaris bundle.
Bye, Polaris.
Buy the Polaris bundle.
Yeah, the man.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for joining us. So yeah, that was a pretty impressive performance from Polaris. And they mentioned, of course, the team that they think possibly is the strongest contender is going to be Army Geniuses. And just would you have it to be that that's going to be the next series of the day, Army Geniuses versus Spawn Team. But any last words about this game, the Polaris versus XERXIA showdown?
I feel like it was just kind of Polaris was just a bit better today. They kind of, even though they made mistakes, they're always like not losing their worth. You know, they kind of use the map a bit more efficiently. XERXIA definitely. I guess it's still early in the season. You definitely still have time to learn from your mistakes. So I hope they are not too down about their loss. It's first game in DPC. You know, teams grow.
Yeah, definitely. They looked pretty promising. Of course, they were up against a very strong team, but there's no problem in losing, especially at the start, as long as you catch back up. Because there's a lot of solid teams here that you have to beat in the Division 2 to try and qualify for Division 1. And if you stay in Division 2, I mean, there's some very interesting teams dropping to Division 2 next season. So that will be very tough to try and make the climb then.
Div 2 next year. I mean, next season.
No. This is your time to go up. Otherwise, you're probably going to be stuck for another season. But yeah, with that, I think that is it for now for you for today, if I'm not mistaken.
You are correct.
Okay, thank you very much for joining me, Adam. And next, I will be joined by Winter, if I'm not mistaken. We'll be right back after the break for the next match. Hopefully, we'll see you then. And in case we don't see you, good afternoon, good evening, and good night.
Three, two, one.
Take up like the flame cloak does get a lot of damage, but here comes the black hole.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to some more DPC Southeast Asia Div 2 matches. My name is Dika Truman, and I am this time joined by Winter. Thank you very much for joining me today, Winter.
You're welcome, team. I'm indeed older than you, just so you know.
Okay.
I checked.
It's not often that people are younger, older than me.
GG.
By how much?
No. That's too sensitive.
No,
that's too sensitive.
No. That information is privileged. But you know what isn't privileged? Well, what actually is also privileged. This match right now, Spawn team versus Army Geniuses. We just casted the Polaris game, and Polaris said, or at least Max said, that their scariest opponents in this tournament would be Army Geniuses. Would you agree with that statement?
Yeah. I guess so.
I mean, it is a pretty scary team. Yahweh, of course. The entire lineup is scary. I personally am a big fan of Reese for years on end now. So looking forward to seeing what they can bring to the table. The draft has started, so we'll be jumping in momentarily. Spawn team, of course, came through the qualifiers and was pretty convincing at that. Among Daya, the most well-known name in the Spawn team roster from his years in. I think was he in Army Geniuses?
Yeah, because I think before he was in Army Geniuses, I think we did their close qualifier games, right, for Spawn team. Like we did a couple of series.
Yeah, we definitely did cover them before, and Mamang Daya looked really good in his role at the time, but now you're going up against slightly higher caliber teams, even though I must say Lil Gun was also in the qualifiers, but they didn't make it through after selling their spot last year, which it's not a nice combo that you want to see. Nonetheless, what is a combo that we're going to see is the Rubik Tiny versus the Marana Bat Rider. And Ricky has been banned, of course, first phase. Last series it got picked up twice, so I'm pretty happy and stoked that the hero got banned. Thank the Lord. Too many Rickies these days.
The hero is not that strong. I think in competitive play, like in an actual team environment, I don't feel the hero is that good. He's good in a pub environment. That I agree is very annoying. But in a team environment, I feel like, okay, the enemy picks Ricky, right? What I would just do is I would just maybe whatever team fighting offlane I have, just order him to buy mech and pipe, and everybody just stick together and pray to God that you just end the game, you know? And the Ricky is not gonna do anything. He's gonna look at you, okay, sleep dart, but enemy 5 heroes together, what can I do?
So your answer to dealing with Ricky is having a very aggressive push draft. So your entire draft is based around dealing with Ricky in that sense. That seems like a reason why you should ban Ricky.
Not exactly aggressive, but I feel like naturally at the moment, your offlaners are gonna buy. Okay, somebody's gonna buy mech. Sometimes it's your position 4, right? Somebody's gonna buy pipe, and you get those items. You have like an MP, or you have a DP in your lineup, and you just group up and you push. I feel like that's pretty easy to get, you know, those heroes. And even if you're playing against a Ricky and he's kind of like owning in the early game, he has a good laning phase, I don't really feel like you should be afraid of the hero.
But you know, sleeping darts randomly coming out of the smoke, the invis that you can't see, that's terrifying to anyone. Of course, there are counters. Like with every hero, there are always ways to counter a certain scenario. In this case, they tried to counter out the Slark with a Naga Siren pick. And one thing that is also very important for people to know is Primal Beast is currently not allowed to be played today because it is bugged. His ulti does not work. Q in Naga Siren. Naga's pretty happy with that one, I would say. Primal being one of the most annoying heroes to deal with in the safe lane.
Do they even need to implement that rule? I'm sure nobody's gonna pick it anyway because the ulti is bugged. Like, why would you pick the hero? Does it crash the game or what?
No, it's just bugged.
It just doesn't work, right? It
doesn't work. But I guess you could use that as like, I didn't know that, and then complain, we want a remake, that's cheating. I don't know. You don't want to have those situations where people can throw it off because the game wasn't working correctly. It's Valve, it's beta.
Right.
The game's never working correctly.
So Spawn team has the fish and the sea, the watermelon. Everything's from the sea. A team fight to protect the slot in the game. Tide's pretty decent against the Naga in the lane. So I think overall it's a pretty nice pick. Haven't seen this hero a lot. I don't think I've seen it even once last couple of weeks in D1. I might be wrong, but didn't really see much of the hero. He's pretty decent against Bat Rider as well in the game.
I haven't seen him that much in other regions either. Tidehunter is just a bulky boy. Will be able to frontline anything this game. There's no single target, really heavy damage from army geniuses that could actually kill him. To be fair, even if he gets hit by an arrow, he just shrugs it off, literally, with his Kraken shell.
No Hoodwing, no Viper, so nobody to kill the Tide. No Monkey King, no Ursa. This is actually a really good Tide pick here. All they need to do is just ban out I think just Viper. I guess they can still pick Viper. I think that's the only hero I would actually just consider banning. Oh, they banned the DP. I mean, DP is okay too. It's a pretty decent ban.
So do you think that this Bat Rider is a hard lock for mid for Yahweh, or would they possibly flex it to an offlane position?
I don't think I want to go offlane against Slug, so probably just mid. I want to pick another offlaner. They can maybe bully the Slug in the lane.
Well, what's on your mind? They have a Mirana already, so maybe something to set up good arrows, a Centaur, DK.
But those heroes are gonna suck against the Slug in the lane.
Yeah, that's the problem. I was thinking the exact same. Those heroes are not necessarily great against the Slark.
I mean, I would just pick the Viper, honestly. I think Viper's a good pick for them. It's good against the Slug in the game, it's good against the Slug in the lane. It's gonna be like, Slug plus, I guess, Rubik. The lane's not that strong.
Well, they ban it.
Okay, never mind. Okay, plan B. Is there a plan B? Why did they ban Pasha and Ledge? Those could be good for their lineup. Oh. Wait, so what's
They're
happening?
going for the monkey. So this is a Naga offlane?
I guess so. So they're trying to counter the lane, but does it work with their lineup? Sometimes teams, they try to focus a lot on the lane matchups. They try to keep try to beat the opponents to get better lane matchups, because in tier 1.5 Dota or tier 2 Dota, the lanes matter a lot more, since because everyone's bad, right? So whenever you lose the lane, people don't really know how to play from like a pretty disadvantageous position from losing the lane, and then you just snowball again from there. So they are willing to sacrifice a little bit of their draft synergy, I would say, for winning the lanes.
Yeah. I'm more thinking, in your dream, Naga is really in his will, is a perfect hero that he loves to play. But I guess against the Tide, you don't want to deal
He
with
prioritizes his lane a lot. I've played some Dota with him. That guy really wants to win his lane. Let me tell you that.
Yeah, and then he goes Monkey, which is obviously super good against the Tidehunter. But does DB play Naga is the big question then afterwards. Unless I don't really think that you can go for like a support for Naga and Mirana offlane maybe? Which would be really greedy. All three of your cores are like 2 shots away from dying.
I mean, we'll just have to see. So, Spawn go with the Shadowfiend, which is another Naga counter in a way. And it allows them to ball together, like the 4 heroes. I mean, maybe even 5, but I feel like it's going to be 4 most of the time. The Tide, Shadowfiend, Tiny, and Rubik are going to be mostly together. Oh, Slug. So they want to do Slug against Bat Rider. It makes sense.
Yeah, it's actually pretty good. Shadowfiend safe lane against the Naga Siren. Naga's only position that he can really play from is mid, which you don't want to do.
Very smart.
I like this switch up on Sponty. I don't necessarily know how Slark mid is going to be performing in general.
He should win his lane pretty easily against the Bat. I don't think the Bat can do too much against him. So looking at the lane setup, I feel like Spawn is just going to spawn a victory in this game. They're going to win all their lanes and crush their opponents.
Okay. Yeah, I personally like their lanes as well. It's pretty greedy, but it definitely looks very effective. They got good team fight. They can take roast. They can.
Who do you say is greedy? Spawn? You say Spawn is greedy? Dude, I mean, AG is greedier.
No. I think Spawn's greedy, especially because the supports that they're also using. You know, a Rubik and a Tiny. Both of them don't really want to buy any wards, even though Rubik's going to be forced to.
That's not true anymore. Rubik nowadays has been a pretty strong position 5.
Pretty strong position 5, still doesn't want to buy wards.
You want to buy wards and sentries because it's easy for you to deal out because you have the cast range from the aura.
Yeah, but it costs money. You don't want to spend money.
Dude, yo, come on, dude. You must be some core player, some selfish core player.
I play Rubik position 5 constantly.
Man,
and every single time I pick it, they want to report me
you
immediately.
You have fake vote to cast kills and farm creeps. There is no excuse for you not to buy a 50 gold sentry.
Oh, but that's it. If I take a kill, then all of a sudden I'm stealing kills. So then,
but then
my
you
God,
tell them,
this
but I am
5.
Rubik. But I am Rubik. Tell them, I'm Rubik.
Yeah, and then they're like, yeah, you're Rubik 5. No one plays Rubik 5 because I'm playing in pubs that are 5k, okay? My pubs are 5k.
It doesn't matter. Don't hate me. You're still Rubik. you get automatic right to KS creeps, KS hero kills, because you're Rubik. That's just how it is, If you look at in the history of Dota, right, a lot of the players, those core players that go to support role or position 4 player that moves to position 5, they like to play Rubik.
Yeah, because they can be greedy bastards with it. And also Rubik is one of the most fun heroes to play in the game.
I agree. Rubik is pretty fun. Rune fight. Let's go. First blood.
Bit of a ras. Actually, a bit more than a bit of a ras.
He got live.
Went for telekinesis. Ooh, monkey.
Give him the kill.
Mangaya.
Oh, give him the
That's
kill.
a shift.
What the heck?
First blood.
This Rubik.
That's why. Report Rubik. That he's Rubik. He's allowed to because he's Rubik.
Okay, my bad. That was my bad. Okay, I take that blame. That was me.
Oh, that's sadness right there.
Why did he take that? Oh, why did he take that kill? Easy win. Fine, okay. Slark against Bear Rider. He's unhuman will be okay. Slark's gonna win the lane anyway, Okay, fine. I mean, did he buy boots or something with the first Poké? What did he buy? Oh, he bought a Sentry and Mango.
He's a support? Question mark? Two mangoes, eh?
I mean,
you gotta get that passive HP regen.
You get to buy something like that would change the lane. If you get the first barrel, then you buy a Basilisk out, I can maybe forgive you.
My bat wants that.
I don't know what to say, man. This guy. Definitely reporting him if he was in my game.
Oh, you're gonna report to Rubik if it's in your game. Okay, I see how it is. This one's even a 4 position. Which is weird because it's a 5 position timer.
I think Dago is a 4 position player. Let me check.
Yeah, but he's playing in the bottom. He actually has a Quelling Blade on the Tiny.
Quelling Blade?
Yeah. The Tiny has a Quelling Blade. I don't know why.
He thinks he's laning against the Treant, I guess. That's why he wants to cut all the trees or something. I feel like that's probably the case. He feels like the Treant is bot and he came to the lane with Quelling Blade. I mean, I feel like if he's laning against Treant, he would take his tree grab and Quelling Blade and he would just cut all the trees.
Yeah, I'm actually wondering because then nearly like 90% of the time this would be a Treant in the top lane anyway.
Yeah, that's rather strange.
Maybe they decided to swap the lanes because it is a Shadow Fiend top. and the Tide in the bottom lane.
They are trying to dodge the Tide Monkey matchup. And I guess the supports just followed their course or something. I'm not really sure, but you can see how much emphasis, you know, the teams are putting just on the laning phase. You know, what they have to do in the lane. You know, we have to get this specific matchup, crush the lane, win the game.
And then so many matches in this batch, you see one team win the laning stage and then get absolutely destroyed afterwards.
I mean,
Always
this is
a scary
just
prospect.
Tier 1.5, tier 2 though, you know, like people just focus on the lanes. And yeah, you win most of your games just by doing that. Alright, Rubik doesn't get the body block on the camp, and he doesn't really want to fight this Strian. It really sucks, you know, seeing this Strian in the lane. None of the supports can do anything to him.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Yeah, highest base stack damage in the game. Always nasty. His Leech Seed healing has been pretty heavily buffed.
Yeah, the Leech Seed is just...
Oh, Mamang Daya, mid. He's burning away. Does he get away? Yes, he does, actually. Possibly thinking about turning it around there. Not as freebie for the Slark, because it is a little bit scary, but top lane they will find the kill secured onto G-Croy, and that's a pretty big one.
This is the
He's going to be
problem.
forced to TP, and they could swap lanes that way.
Yeah, that's true. But this is the problem with SF in the off lane with the Rubik. I think he needs the Tiny with him, you know, so that because the Tiny can protect him better than the Rubik. Rubik with SF in off lane, it's just... I think he's gonna die again. Oh no, he's dead. He's dead. Bye bye. Why is the Rubik going to pull the creeps? They are not going to pull creeps, and SF just TP back to the lane. Okay.
Goodbye.
GG.
Yep, that's...
Did I say?
Wow,
Did I say?
that's
Spawn?
a little bit early, but yeah.
Did I say Spawn's gonna win all the lanes? Okay, I eat my words.
Well, you still have another core, of course, in Mamang Daya in that mid lane. That is actually pretty far ahead against Yahweh in terms of experience.
Yeah, but that's to be expected, right? Slug is bad. Bruce Wayne can't
That's
do...
horrible in last hitting and denying.
Bruce Wayne can't do much to that, even though he's
Top
so rich.
lane, another kill, another day.
This lane is
Oh yeah,
bad.
I almost forgot that Monkey King doesn't have, you know, a range hero's attack range.
They actually have to send the SF ball. I don't think he can go top anymore. Why is he actually going? He's level 3. I don't think he can go top anymore. He just has to let the Tide Hunter go top.
He needs some stacks.
Stacks? You can't even clear them.
Yeah, I know, but someone needs to make stacks for when he's level 5 and has level 3 Shadow Rays. Not ancients per se, but like...
No. He needs to go bot lane. The stacks are irrelevant now. He just needs
Even
to
if he goes bot lane, I think he's going to get killed off.
No, he'll be fine. They just need to block the arrow. If the Naga ever skills and snare, the support just needs to block the arrow. That's way better than staying at top here. See, he's not even hitting creeps, he's just dancing around, taunting himself. Why am I even up here? Why am I even up here questioning his life, you know? I can't even get one CS in the lane. Where's my support? And he pings the support like a pup, you know? Bing, 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 bing. What are you doing? Help me in the lane,
He
I need
picks
you.
the Rubik. First you steal the mid laner's kill, and then,
this
then you
Rubik
leave
is
me
never
alone.
ruining the game, man. I mean, the creep is gonna push. Is the creep gonna push? If the creep is not gonna push this SF, he's not gonna get any farm at all, man. Okay, the wave is pushing. He's lucky.
Skills is what they call that.
Mirana is here. Oh, I think he's gonna die again. Oh no. Oh,
Yeah,
no.
Travens is blocking off Yokam's entry point though.
Yeah, but it doesn't matter. Look at Jake Roy. He doesn't want the Rubik to block this. He wants to hit creeps. He's not hitting creeps. He's an SF. This is so sad. Okay, Dalu is here. Dalu is here. And Tide is having the time of his life, but he's a freaking Tide, man. Tide does not
Time to
need
turn into right-click Tide. Just
Tide
get
does not
the...
need this. Tide does not need this. SF needs this. Oh no, they're going on SF.
Jikroy needs help. Travens does have a lift. Mirana is, of course, towards mid, so it's not too problematic at this stage if you're that close towards a T1 Tau. But it is a 2k net worth advantage now for Army Geniuses. And Jikro bottom of the course. Jokam is not that far behind the SF. Arrow farm's always nice. What does a mid Slark, does it build anything differently than just a safe lane Slark, or is it just a glorified safe lane?
Nope, it's the same. His build is the same.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
That's kind of dull.
When he's going Falcon, I think I was kind of expecting like a Echo Saber into maybe BKB. Yeah, he goes Falcon first. Probably still gonna get the Echo later. He gets the leash. Okay.
Could have
I mean, I
gone
just
possibly for more there.
I just feel like slugs. You want to get to the point where you have BKB and your Aghanims. That's when you feel like you're the king in the game, you know.
Oh, DB being chased out, gets leashed up. They have Ravage available as well. He does not have Song. They blow the Ravage, and that is going to be a nice kill secured on to the Naga. First permanent Agi stack secured.
Yeah, that's a pretty big kill there. Naga 72 last hits, so they needed to stop him from continuously just free farming there. I think it was
and in your dream, 21 denies. 22 now.
That lane is already done and dusted, you know.
But Mangdaya also has himself 17 denies in that mid lane. Yeah, he's doing a really good job. He's going for the diffusal blade, actually. But there's a lot of farming going on in multiple areas.
Diffusal is nice too. Diffusal, then you get because you either choose one of those two items, diffusal or echo. But Tide, can he get away here? It's pretty hard to kill him though, I think.
Oh, that's unfortunate. His Kraken Shell just popped like a little bit because of the dot that he took, so it was a full fresh Kraken Shell. That means you need to take 550 damage before it pops. And yeah, that killed him. That was a good timing on the arrow.
Yep, top lane.
Paris taking some damage, hiding inside the tree line. Triple raise. Will he die? Rubik, right-click him. Right-click him.
Just kidding, just kidding. He's definitely not taking that kill, you know? That kill is like a GG leave game.
That kill is immediately kicked from the team.
Imagine if that actually happened to the SF again.
Oh, that would be absolutely tilting.
I wish that he did it for the comedy, you know.
Well, they are still not out of this game just yet. They're looking pretty good. Delil does get taken down in his TP. The Mangdaya is close to the top net worth, but Jikro is not even that far behind on the SF. Here does have a very good farming tool with the max level Shadow Rays.
Yeah, and Tide's here to take the top tower. I think that's a pretty good move. Open up the map. He has Ravage soon. You know, he wants to enable his SF with the catapult wave. Okay, let's see if they can defend. Are they going to defend the bot tower? Guess not. So at least they get a trade. 1-for-1 tower. Stark almost has diffusal. Almost.
Well, almost. He is going to just dip out of there. Shadow Dance. There was no mana on the monkey. He could have gone for the magic wand, but
don't think he can kill him anyway.
It's always a little bit of a struggle. They do have Ravage available again on the Tide. But this time, Song of the Siren for DB will be able to save in case it's necessary. There's going to be a smoke at top.
They saw the movement with the ops there. That was the ops. So they should be fine here.
Red might. Okay, that was the godliest jukes.
That was probably just...
Had no idea they were there either. Just zero clue. Just, okay.
I mean, if it's your day, it's your day, you know? Sometimes that's
Rubik still not level 6.
Yeah,
there are some pretty good spell steals this game, though.
The Tiny's taking the bot farm for some reason. I don't know why. Like, he should be playing with the team, you know. The core should be taking the bot farm. I don't think this time you can never sit in the lane as a Tiny or a Shaker or whatever dagger, blink dagger hero to farm your blink if you're this far away, you know. You are only allowed to touch the creeps to get your dagger if you're like 1800 gold, 17, 1800 gold. Then you have a reason, you have an excuse, Not when you're 800 gold, or 500 gold when he started to farm the creeps before.
Guys, I almost have blink. Just wait a little bit longer.
Is that your excuse every time?
No, I just don't talk to my teammates. Top lane, red blows the Ravage. Does he get away? Very unlikely. And they will find themselves a tight. Secured lasso as well. Yahweh takes Yikroy for a spin, and that should be a nice double kill. Onto two very important cores here in favor of Army Geniuses. Mamang Dai does have that diffusal blade done though, so maybe might want to start joining.
The two cores are dead because the Tiny is farming bot lane. I kid you not.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Yeah, that would have been a nice place to put one of the cores.
And the Tiny is supposed to feed top to protect the Tide. Or the SF who is at top, and the Tide should be farming bot. Either way, that's what should have happened.
Yeah, but he's now at 1200 gold.
Stop
so
making excuses for him, dude. Stop, man.
Rubik now has to go bottom to farm his blink.
If I meet somebody doing this in my pub, I'm gonna blame you. You are the one who encouraged...
everyone that's watching...
you are the one who encouraged this behavior, man.
If you ever play against Winter in a pub, say DK Trevor said,
you.
I had to farm blink.
Do it against him, don't do it against me.
Okay, Dalil, he's gonna get caught.
Alright, he deserves to die.
Yahweh onto Mamang Daya, but Mamang Daya, still dies to the dot damage. And that is gonna be easy triple kill. That did not go as well as planned.
Are they taking Rosh after this?
They don't have a Deso. They do have the Mind's Armor, of course, from the Naga, but it would take a little bit too long.
I mean, they have a DD. Never mind, I guess not. Bear Rider's gonna finish his BKB. Naga is getting his Manta done soon. I mean, they're just very far ahead, AG.
Middle tower is under attack.
Their cause a lot more farm. They control the map a lot better. They have very good deep vision. I guess both teams have a pretty good observer in the enemy territory. Yeah, but you can tell like Spawn doesn't really know what to do with their heroes, and AG is definitely much better at understanding who to put in what position on the map here. I feel like these are all the fundamental things you have to understand when you're trying to play in a team environment. You look at the map, right? Everybody has a designated outpost on the map. And this is what Spawn is not doing correctly, The people on the designated outpost are wrong. That's why they're dying.
Just all wrong. Mamang Daya, though, gets to slow on to Yahweh. But it's too deep, too far away, and they'll be able to just walk.
This smoke is like they realize the game is like so bad, they are forced to do something. Wow, okay.
These supports.
I mean, you see how desperate they are, right?
Oh, that's very dangerous. Because if Mirana leaps twice, you're up on the enemy's high card. There's going to be Wukongs coming down. Nice. Two-man catch. Ravage in return. Nice. Sap comes up. Reese will be taken out. Avalanche toss. Yokam drops very low. And it's actually going to be a kill only for Spawn. In the meantime, they did lose the SF bottom lane. And they will actually catch up Dalil for another kill.
That's some pretty decent Dota there by AG. Using the carry to I always talk about this mid lane tier 1, The carries that are good are the carries that always come and fight when the enemy is trying to take this tier 1. The mid lane tier 1. Wow. Are they getting killed? Wow, that's so good.
Yeah, he got caught by an Invis monkey. Obviously, you're playing against Mirana, so probably need to be aware of nastiness like that, but they're going to find themselves a quick third, and that should secure the tier 1 tower towards mid.
Look at the sentries.
Army Genius looking very comfortable.
There are so many sentries on the map. They were just not able to see the monkey. I guess he was just outraged.
He was just underneath the tower, too far out of range. But don't worry, Tiny's almost done with his blink.
1300 gold. Okay, 1400 gold. Sure, bro. Sure.
Radiant are scanning.
He just needs to farm a little bit more, my friend.
Give me more excuses, man. I'm literally gonna blame you if I see in my game there's some Earthshaker, some tiny, whatever position 4 hero that needs Blink. Is farming Blink Dagger from 500 gold to 900 gold, and then he takes lane again and he farms until 1500, and he goes to the lane again to get a 600 gold. I'm freaking blaming you, man.
Sounds like a very average game.
Sounds like every game, right?
Yeah. Well, there's a full Hurricane Pike done on the SF top lane Varese. He does get the presence of the Dark Lord debuff on him, so he immediately runs into the tree line.
Dead.
And there's the TP coming in. They will manage to get the Requiem off onto 2. Big damage coming out. Monkey King doesn't have a BKB yet, and a huge double kill comes in. Travens with a great Boundless Strike stun to get the Requiem of Souls off, and a huge counterplay coming out from Spawn, surprisingly enough.
The bat did not expect that he didn't pop his BKB. I don't think they realized the Rubik had the monkey stun. Yeah, that was a pretty big turnaround. Getting 2 core kills. So it's time for SF to farm his BKB. Tide is buying Greaves into Aghanims. Alright, I like it. I like the axe. It's pretty good against the Naga Illusions later. Synergizes really well with the SF aura. More minus armor.
More farm.
More. Okay, fine. I think about how they're trying to win the game with the item. You're thinking about how he's trying to farm with the item. That's how different we are, you know.
They're thinking all these very useful things. I'm just thinking more farm. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm sure you'll win by farming.
Eventually.
But I guess that's true, right? In a pub game.
No, you win by farming. You do need to be the specific hero to make that useful. Because if you get a lot of farm on Crystal Maiden, you're still a Crystal Maiden.
Oh, I beg to differ.
Oh, Dalil has a blink.
If I'm
and 700 gold extra. What the?
Huh? Did he get one of the kills just now? I top lane. That's probably why, right? There's no way he gets some.
It has to be. He just got like 1,000 gold randomly.
I mean,
actually,
the
1,500 gold.
On spawn, they're taking so much tax. Better make it worth.
The toss back. But the BKB bought by Yahweh. Lasso
Kill the
will...
taxpayer. Oh, not the taxpayer. Tax taker.
They will find a support for support though. Wukong's comes down. Mamang is in his ulti. Ravage gets blown. They're gonna go for more, or are they? Oh no, never mind. That Monkey King Wukong's does so much damage. Mamang Daya, can he get away? No, he cannot.
Arrow?
The Siren Red will not get away. They will catch Travens with the roots, and Red DP's out.
Alright, they definitely fucked that up. They should have killed both the heroes.
No. They found the correct target. Rubik's the one that you need to kill. Tide's okay. He doesn't have Ravage. What do you have to fear?
You know, I'm so done with you. How am I gonna cast the next game and a possible third game, you know? I'm hungry, I haven't had my dinner, and then you're doing this to me. Oh my god, no! Alright.
That was a nice attempt.
Points for effort. Okay, that was okay.
Yeah.
That was better than. That was way better than 500 gold farming dagger, 900 gold farming dagger, 1500 gold still farming dagger. That was okay.
And then buying dagger and having 700 gold extra somehow.
Yeah. No, you know he died with his first dagger play.
Yes, he jumped on. Yeah, that was not the smartest move, and he died with the second dagger blink, I think, as well.
Definitely should.
First one was on the Bat Rider. Second one
definitely
was
should have bought a Midas.
Okay, well, if you're playing,
okay, that was a bad idea. That was a bad idea. I'm sorry. I apologize. SF is farming
just go
bot.
to the safe lane
BKB.
and farm.
All right, yeah, trying to force the BKB out, but okay. SF is calm, cool, and okay, never mind. He's fine.
They are doing the pretty dirty nasty here.
if the game,
Naga, of
okay,
course,
let's talk
farming
about
like crazy.
Let's talk about if the game actually goes late, right? Because you like so much about farming. Say the Radiant team gets to farm until 45 minutes. Do you fancy their chances against the Naga? Alright, never mind. Never mind.
Jikroy is going to die before that point.
Okay, never mind. He got kidnapped by the boogeyman.
Yahweh, the boogeyman of the Army Geniuses side. Yeah, it's a rough game even if you take this to late, but there's a bit of a chance. Tidehunter can be very nasty with the double Ravage if he gets like a refresher at one point. Slark, notorious for being one of the most horrendous heroes to deal with in late game.
Wait, why?
Because he gets like shard.
Why is he still not getting BKB? Does he really not need BKB this game? Am I crazy or what? I mean, there's so many stuns. How is he?
They do have two BKB
BKB
piercing.
There's so many other annoying shit. The arrow, the ensnare.
Especially the song, I think, is
I
the
mean,
most
how can you possibly think that you are able to dark pack everything? Is that even remotely what he's thinking? Like he feels the dark pack would just be enough.
Dark pack is pretty good.
Yeah, but there's so many things. You're gonna want to dark pack the 3 ulti. Then you're gonna want to dark pack some sticky napalm. Then you're gonna want to dark pack the arrow. Then you want to dark pack the ensnare.
Yeah, but then he's gonna get Death Shroud. So then, even if they catch him, they don't do anything.
This guy just feels like some carry from my game. Just refuses to buy the BKB item that secures you the plus 30. He's definitely that guy. Mamang Daya. I always lose to him in pubs, But he has won so many games with Kanka.
I mean, it's surprising to see him playing on a Slark, not gonna lie. So hopefully, let's see how he
this
can
is one of the ways where you win games in pubs as a mid laner with some cheating heroes. Either a mid laner or a carry. There are certain heroes that just allows you to win much easier. Like Arc Warden.
Tinker, last pick,
Slark, also one of them. If you pick Slark into like a really good Slark game, it's just auto win. Like sometimes I just feel like the cores get it easy, They have all this kind of picks. It just gives them that easy plus 30. They don't even have to buy BKB, and this is actually not one of those games I feel he needs BKB. But we shall see.
Hello, Catch comes in. Will get control, nice. Going in onto the Monkey King, but the Wukong's command is a little bit too much. They will lose the tiny buyback. Not
arrow
coming out, but Jikroy continues to TP, gets stunned up. Ravage, however, will be able to keep Jikroy alive for now with the Requiem of Souls, forcing Monkey King back. Do they have the lockdown to kill him off? The Monkey, that's his first life, still has a second. Song of the Sonic comes in and cancels it immediately afterwards. Jikroy is stunned by the arrow immediately, but the Monkey King, he's losing too much HP thanks to Mamang Daya. They will lose the SF, but Mamang Daya is looking for more, still has another pounce available. Arrow gets stolen by Travins, and that's dangerous because it's gonna get... Oh, no! Oh, it was so close! Oh, almost Rubik was useful.
That was definitely a butt clencher. Is that right?
Yep, that was a butt clencher right there. That was too close for comfort. Did cost a double buyback on the side of Spawn though, both supports.
It was okay. It's about time the support actually did something this game, for the cost.
Oh, Winter, toxic to supports.
Oh, how is that toxic? How is that toxic? They've been farming the whole game. It's time to pay. You can't just take money all the time without giving back some to your teammates,
How many times I've said to my cores, you farmed all game. It's time to pay. And then they still do nothing.
Unfortunately, life of a support.
It's a universal thing. Don't worry. Both sides tend to not really care about their teammates.
I mean, this is why the supports try to farm. Because when the cores farm, they don't give you back anything. So in order to take something, you have to take it yourself.
So ergo, everyone needs to start playing Alchemist support and then getting Ags, because then you at least give something back.
Okay.
Smoke up. Oh, miss on the catch. However, there's going to be a two-man stomp with the Wukongs coming down. Both supports are going to die back.
Nice one.
Also drag. Oh, Jikroy is completely caught in trouble. Goes for the Raccoon, but the BKB popped by the Monkey King will keep him from getting caught completely. Silence comes in. Jikroy, the arrow gets tanked by Red. Doesn't have a Ravage for another 20 seconds. Requiem of Souls comes out. DB is taking a lot of damage, though the 3 cores are still very scary. And Mamangdaya continues his charges of leashes onto his opponents. Luckily enough, Yokum still had one more leap left in the tank, and they will get themselves back. 2-for-1 trade.
Why? Why
I was still trying to annoy Jikroy.
Why did he run in with his real hero there on the Naga? I feel like he should just send his illusions to poke and find an opportunity to song and arrow the SF. I felt like that's what he should have done, you know. He went to YOLO all in with the real hero, just run in and hit the SF.
Yeah, especially considering the rest of his team didn't move. He was like going in solo and his teammates were on the other cliff just watching how the Naga was getting mauled. I'm actually surprised that the SF was surviving through that lasso. Luckily enough, did pop the BKB in time, but still the damage not nearly there inside the Wukongs.
You know what? I actually feel like Spawn is gonna win this game. If the game is gonna go like this, back and forth, if the Naga doesn't know what he needs to do, I feel like they can't win. And then eventually this lead is gonna be nothing, and then the Slug is just gonna outcarry them. They are not doing anything with their lead at the moment, so that's a bit worrisome.
Top tower is under attack.
Jikroy is getting pretty farms, going for the Silver Edge. He's now done with the Shadow Blade, so the SF's a little bit harder to catch. And Vreeze is gonna get caught up too. Will be another kill coming in. Mangdaya with this 6 per minute agility stack. Boundless Strike gets stolen. That's a nice spell steal.
That's like probably the best spell he can steal, I guess, this game.
Arrow is also nice. Overgrowth is also nice.
Non-ulti spell.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Arrow's not an ulti.
Okay, fine. But I would argue that certain scenarios you want to have Boundless Strike because it's AoE.
Dire's structures
I think both have. I mean, they both fill in a different value.
Yeah, but Arrow has lower cooldown, right? Yeah, Arrow has lower cooldown.
I think so.
Dire's middle tower has fallen.
And with the cooldown reduction talent at level 15.
Oh,
you have a lot of arrows. What is that lift?
Check the replay, dude. Check the replay. Check the replay.
Oh my god. That was...
They had ops. They had ops. Relax. Relax.
I know, but that was still like as instantaneous as possible. That was beautiful. That's why you should always treasure every Rubik you encounter. Wukong comes down, actually gets cancelled. Yokam is gonna get taken down. The Mangaya looking for more and more and more. Gets stunned up inside the Wukong's command. There's still a Ravage, but of course waiting until the BKB ends, and that's gonna be the TP out. Toss back onto the Naga. The Requiem combo coming into play, and they get a huge quad kill into... Well, Roche hasn't respawned, so that's a little bit unfortunate. There are no creeps, so they can't get any objectives out of this.
By the way, who I said was gonna win, team? Say thank you. Say thank you to me for letting you know early.
Hey, they're still 8k, 7k behind. They're just still... Hey, I also said Spawn's gonna win, not when they were 11k behind, but I still said they were gonna win.
Okay, so we are on the same page somehow.
Yeah.
Radiant are scanning.
Mamangdaya is doing a pretty dangerous job on the Slark. And also that lift was superb on Yahweh. Batright not being able to tear the team fight apart. Very useful.
I think he can't be greedy anymore. He has to press BKB before he blink hit. A lot of players are like that, you know, they blink, they get the lasso, only they click the BKB. Greedy.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Both sides definitely eyeing up that second Roche with the free shard.
Oh no, double damage with Gem on Slot. Now he's deciding he needs a BKB. Well, better late than never, yeah?
Yeah. At least it's a 9-second BKB at that point. Whereas the SFs is 7 seconds, Bat Riders is
here comes
6.
your way. Your way. Not the watermelon. Don't pull the watermelon. You have to pull the SF. Or the Rubik. Oh, SF?
Right, down check right.
Oh!
Travens does get caught. No, the 2-man stun with the tendrils from Red. Ravage comes in, but the Monkey King does get his spells off, and Mamandaya, does he get away? The arrow lands on him, did not pop Dark back, and that is going to be a very dead Mamandaya, dropping the German.
Okay, that's my fault.
Well, you know, that's
my fault too. That's my fault too.
Cast the curse, cast the curse, cast the curse.
Okay.
That looked like a really good 2-man tendrils into Ravage, but I think the Ravage came in like half a second too late because he got BKB off in time.
Yeah, the slug had BKB money in the bank, you know.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
And the high ground push comes into play. G-Croy, like, his teammates are dead, so he pretty much can't do anything. Doesn't have Reckham of Souls either.
Oh, he backs to defer. I can pop out of my Shadow Blade and do a right click.
I can farm creeps. Yeah. Tide did, by the way, not go for the Ags. Instead, he wants to go for the Wraith Pact.
Okay. Let's go against Monkey, I guess.
Yeah, gets like one shot by the Naga illusions if he sees it.
If he sees it, you know.
Big if.
Can you put your red pack onto the dark shop, the depth shop? And can you do that?
Actually, probably. I don't know.
That would be stupid.
I would have to. That's something you need to test. Oh no, baited by an illusion. But their smoke didn't even break, so that's kind of nice.
If you can do that with the red pack, then you probably can do it with the tombstone, right? Or the shaman wards.
Yeah, I think that would probably be too broken.
Yeah, that sounds wrong.
I mean, to be fair, there are a lot of things that are wrong in this game. Like Dark Warden in general, that stupid bubble.
The list goes on and on and on and on.
It never stops.
The list is long. The list is longer if you're a support. I swear.
Can you still, as a Naga, by the way, double Song of the Siren and kill the enemy's Ancient? Like,
I think it still works, right? I don't know.
You can still hit buildings through Song of the Siren? Because that's still one of the things I hate
Why are you
most.
asking me stuff that I don't play the hero about?
I mean, I know you could, but I don't know if they ever changed it. They probably didn't change it. That's
You should wait for the Myth Avenue game, and then you ask Gelf about it. He'll tell you all about the Naga questions you have.
Yes, hopefully we'll get him. Hey, how does this work on that? How does that work on Naga?
And he'll
Nothing
just
else
no, you know,
interesting
he'll
about the
just
game?
yell at you. Why don't you just try it out yourself?
Why don't I just try out Naga? Oh, yes, I might as well try out Visage while I'm at it. Anything illusion, anything that's multiple targetable units for me is a big no-no. I ain't no StarCraft player.
You don't have to be StarCraft player. StarCraft is 200 units.
Yeah, I know. I ain't no... Okay, I was horrible at RTS games. I was like, draw a box around all the units, go there.
So you're definitely not a Terran player or Zerg player. You can't micro Marines or Zerglings.
Radiant's top tower.
Yeah, no. I was lose every game in a pub match. Kind of guy.
Radiant's top tower.
I love watching StarCraft. Right?
I've watched a lot of it, played very little.
Okay, this might be it. Kidnap the SF.
No, that's not good, Yahweh. Dive comes in deep from among Daya, Song of the Siren. Arrow.
Okay.
Missed the mark very completely. But the BKB was used. Stolen Lasso. Oh, Rubik coming in Ravage gets blown. They pop the Aegis. Yaoi does pop the BKB though. Yukoi with the Requiem. Does get stunned up in the process. Can he respond? No, he cannot. The Wukong comes down as well. This is a big Wukong's range. Jikroi with the Requiem needs to force them away, and they will buy back onto the Rubik. So it's so far a 1-for-1 support for support. This is baffling that only this amount of people died.
That was some. What's the YouTube video called? Symphony of Skills.
Well, there was a couple of whiffs.
Who did he lasso? Yeah, he lassoed the Slark or something. The Tide.
Yeah, he lassoed the Slark, and Slark popped Dark Pact the moment he got lassoed. So that one broke immediately.
He needs to. I feel like he can only lasso either the Rubik or the SF. Okay, maybe the Tide too. He has to ignore the Slark and the Tide because it's so risky using it on the Slark. Oh no!
Oh, there's a big catch onto DB. Pops the BKB.
BKB and run.
Trying to run away. Yaoi coming in all the way around. They're being a big nuisance. Red's trying to block any entries. They're going for Yaoi. Does not have BKB,
Arrow?
but Song of the
3
Siren.
seconds. Arrow?
Can he land it?
Never mind. No arrow.
They'll be just fine.
I feel like he should get a...
BKB and Song used.
I feel like he should get shot on the Naga. Every time the Tide ulti or the SF ulti, then he just Song, heal his teammate and reset the fight. I feel like that would be very useful.
Rubik's Overgrowth is back off cooldown, by the way. So they got the Overgrowth ulti that was stolen. Could be a big moment.
Let me ask you a serious question. Say Rubik does like an amazing play again, and then they win the game. Are you gonna give Rubik the MVP, knowing what happened in the early game?
100%. He's a Rubik. If he has one good spell seal that game, he's the MVP.
Damn you, Rubik players.
Now, if they manage to turn this around, I actually don't know who I'd give MVP. There's still a long way to go before that happens.
Yeah, but we have to be ready, you know.
Yeah, we have to already know who's going to get MVP. Probably Jikroi, because he's the only one that's really going to be dealing damage. Next item for Mamang Daya is going to be a Lincoln, so all he's concerned about is surviving in the team fights, which makes sense. The longer you last in a fight, the more stacks you steal, the stronger you get, the weaker the enemy gets. But it takes a long time to get to that point.
Lincolns, you say on slot?
Oh, never mind. He decided, let's just go for pure damage.
I got really confused. Like,
He had Lincoln's queued up, and now he goes for Nullifier.
I don't remember reading a patch where Relic and Helm makes Lincoln. Alright, Lasso.
Yeah, they queued up a second ago. Oh
yeah,
my God.
Wish you have Lincolns now, yeah?
Yep. If only you had Lincolns, that would have been easy surviving. Big mistake. Nullifier wouldn't save you there, buddy.
I guess that's GG. There's no buyback. And our Rubik, the king of Rubik, is dead also without buyback.
Yeah, there's only one set of racks left. We've got Naga there. I mean, Naga's just straight up went for a full core build. To be fair, DB used to be a safe laner as well, so it's not too surprising. But he just went for Heart, Bloodthorn, BKB, Manta, and now Scythe. Guardian Greaves? Who gets that? Yokam, you get that. Actually, Yokam has a mech, Wraith Pact. Is he gonna hit the arrow? Yay! Oh, it finally worked. There's a great Ravage coming in, but Jikroi needs to get out of there. Silver Edge does run back to safety. Delo with the toss back. Yokam is gonna drop low and taken down. But the Wukong's dropped to make sure that they secure at least Megas for the side of Army Geniuses. Oh, Boundless Strike misses, gets stolen. In return, Travens, does he continue? Red is just dying to the illusions. And very, very barely manages to get out of there.
We are both wrong. Spawn, he's gonna lose.
It's not over yet, okay? SF, his level 25 is way too far away. I was hoping his level 25 maybe. With like the Shadow Ray supplies attack
why
damage.
are you doing this to me? So the game is not over until the old lady sings. Oh no, the fat lady sings, right?
Yeah, till the fat lady sings. Oh, toss back. That's a nice song right there. They're looking for the catch onto the monkey, but a good force staff to get the monkey out of reach. He also has Ags, so...
Hey, where is that saying from, by the way? Is it from some opera thing or what?
I think it has to be from opera. I know there's like, it's not over until... No, what was it? Like an elephant blows out the story. There's a Dutch saying like that, because it was from like a TV show. But the opera thing, the fat lady sings is probably from like an opera. Which I don't watch because it's an opera. Oh, that's a big catch, DB. But obviously, a hero that has 3.5k HP, 28 armor, and 75 HP regen is gonna be in a very comfortable spot.
I imagine a Dota player listening to opera. That would be something.
Yeah, they kind of are people that would hurt themselves.
What?
You play Dota every time, and you know, I'm just not gonna have a fun game.
You unwind with opera?
Yeah, no, it hurts to the ears for me.
How does it hurt, man? Have you listened to Andrea Bocelli sing? The blind singer, or blind opera singer?
Yeah, I mean, there are some operas that are nice, but there are also some that are just like try as get as high as possible, and that's not for me. But like,
they say opera.
In Britain's Got Talent, they had those opera singers that every once in a while joined.
No, they say opera is like wine. You know, you the more you listen to it, like the wine, the more you drink it, the more you grow into it.
Yeah, but wine gets you drunk. So that's kind of the plus. Okay, toss back. Unfortunately, that's the BKB target. Lasso coming onto the Rubik. Big fat Wukong's command as well. There is very little you can do. The arrow lands onto Mamangdaya. And they're just going to go for the finish, it seems. There's a bunch of Megas walking in. Can you do anything? They have a buyback available on the Tiny. Mamangdaya jumps in. Oh my lord, takes a heap of damage. Ravage gets blown. But do they have anything more behind that? No, Mamangdaya is just forced to jump all the way back to his fountain. The remaining two heroes are very much stuck. There's a Hurricane Bark for Chikra, but he gets hit by the Overgrowth with the Reckoning of Souls, trying to force them back. The Refresher got used by the Tide, but it does very little to almost nothing because it is going to be Army Geniuses that take game number 1. And we were both wrong, Winter. Take solace in that.
It's okay. That's why we are casting. We're not playing.
Oh no, if I was playing, it would be horrible.
Alright, so I mean, AG definitely feel like the team that plays around each other much better compared to Spawn team. The laning phase is something that both teams are very obviously trying to, you know, do something weird to get ahead of their opponents, try to sort lanes, you know, they are very focused on getting the right matchups for that. But overall, you can see a lot of flaws, right, in even both of the teams. You know, I feel like AG's issue is like when they had the lead, I think the Naga didn't really know what he needed to do to help his team build on that lead. I think you mentioned it a little bit where DB is the off laner, but he used to be a safe laner. Maybe those constant role swapping doesn't really help him, you know, understand the game as well as he can. So he made a lot.
I just thought I want to farm.
Yeah, he just like
I just want to farm.
Yeah, but overall, we could see why the two teams are from Div 2 here. You know, it's they have a lot of issues that they have to work to improve on, but AG is the better team here. You know, so they won this game and they're up 1-0.
I mean, the Rubik tried his best. He played a perfect
No. Don't give me that. Don't you start. The Rubik and the Tiny. Don't you start on both of them.
As you can see here, Yokam as a nice support for position Marana. 6-2 and 23, definitely a very good scoreline. Also went for the very defensive item build with the mech. Went for the Wraithback as well. So that was just very little damage coming out of the Spawn team because of the Marana. And now that is a way to win games these days, is just get yourselves as many healing and damage reduction items as possible. The pipe is also a clear favorite in this current patch. And you will be just fine. Team items, exactly. Naga won't do it, he will, and that's why Yokam gets the MVP of that game. We'll be back for game number 2 after a short break. We'll be right back.
Three, two, one.
This crowd is actually able to do so for a decent amount of time. As they take up like the Flame Cloak does get a lot of damage, but here comes the Black Hole. Just
welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We have just had game number 1. Army Geniuses took game number 1 against both our predictions, obviously, because we aren't the best at predicting winter. We were terribly, terribly wrong, weren't we? He's not going to admit it.
We were right about certain things, you know. We were right about the Rubik and Tiny in your pubs getting reported.
Yeah, that was... I mean, the Rubik did... They both kind of recovered during the game. They started off pretty weak, unfortunately, but luckily enough, they did show that they are very capable when they get their blink, when they get their timings a little bit more. Especially that lift up from the Rubik on Yaoi was like really good. I think he's done it about twice that game, but Army Geniuses definitely looked like the stronger team, I would say.
He had ops.
I know he had ops, but he still hit it.
Fine. Ops and quick cast. Do you use quick cast?
No.
Time to go to the quick cast route.
Yeah, but if I play Rubik then, and I get Shard, that will definitely screw up a lot of things in team fights. Because my mouse placement's not always perfect.
And you get used to it, you know. I think quick cast, if you learn it, it'll give you... say 300 MMR, maybe 300 to 500. I feel like you, if you can master it, you will definitely gain a good amount of MMR.
Yeah, I started the game playing quick cast on every hero, and then after playing
What happened?
I did not know the ranges. Like, I played Dark Willow, I did not know where the brambles spawn because they don't show it.
Oh, yeah, I guess that's probably annoying if you're playing Dark Willow.
Yeah, you probably need to have like vision of.
You can't do quick cast on, but you can't you just select like quick cast on certain abilities. Like, I'm sure it's okay for you to do quick cast on the Cursed Crown. Then and Terrorize is fine. Yeah, Terrorize. I think you can do it, right? You can just select on these.
I don't know if you can do it on. I think you have to do it on everything, but I'm not sure. I think it's just all buttons option and all your items in your inventory.
Oh, so you can only select either item or either spell. So you cannot go to your spell.
Well, if you select a quick cast, it activates on all your spells and all your items. So on some heroes, it becomes problematic because you don't know like ranges, circles with like say Disruptor or Mars Arena. You're like, it probably is around there.
You know what, Tim? I'll say to you, get good.
Oh, get good. Okay. You know who also needs to get good right now? It's Spawn Team. They're 1-0 behind against Army Geniuses. They have still a pretty strong lineup. We've covered them previously, of course, in the qualifiers. But in game number 2, what really went wrong? I mean, obviously we saw what went wrong in game number 1, but what was the biggest problem that they hopefully can address in game number 2?
The list is long, man. Where shall I start? I don't know, man. Just hope for the best. Win your lanes, you know. I feel like their problems can't be just solved in one game. There's too many fundamental problems, so just make Dota simple. Draft good lanes. I mean, that's what they did the last game. They draft very strong lanes. But
their lanes were way stronger.
No, they didn't get the right lanes. The Sheriffin, he was top. And he didn't have his Tiny with him. He had that Rubik that stole the first bullet with him, that had lived.
Yes, but they wanted to lane the SF against the Monkey, so they got technically the lane they wanted, just not in the position they wanted.
Then it's gonna make things worse, you know?
You know what's going to make it worse? The fact that we have 4 of the same heroes.
What is this madness? I mean, I can understand for AG, you know? Why are you changing something that doesn't work? And for Spawn, why are you doing something that did not work?
Oh, you know, what they can show us again that the Rubik Tiny works. As long as he doesn't get that first blood steal.
Yeah, blame the first blood. He took leave.
I will always blame the first blood.
And
on everyone but Rubik, because, you know,
I will always blame you.
Even like he fade bolted it, he just right clicked it.
I will always blame you or misleading the audience into thinking that it's okay to farm your dagger when you're 500 gold as Tiny?
How are you ever going to get to 2.2k if you don't start at 500?
Are you actually 2.2k? No, you're 5k, right? I remember you said you're like 6k.
I'm 5k. I'm 5k. Almost 6k, I think.
It's okay. We're all plebs.
Yeah. I'm just not good at... I'm old. I'm just old. That's the problem in life right now. My back's hurting.
How old? That's the question. How old?
Younger than you.
Do I have to beat it out of you?
Army Geniuses went for a Naga. I'm 28 and I look fabulous. But the Naga gets banned out by Army Geniuses, so they're not going to get it for DB this time. I guess because the Lesh was banned by Spawn, they were afraid of a Naga pick. And no one plays PL anyway, so...
I kid you not, all these hero counter matchups, late game does not matter. All that matters is the laning phase, the early game.
I would definitely say late game hero matchups matters a significant amount.
Well, let's just agree to disagree.
Okay. I mean, playing PL into a Lash seems like suicide, for instance.
Is Lash like the worst? Oh yeah, probably, yeah. Zeus is not so bad.
Storm can also be really good against PL.
When do we see the blue cat? Never. Like, we hardly see the blue cat.
Yeah, no, the PL is kind of dead at the moment, but then there's going to be a patch and then everyone in your pubs plays it, and that's going to be even worse.
I
don't know what's the
PL
worst.
dead? Why? Just tell your team to buy pipe, to pipe your illusions, and you buy Mage Slayer when you're against Slash. Hit him one time and he doesn't kill your illusions.
Yeah, if only that worked that way.
What? It actually works that way? What the hell are you saying?
Nah. Still gonna get absolutely rinsed. And like, you do less damage as Lash, but you still get like 17 million HP.
Yeah, but my teammate has a Vessel.
You just need to wait until Bloodstone's nerfed. I mean, Razor even
why do you even
everything
need to nerf Bloodstone when only 2 heroes buy it in the game? Isn't the problem with the hero? Actually, no, you're right. The problem is with the item. But not nerf. Okay, not nerf. I don't like the word nerf when only 2 heroes.
Change it back to old Bloodstone, maybe.
Okay, change it. Adjust the values or something. Remake the item.
It is kind of busted in some situations right now, though. They do pick up a Beastmaster. I love Beastmaster because it does give a lot of vision, especially against the Mirana lineup. You want as much vision as possible. Dying Spectre. I've seen Spectre lose a lot of games lately because it just doesn't stack up to a lot of safe lane heroes.
Games are you watching?
Div 1 matches.
Okay, fine. I thought you were gonna say, "Oh, hey, my pops, the Spec always loses."
Nah, it's Spectre is really strong, but it's mainly because I always see Lina and Drow Rangers, and then it's like, yeah, Spectre gets completely rinsed in half a second.
Okay,
Silver Edge break.
You pick Spectre here. Lifestealer is gonna counter. Oh, Lifestealer is like auto win. Lifestealer is good against all their heroes. Why did they pick the pack here? Not like
because it holds the Mirana down, make sure that Spectre and Path can't get away unless they pop BKBs.
Not like it was gonna get banned. Now they're gonna ban all the carries. They're gonna ban.
It wouldn't surprise me if they banned it, because Mamang Daya plays a lot of Buck.
Yeah, but I feel like there are a lot more options for your mid lane compared to the carry. I don't see that many.
I mean, they banned Queen of Pain previously, so
yeah, no. What I'm saying is there are a lot. Okay, you're gonna go into the last phase ban, last phase pick. With you need to make a selection. Do I pick my mid laner or the carry? And part of the consideration is which hero has more replacements, And if I'm looking at the carry role, I feel like there's only 1 or 2 heroes that I want to pick, Like Lifestealer is one of them. But for the mid lane, I feel like there's a lot of options still available. There's Ember, there's Park, there's Pangolia.
Ursa was also a nice one, though.
Sorry?
Ursa was also a nice one. There's always choices for the safe lane as well. Obviously not always perfect, but
Okay, let's agree to disagree. It's just better that way.
I mean, I can see where you're coming from, obviously, as well. But I guess they really wanted the puck to gain extra vision, to be able to make the jumps with the Tiny, with the Rubik.
I mean, if they last pick Lifestealer, then the pick order is definitely wrong. Right? They should have picked Lifestealer first. But, you know.
I mean, they could always pull out like a Lone Druid or something.
Lone Druid?
Yeah, I've seen some Lone Druids lately. They were destroying.
It's good with this lineup, but is it good against Batrider, Inspector? I mean, it's good against it's good against Mirana. He can block the arrow. It's good at killing the Tombstone.
It's strong.
I feel it's
the
annoying
hero with his ulti is super tanky.
It's annoying against Batrider. I mean, it's good with their lineup with the Beastmaster aura. Don't get me wrong, but it's very annoying against Batrider.
Yeah, but that's what you should have the rest of your team to help with.
Dude,
I guess.
It's an 8-pick Batrider. Batrider was there, you know, early.
Lifestealer ban.
And that's what I'm saying, you know. Okay, then now what are they going to pick?
I don't know if they play Lone Druid. I mean, it's a specialist hero, but I was thinking Lone Druid has been looking pretty strong in some regions.
Okay, they're going to pick Juggernaut.
Juggernaut?
Yeah, well, how can they win with this line? They need like either a Juggernaut or they're going to pick Anti-Mage. But Anti-Mage is not even a hero.
PA with the Shard?
PA sucks against Spectre.
But the Shard is a nice break.
Yeah, but okay, fine. But the problem with PA is like the early portion of the game is so hard for the hero. It's like I always feel like, I mean, sure, she's one of the strongest late gamers here, but she doesn't really get there, you know, in a lot of the games. And
against the Visage, it's definitely. Would you go like a Morph or something, or?
Morph is decent. Can work.
Or still stick with the Jug.
Jug is terrible. I'm just saying Jug for the memes, you know, like. It's good to beat their lineup, but Jug is a terrible hero. You see how much we are struggling, right, with a carry pick. That's why I wanted to. I said pick the carry just now.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, it depends on exactly what all the safe lanes are that he plays. He could have like some, I don't know.
I mean, it's not just about
shenanigans and win
it's
in
not
10
just
minutes.
about what hero he plays. It's what hero is good, you know, given the situation.
Yeah, Morphling.
I mean, Morphing is okay. I think it's alright.
You steal the Spectre with the Ags, and then you honestly don't have much to fear in the team fights. Could even steal the Undying to get the status resistance. Plus the Tombstone drop.
I think it's more annoying on Spectre, I guess.
Yeah, Spectre stat steal is very important to have in this game.
That thing is broken, man. Now, why does that shit behave that way?
It is pretty good. It's also a hero that kills Tombstone pretty quickly. It can survive against the Visage if you get to level 3 without dying, because the burst from Visage at level 1 can be very nasty.
You know what's the important question? Is he laning with the Rubik or the Tiny? Is the Rubik gonna ruin his lane?
Not really super favored for Morphling. I would assume he's gonna lane with Rubik, because Rubik against Mirana is okay, but Tiny against Mirana kind of does nothing. So yeah, we'll have to wait and see. Plus, who do you think is advantageous in this situation? Spawn Team or Army Geniuses?
AG, because they won first game. They have a 1-0 lead. They're in an advantageous position.
In game number 2, not game number 1, the series, just game number 2.
I mean, you gave me an open-ended question. I answered your open-ended question.
Then I revoke my question and ask a new one. In game number 2, who do you think is going to win?
Spawn.
Damn it, I wanted to go for Spawn as well.
Okay, fine, I'll say AG. I'll give you Spawn, you know. But the odds are going to be what, 2-1 or 3-1.
Yeah, the odds are definitely going to favor AG by a decent amount, but I'm going to go. I just like spotted Jikro is a level 30 Morphling, so I expect big things coming out from him.
Level 30 Morphling? Holy shit.
That's a lot of Morph. And that's also very important to have because
Morph is an unfair hero. I swear, I hate laning against that fucker. I right click him, he's red HP, then he goes back, he toggles, and he comes back, he's half HP again. And then I do the same thing again, and then he goes back and he does the same thing again, and he never runs out of mana. How is that fair for the lane? How? How? There's no point hitting that fucker, you know?
Yeah, but there's always that moment where he's not paying attention in too much action, and you just shut him down in one hit.
So your solution, he is going to fuck up one way or the other. So you're gonna play on the opponent fucking up.
Yeah, that's the way you play the game. Just hope that they're worse than you.
That's not playing, that's hoping.
Well, you know, I'm playing while
playing
hoping.
is like trying to prove a point, and you're trying to prove that you're smatter than them, you know?
30 seconds to battle.
Yeah, but it also could just mean that they're worse than you. It's a matter of perspective.
Fine. You're looking from the east, I'm looking from the west, but we're both looking at the sun.
That is correct.
That could be wrong.
Oh yeah, that is very wrong. Because the sun never is in the west.
Okay, back to the game.
Wait, oh, never in north. That's it. Sorry, it is in the west. It goes away in the west. It gets up in the east, and it's at noon. It's in the south.
I can't believe I made you check.
It was like a Dutch rhyme that I had to go through my head with.
A Dutch rhyme?
Yeah, that's never north, weg west, away in the west, and up in the east.
I will pretend I understand what you said.
That's the stance of the sun. Okay, looking at these lanes, Winter, where are we going to have to pay the most attention?
The sun?
Yes, there is no Phoenix.
Probably, I think the mid lane is going to be fun.
Bad feedback. Definitely tends to be bat favored, but also outplay favored.
Okay, never mind. That was strange.
Mandaya, Magic Wand, perfect.
I think he just lost the lane.
He does have a bottle coming in.
Yeah, mid laners, how can you lose the lane, yeah? It's always 50-50, no matter how much you screw up. Why is Dora so unfair? Why is Dora so unfair? When I fuck up on the safe lane, I get punished to the point where I can't even lane.
That's because there's usually two heroes against your one. Mid whole solo.
I mean, shouldn't it be worse when you fuck up 1v1? You should be punished more.
No, because when you make an F up, the enemy gets a buff on their two heroes against your two weaker heroes. Whereas if in mid you F up, they have one stronger hero against one slightly weaker hero. Also, normally the lanes are already skewed on the side lanes favoring one team.
But isn't that wrong? Like, shouldn't you be punished more in the mid lane? Like, just in general, speaking.
You got water runes. You can always recover.
Yeah, that's why. The runes.
And you always have stupid supports walking in to help you.
Don't you prefer, like, watching the mid lanes and how skilled the player is, like doing some small little thing to win the war of attrition, and then you just dominate because the enemy ran out of regen? But now the enemy never runs out of regen.
Yeah, but on the other hand, it does mean that mids tend to be very stompy towards one side otherwise.
But that's fun, right?
It depends on if you're getting stomped on.
Okay.
Yeah, they are very aggressive on the chase. But at least Yahweh gets the
Who got
experience.
stomped? Okay, who got stomped?
Oh, Yahweh's got the experience, so he's the winner.
But is he though? Yeah, how are they both same XP?
The prize is mine.
Be nice?
Nah,
Puck is
definitely
0,
not
you know.
same XP.
I mean, it's more or less.
Bucks 100.
It's more or
something
less the
XP
same.
behind.
Is that's so little?
Beastmaster top. Red. It's harassed. It is nasty to lane against an Undying if you're too strength lane heroes, by the way.
Yeah, that's why you should pull creeps. But they seem like they're doing fine. Actually, they're not that fine. Yeah, but against Undying as Tiny, you should. I feel like you should start with boots and just pull the wave. I mean, it's not like they lost the lane like in a very big margin, but I feel like that's just the thing that you should be doing against Undying. Because he doesn't want to deal with a lane that doesn't have a lane, you know? If you keep pulling and the creeps end up in the river or wherever it is, behind the tower, that's not the kind of game that Undying wants to play.
Yeah, so you're gonna have to make sure that that does not happen. And
I mean,
that's not really the case because he just pulled the creeps towards the...
Does he need to
camp.
do that this game? I feel like the Tiny is not doing anything, so he doesn't have to do that.
I mean, Beastmaster can do it with his boars. If he's really good at microing.
I mean, sure. But I feel like the Undying perspectives having like a free lane, like they're super comfortable. I don't feel like they're stressed out, so yeah. I mean,
Undying's also almost out of his regen. The mangoes are almost up, and Red's got the helmet of Iron Will already.
Buy more mangoes. Oh, here comes Tiny.
Nah.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Catch, Mamangdaya, not level 6. Very close to 6 though, but the Lil's actually the one dying instead. With Varese joining in the fun. He doesn't have the mana for Tombstone, but the lasso is going to connect, and that is a puck that he almost gets away.
He didn't secure the kill. Oh my god. He thought
But Mamangdaya is
he was a
still
good
dead.
support. He was a good support team. He didn't want to take the last hit.
Yep, should have just taken that kill.
Unlike someone on the enemy team.
Always secure the kill. Always, I mean, the Rubik came in to try and steal the kill, but it was just a bit too much HP. And Yahweh now definitely has secured that win over the mid lane. Almost, actually a full level ahead right now over the puck. 3 kills to his name.
Oh, I haven't seen a Beastmaster max ball in a while. I always see X most of the time. I mean, I guess in this lane, I kind of understand. It's pretty good against the heroes, the 2 melee heroes. Like, most of the time, I just see people just max X regardless of the matchup, because the X build, right? No matter what's the matchup, you're going to be able to farm.
Yeah, and with Call of the Wild Boar, you can also farm up other camps afterwards. Push a little bit faster. Maybe that could be a very useful aspect coming in. What's also useful is the fact that this Spectre's already got his Blade Mill done. It's a very good timing on Blade Mill. So that means you can go for, as you see Yokem stacking right now, go for big stacks because Spectre's able to farm them. He misses both of them, unfortunately. But the Blade Mill does make it so that Spectre can farm.
Always here.
And Red has no way out, no roar available. Yahweh is not even, like, he doesn't have a lasso, but it's not necessary.
Yeah, that's a very good play.
Another kill.
That's a very good play, giving the support the mid lane and moving around. That's how you pay your team back after taking money in the game. That's what you should do, team, as a call.
Is that what you need to do? You also need to run away on the Visage. Jacroy, damage is decent, but not enough. The good old Gravekeeper's Cloak definitely does help significantly. Jacroy has a very good lane, by the way. He's going for the Lincoln Sphere first item. Just like last game, we saw the Lincoln Sphere being built up because Lasso is pretty annoying. The downside is that it's kind of only Lasso. Team Coil catch, but there's the lasso in return. Yokam walking through. Travins, does he get away? No, he does not. The toss-up, though, means that Yahweh's in the wrong spot. But can he stay alive? Yes, he can, because the puck just guess incorrectly. Still has an illusory orb in a second. Are they going to continue for more for Reese and Yokam just right-click away at the Lil, and the puck has to disengage with Yahweh surviving through all of that. This Bat Rider's playing a lot with fire this game. Get it? Because it's a Bat Rider.
Happy?
I know. I am very happy right now.
You said I'm older than you, but who's making the dad jokes?
That's a very good question. The funny two of the two of us. Both sides are going for big stacks. Morphling's okay in taking stacks, but Spectre with Blade Mill takes Ancients pretty quickly.
Will you be mad if the Bat Rider goes and takes everything?
I mean, it wouldn't be too surprising, to be fair.
Oh no,
and he does that
back.
right now.
Oh.
He's probably not going to go for the Ancients, but the other stack will at least get him his bots. So.
They prove you wrong. Oh, top lane. Now, see, he's farming Ancients. He can't come and fight. Oh no.
He doesn't have a DP scroll because he needs bots first. Roar comes out, control onto Undying. They find the kill, and they're going to fall back on AG.
The lucky is only Undying. None of the cores died. I mean, not the Spectre. Bot lane. Visage level 6? Yeah, he's level 6.
Dream Coil in, Visage. Do they have the damage? Jikroy is playing in pretty heavy strength, but they will still find the kill secured. Jikroy is top net worth tied up with Yahweh, and he's doing a really exceptional job. He's got the full perseverance already done. Gonna be a nice Lincoln's timing.
Wait, they smoked, but Bat Rider went bot, Mirana went top. Alright, that is very weird.
Yahweh is going for Jikroy, but diving underneath the tier 1, there's going to be a TP coming in of Dalil, and actually he TP's out immediately afterwards, so gank attempt slightly failed.
And now Tiny's dead.
So Dalil is dead.
What am I watching, man? What am I watching?
TP's in to help out his Morphling TP's out, and then you're just stuck. That's very sad. He should have just went to a different lane and tried to farm his Blink.
Is he actually doing that? 500 gold, man.
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
Hate life.
Well, the first tower has been secured in the bottom lane. Visage going for the mech. Okay, so he's going for the good old classic offlaners build. Beastmaster is Helm of the Overlord. Is there anyone gonna build a mech on spawn? Not really.
Undying. Oh, on spawn. Rubik's the mech carrier nowadays. I mean, I swear this is gonna the same thing is gonna happen. The Tiny's farming bot and his course is gonna die top. Somebody's gonna die on the other side.
Honestly, Tiny's probably gonna die bot as well.
Why do they like to do this here? Why? I mean, I feel like the puck should be taking a bot farm, and maybe if the Tiny is top, then the Morphling or I mean wherever. Maybe okay, fine. If the Tiny is farming, maybe I wouldn't be so pissed off.
You're an angry man, aren't you?
People
play
say
too much Dota.
People say I have temper issues. Not people, my wife, and she's right. She actually sent me to anger management classes.
And they kicked you out for being too angry?
Oh, they told me to keep some fish and look at them and feed them every day.
Oh, don't you have like a Zen garden or something as well?
I have a vertical farm, a garden. JKJ. You know what are those? Like you plant like vegetables vertically, and then in the bottom you have fish. So the fish water goes up. They feed the plants, and then you eat the fish, you eat the vegetables. So it go green.
You eat the fish?
Yeah, I mean, it's why
I
not?
was thinking you had like koi or something.
No, what? No, I've catfish on the bottom. So basically, the system is you have catfish in the bottom, or whatever fish you want. You know, whatever freshwater fish that's edible. You feed the fish, they poop. The water goes to the vegetable, so the vegetables suck the poop out of the water. They grow, and then you eat the fish, you eat the vegetable.
Okay. Yeah, I haven't seen it, but it makes sense.
What do you mean you haven't seen? I'm sure you have those in Sweden or in Netherlands, wherever you're from. Netherlands, right? Oh, yeah.
I don't really go to any of the farms here. And most of the time they're like
But a lot of
either a fish farm or either a
isn't
plant
it like
farm?
a thing like a lot of people have it just behind the house, small scale, but you try to plant and you try to reduce your carbon footprint, be a responsible citizen of the earth.
No, that's not Dutch.
What? That's not
We're
that.
horrible people.
But don't you have like bicycles everywhere because you don't want
Oh yeah, but
you don't
that's
want
'cause-
people to use cars because it's greener to go bicycle?
Now we just have a tiny country, so it's easy to go everywhere by bike.
Is that true? No way that's true. You're way bigger than us.
As size, I think we're way smaller than most countries.
Do you realize how small Malaysia is? You actually don't realize, right? There's no way we are smaller than you. I mean, there's no way we are bigger than you.
You are 8 times bigger than the Netherlands.
What? No.
Yes.
GG.
When I Google it, it says 8 times bigger than the Netherlands. So yeah.
Google's lying back to the game. You're always gonna kill Jigroy, but Jigroy has Lincolns. He has no way of popping the Lincolns, so nothing's gonna happen.
So yeah, the more you know, people. Dutch live in a tiny country.
Are you smaller than Singapore? No way, right?
That probably not. Oh, mid. There's a little bit of like harassment going on between the two teams, but no real commitments just yet. Yokum's got pretty good farms, going for the Yule Scepter first. Tiny is close to his blink. He almost has it. Luckily, he went to that bottom lane to farm it. Otherwise, he wouldn't have had it.
Why are you encouraging him? Why?
Dire are scared.
Because it's very fun to see you get angry.
I'm trying to control my
Red?
temper, and you're not helping.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Increase that blood pressure. Oh, the lasso catches him just at the last second for the TP to come through, and they will find a pretty big kill onto Red. Did cost the Spectre Haunt and a lasso, so they kind of need to be very careful here, as Spawn already knows they want to take a fight and get some free kills.
Arcane Rune. Okay, but only 2 of them. Okay, Tiny is TPing back top. His blink. Oh, Spectre's out. Alright.
Radiant's
Perfect
bottom
timing.
tower
I wonder
is
if he
under
actually
attack.
calculated everything to the precise second. But yeah, okay, Spectre's working on his Aghanim's. Probably one of the best Aghanim's in the game.
Yeah, the mini haunt, you can always just use it to harass the supports. They're going to get a catch. Lasso. Leash gets broken by the toss. And a big kill secured onto Yahweh. He does have the BKB, but he didn't actually get it popped in time to be able to survive that fight.
I feel like the Shadow Step shouldn't do like a full dagger damage. Maybe half dagger damage and half slow or something. Alright, never mind. Joe Cam.
Used to keep himself alive. Does not have a leap left, so needs to be very careful. The tombstone keeps him alive for a little bit longer. The arrow flies through. Not going to connect. DB though.
Dire's middle tower
Can
is
he
under
do
attack.
anything on the Visage and harassment? He has 5 mangoes on the Visage.
Yeah, he wants a
He
mango.
bought those later.
He wants a mango shake, you know. It's pretty.
I could do with a mango shake.
It's pretty popular in SEA. Very big in Thailand. Very big in Philippines.
Oh yeah, you have mangoes. That's probably a good reason.
No. Thailand mangoes taste and Philippine mangoes taste better than the ones we have here.
Oh,
It's a different
I
level.
used to used to live in Uganda, in Africa, and they also had mangoes, but they had like those. It was the mangoes when they were still green. You could like just bite off straight from the peel and then put a little bit salt on it, and it was like bittersweet. It was so good.
I love green mangoes.
They don't sell those here.
In Thailand they do. Oh, you mean in Netherlands?
In the Netherlands, yeah. I'm not in Thailand. Sorry.
Fuck. Someday you should go there. Get some papaya salad.
I do not like papaya.
Oh, okay. So
or avocado.
You like mango. You don't like papaya. You don't like avocado. Do you like pineapple?
Yeah, but I love durian.
But you're just so weird.
I love pineapple, but my girlfriend's actually allergic.
Why do you like durian? Durian is like, it's a weird thing to like for someone from.
It's delicious though.
From Europe. Okay, you win.
It smells like horrid stuff, but it's delicious. Actually, my favorite fruit is probably jackfruit. The sticky.
Yeah, you like all the sea fruits.
I love it. It's delicious. Oh, he's not going to cliff him. Aw. They will at least get the kill secured. Onto Undying. Roshan, of course, first Roche is doable considering they have a Morphling plus a Beastmaster into the pit. They go. And will there be any response coming out from Army Geniuses? Spectre is not done with the Ags, but very close to having it finished. No haunt for 25 seconds, so this should be a free Roche for spawn.
Do you realize something? This is like the same with the first game. AG they have a lead, right, from the lane, but this time it's a smaller one. But they're not doing anything with the lead. They're like not doing anything. They're just like running around like headless chicken. They're not really gathering the Visage and the Bat. I mean, maybe not the Bat, but the Visage, the Mirana, and Undying. I feel like they should be like together, like doing something, hitting tower, be in the smoke. Then you can connect with the Bat. But everybody's just farming, you know.
Yeah, they're trying to get big enough to try and contest, but right now they're starting to lose objectives. They lost the Roshan. The tier 2 tower top is dropping very quickly.
Oh no, is this a game tree? I smell the game tree.
Dire's top tower has fallen.
Yeah, it's looking not too bad. Of course, the Morphling is very farmed. Spectre does have the Ag, so he can help out his teammates if they find a lone rogue support. For instance, speaking of support, Dalil gets the toss back on to Yahweh, but Dalil will actually be the one that dies instead, and the lasso onto the Morphling. Aegis is gonna get popped, maybe gets the waveform back. The Spectre continues for the chase. He's continuously swapping towards strength. He does get taken down. First life has gone red with the roar, holds the Spectre in place, but they're, I think, just gonna bail out. The puck almost has his Dream Coil available again in 10 seconds. They're continuing the chase though. And this is a little bit dangerous because they lose Stravens in the process. Jikroy has a waveform in a second, should be able to get out Mamang Daya with the Dream Coil in return. Are they going to re-engage? Yes, they are. Jikroy goes right back in, but there is the Spectre frontlining. He's very tanky. Is he going to be able to survive the Jikroy? He is out of mana. He cannot waveform away. Gets taken down, and they thought that the Dream Coil was the way to turn it around. Red with the TP attempt will TP to safety, but they're up against Guardian Greaves. They constantly have that healing on Army Geniuses that Spawn does not have.
He definitely overestimated how tanky he was. It's a bit suicidal there, but yeah. Morphing died twice, so maybe the game tree hopes not gonna come. Let's see, Spectre. Spectre finished the axe. He's going Manta next. I think it's been a while, yeah. I see Spectres go Diffusal. Like, nobody buys the item. Even against Morphing, people don't buy the item.
Yeah, in general, Diffusal, I guess Slark still picks it. Very rarely in Ursa.
Is he the only one that buys it now?
In Ursa, if you need to be like very aggressive in a game, but I think it's only Slark.
I mean, generally you should be thinking of the item against Morphling, but nowadays the item is just so rarely purchased.
Yeah, and Spectre just getting the Blade Mill gives you a chance to take down Ancients, as you can pretty much attest in that scenario. He takes it pretty quickly. Currently, DV is getting close to his pipe. Like, this is the big difference. They have a Guardian Greaves, they have a pipe. If you have those long, drawn-out fights, DV is just going to be advantageous.
Where's his Wraith Band? The classic offlaner. Mac, pipe, 2 Wraith Band.
Well, he did... I actually didn't have that good of a lane. He actually had a really bad lane. That's why he lost the lane. No Wraith Band. No chance. They're looking for another fight in mid, Yokam. Ooh, Dalul. He's looking for the Mirana pickup. But Mirana does have that cloak, so it's slightly tankier. There's going to be the jump in. Lasso onto red. The Beastmaster, can he get the roar off? No, he cannot. He's just going to get taken on. The rest of the team needs to disengage. Spectre with the Haunt, chase for more. Looking for Dalul, because Jikroy is hard to control. But Magdaya actually has an Illusion Orb in a second. Can he get the blink out? Yes, he can. But the Visage Familiars are on the chase. Is the rest of the team going to be able to continue for more? No, they are not. AG fall back. They're not going to go for a suicidal chase themselves.
Yeah, that was a good jump by the bat. He BKB'd before he did anything this time. BKB, blink in, Lasso. So no chance for the Rubik to grab him right away. He learned from the first game. Yeah, but this game is about... I feel it's going to be about the Spectre getting a Skadi at some point. Once the Skadi is there, the Morphing is going to be very weak in the team fights. Probably his next item after the Manta.
No brave.
Yeah, the Skadi is normally the moment when Spectre wins the game. With all the jumping around, getting all the debuffs on the enemies. Morphling is going for Ags though, and that's a big one. Stealing away those stats from the Spectre. I mean, how much does it do exactly? It steals 20% of the enemy stats away. And 70 agility as well. God, that's so much.
It's just so sad.
Dire's bottom tower has fallen. Radiant's top tower is
Can you remove it with BKB or something like Lotus?
I don't think so.
That's so sad actually.
I'm not 100% sure, but I don't think that you can get rid of that. But it does give, of course, it's sad, but it makes the Morphling a viable hero. Because when they removed Shotgun Morph, they kind of screwed over the hero.
I mean, don't you feel like he's also pretty viable already? Like his laning phase is so strong now. Do you need so much?
Yeah, but I think he needed a little extra to make it. Like obviously, Morph is a nice spell, but a lot of the times Morph doesn't give that big of an advantage in a team fight. It can be very dangerous to use it. But the Ags at least gives you some good uses out of it. Especially the fact that you can steal also status resistance from a strength hero. That one's kind of nuts. Oh, towards mid, they will find themselves DB. DB does not have the shard just yet, but has a lot of healing. The Lasso comes out onto red, and in return, there is going to be the chase. He's back to full HP. That is just too much healing coming out of the
no
Dire
brains.
side. Oh.
That's how you get mech and pipe, you know, on your offlaners nowadays.
Oh, beam coil snap. No BKB available on Yahweh. That could be a big kill. They do manage to secure it. Spectre's going for the backline. Rubik stole the Lasso. And Spectre will eventually get taken down. He jukes his way through and should be able to disengage Jikroy. Turned into the Undying. With the buyback from Travens, can they continue on? The Spectre's dropping very low. He could even go for the TP back to base, and yeah, if he does, he could just jump back in, but instead he really wants to kill onto Dalul.
Yeah, they're out. Spectre TP top to farm. He has his Manta completed. That's good enough for them. That's one kill apiece, right? But they lost the back, and Rubik bought back. So I'd say it's more or less.
I think Beastmaster died as well, right?
Oh, Beastmaster died too. Okay, yeah.
But he died slightly before that. So it doesn't show in the fight recap. I think he died. Yeah, they lassoed him.
But did he die?
Yeah, he died because they initially fought on the Dyer's high ground towards mid.
Oh yeah, he died. He is dead. He was dead.
Oh, Roche up in 20 seconds. Second Roche with the free shard. Who will manage to secure it? Let's see. Visage has his shard indeed, so the Visage is going to be really annoying to kill. Spectre, Mini Hunt, Talil.
2 seconds left.
Very low.
1 second.
There's the lasso onto the Beastmaster again. They will lose Mamang Daya. And that's going to be 2 kills.
That's Roche.
Next to Roche, that just respawned. They even dropped the tombstone next to Roche.
How convenient, yeah. Wait, they're not doing Roche?
Dying to a
going on?
Spectre illusion.
Why are they not doing Roche? Okay.
Spectre's also a good Roche hero with the Manta-style Desolate.
Oh, he's going Basher next. He doesn't feel like he needs the Scuddy.
Oh, Travens, that would be a dieback if they manage to secure it. There's no lasso for Yahweh, but the arrow will definitely land. And just for good measure, get the Rubik kill before you take that Roshan.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Roshan has fallen.
Yeah, AG again, once again, like the previous game. Coming up with the better plays, you know, when it comes to the team fight. Getting the better initiations. That's actually pretty surprising for me. The enemy team has Spawn has Beastmaster Hawk and Tiny Dagger, and a Park with Dagger as well. I would feel that with those 3 heroes combined, you should be able to get the jump better than the...
Yeah, but they've had the jump a couple of times. However, like
on the
Pipe,
wrong
Guardian
hero,
Greaves,
on the wrong
Stone
hero. They need to jump
Yeah.
the supports. They have to kill the supports first.
Yeah, but even the supports are kind of annoying to kill with the Glimmer, Yule's Mirana, and the Undying with... Well, he's an Undying. It's in the name.
Yeah, but I feel like if they jump the Visage, and if they don't kill him, they lose the fight instantly.
Oh, yeah. Visage just gets back to full HP. And it takes too long to get rid of all, like, the Gravekeeper's Cloak stacks. And
You
then
have
burst them through.
to chain your stun toss into Raw, into Live. Say you kill him, right? You're probably losing the fight.
Well, they are looking for a fight right now. Mamang Daya gets lassoed up, and that is going to be the puck completely controlled up. They will lose the Mirana in return, but again, Mamang Daya not having the best fun against Yahweh's Bat.
Oh, here comes Moth.
That waveform coming in from Jikroy. The damage being dealt to Varese. Spectre's in trouble. Spectre will lose his first life, but of course he does have that secondary available. Full HP, full mana. Spectre going back for more with the full Haunt. Roar gets thrown out onto the Bat Rider, but Spectre, oh, the movement speed buff to the Bat. Beastmaster gets him out of dodge, or so he thinks, but the Spectre, he can chase with the Shadow Step spam. Kill secured. Travens will be hunted onto the high ground. Jikroy is here, but what can Jikroy realistically do when his entire team has fallen?
Yeah, very nicely done there by AG. Able to get the jump. They killed they jumped on the Puck initially, then the fight actually went out so long and Puck's alive again.
They have no invis detection. Visage is just chilling. Okay. Dream Coil was used as well. That was a little bit unfortunate. Chase in,
arrow,
trying to get onto Yahweh. The arrow lands, and a huge catch and a huge kill. Jikroy will fall.
Right,
it's actually kind of nice that you steal. You get Ags on Morph, you turn into Spectre, and then you get that mini Haunt, the Shadow Step.
Yeah, tell me more, man. How is that fair?
Well, you know, it's dumb, but he still loses.
Middle tower has fallen.
The results don't matter. It's the privilege that he gets, you know, that annoys me.
Well, you know, there are a lot of things that are unfair, but still not really that good in the game.
Yeah, I kind of agree. Dota is unfair.
It's just which hero is more broken than the other hero.
Tower is under attack.
But if everything is
Everything's broken,
if
nothing is
everything
broken.
is balanced, then it would be boring, right? Say everything.
Yeah, but everything is balanced because every hero is broken. Just some are more broken than others.
But for that statement to be true, everything has to be equally broken.
I mean, Primal, for instance, is broken in the laning stage. That's also kind of busted. The Spectre Shadow Step summons Manta-style illusions and then immediately jumps back. And the illusions kill the enemy supports.
Let me ask you again,
That's
how is that
sadness.
fair?
As a support player, it's never fair. You play against Slark, he sees all your wards, not fair. You play against Zeus, he counter wards everything, not fair. You play against Ricky, you have to play sentries everywhere, not fair.
Yeah, keep going.
Oh no, I could go on with every single hero in the game.
Shadows take
I should get you to make a petition.
Remove 90% of the heroes.
Make everybody buy their own sentries.
Yeah, make sentries free, come on. Oh, they smoked up. Smoke gets broken, Freeze drops a tombstone. Dalil is very stuck. Spectre Haunt. Okay, this is starting to get very laggy on the screen. A lot of illusions in the fray. Looking for control onto Jikroy. Do they get the catch? They do get the Lincoln Sphere double pop because, of course, he got gifted a Lincoln's charge by Mamangdaya. Great save coming out from the puck there. He actually threw out his Lincolns to make sure that that one got broken instead of the lasso connecting.
Okay, game goes on. Spectre's back to farming. Oh, he's getting a hex. Alright. That's actually pretty smart. Because he doesn't need the Skadi. He doesn't need the Skadi anymore. Because I feel like they're in such a commanding position. All he needs to do is catch the puck or the morphing with the hex.
He's going Lincolns now.
I mean, imagine, right? You're a carry, right? You rather buy a hex over Abyssal Blade. It tells you how shit the item is.
Yeah, but he wants Lincolns, which is, you know, meh.
Wait, what?
Spectre Lincolns. He's building a Lincolns. He bought the recipe.
Shit, I thought he was going to build a hex.
Yeah. Now you know how I felt when you pointed out that he went nullifier last game.
Oh, I'm so sorry, man. I'm so sorry. I was inconsiderate. I apologize. And you're supposed to be nice and accept my apology. Where is that?
No. I'm pissed. That's not how we work here. We're not nice.
Then why are you even playing support?
Radiant's middle
It's supposed to be nice when you play support.
Because I'm too bad at playing core. Never said I was a good support.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
So the high ground push is coming in. Visage is pretty comfortable with breaking buildings. Has the full Wraith pack now as well. So even more damage mitigation coming through from Army Geniuses. Yokam's also going for his own scythe. He's actually not that far off on the Mirana.
They're
What
probably
does
gonna
Rubik
wait
have?
for.
Bracers.
They're probably gonna wait for Roche. Rubik.
It's like, let's check items.
Dude,
Bracer.
I've
Okay.
never seen that item for so long.
And it's on a Rubik of all heroes. I mean, I see it on like centaurs still.
Radiant are scared.
Oh, Mirana chilling. They get the lasso onto red. Tombstone gets dropped immediately. They're just so heavily slowed in the process. Dalil is going to get taken down. They do actually manage to lose the Beastmaster on the other side. It gets taken down by the Spectre illusion. And the high ground push needs the creeps to walk a little bit further forward, but it's looking very much Army Geniuses right now.
No buyback on Beastmaster. So I have to do this with the morphing alone.
There's just too many targets. You've got a Tombstone, you got Visage Familiars, you've got Wraithback Totem, you got Spectre Haunt.
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
Why is he always turning to Undying? Isn't it better to turn to the Spec?
I have no idea.
Radiant's bottom barracks are under attack. Radiant structures are
I mean, he wants the status resist.
I guess status resist is nice, and being able to steal strength so you can turn that into agi. Because you, with every decay, you steal 8 strength now because you've got the ags.
They glyph the catapult. No. One hit.
Hey, at least it's still standing, and it's the melee rack, so it's going to heal up.
All right, let's go spawn. Time to make a spawn and initiate. Come on, let's go. Let's go, boys.
Roche up in 10.
Let's go fight. Fight one time. Get a clean initiation. Wait for the Hawk to see a hero. Jump on them. Kill target. Take the fight from there. Easy peasy.
Or they just get a refresher Roche and double lasso you in a team fight. Would you give it to double haunt or double lasso?
Yeah. You want to know my biased answer?
Yes, tell me your biased answer.
Double tombstone.
Nah, you should just get level 20 and just die.
Yeah, then it's a triple tombstone.
Then buy back TP in.
Keep counting.
With level 25 talent as well. Just never stop. Well, they're getting rid of all the outer towers at the moment. Yahweh's got the refresher shard, so ready for a double possible lasso.
Radiant's top tower has fallen.
Beastmaster went for pipe. Doesn't have a BKB blink yet, but is building in it. Yeah, it's really backs against the wall for spawn. Army Genius is looking at...
Try and jump someone. They've never started a fight for a long time. They have to just try and start a fight with toss.
But who do you jump? Like, the supports are all the way in the back. The rest are kind of unkillable. Oh, Yahweh goes in with the lasso again, catches the Beastmaster. Beastmaster is done for 50 seconds. Does have a buyback available. And they're actually going to go for a second lasso onto the Morphling. Did they expect it? No, they did not. He is dead. 80 seconds, no buyback available for the Morphling, and that should be game.
Radiant's top barracks.
How did he just die? What the hell? It was it was a lasso into a bash or something, right? Or arrow? You got?
Probably, but I think the lasso was already almost enough to get the kill secured. Low. Tiny, they're trying to make a play to keep them at bay, but it's just easy pickings all over the place. Lasso from the Rubik does not really result in much, and the GG has been called. It's Army Geniuses taking the series 2-0.
Yeah, well played, Army Geniuses. Both games, I feel like the drafts are solid, but the plays are, I mean, not perfect, but overall they show that they're the better team here in this series. They played as a unit much better than Spawn. Spawn is a bit too disorientated as a team. I feel like they're not very sure about what they need to do in the game. People are like doing the wrong stuff, playing on the wrong side of the map, and there's not many instances in the game where I felt like, oh, they came together as a team and they did something, you know?
Yeah, the tiny blink towards mid, they tried to go for a couple of catches in that position. Did not pan out as well as they wanted, because the one that they mostly encountered was the Visage. And, well, it's a Visage, so he takes quite some time to take down. They did, both games have like stints of moments where they look really good on Spawn, but I mean, Army Geniuses, there's a reason Polaris said that they fear them the most in Division 2. And we can definitely see why they were pretty convincing in their showing.
Yeah, I think AG, Polaris, and maybe Myth Avenue Gaming. I feel like those three teams are probably the stronger ones in Div 2 at the moment. Better get out of Div 2 next season. You'll see Fnatic and Boom.
That's going to be terrifying in Div next season.
That'll be fun for them.
But yeah, Army Geniuses, they take the win. Here we see the stats of In Your Dream. Did not die a single time this game. That's a pretty good statistic. My question, do you consider him the MVP of the entire series?
Yeah, I feel like he's doing, especially the Monkey King game, I feel like he's doing a lot to help his team. Like in this game, you probably don't see it so much because he's a Spectre. But at the same time, I feel like overall he's been like the backbone for this team for a while now. The team plays around him. He gets a lot of priority in the pick and ban phase, and I feel like he directs his team in a way where it makes it easy for them to play as well. You know? So that's what you want to do as a carry. You know, you don't want to just farm, wait for your team to, make the space for you. You have to go and be the one that makes the space for your team by joining your team. Fight with them. Don't just farm.
Yep, it was In Your Dream. Obviously a team players still everyone in the region pretty much knows. Sort of expect him in Division 1 most of the time, but this is their chance to try and make it to that slot, obviously, and see if they can join in for Division 1 next season. But there's still a long road ahead in Div 2. There's still plenty of games. I think Friday are the next games that will be played. Quick question to the people at the production side. How far are we along for the interview?
Very long, I guess. Very long.
Okay, so it's going to take a little bit longer until we have an interview with the winning team. Which, considering Army Geniuses, who do you expect to see on the giving the interviews?
Let's see. I hope it's In Your Dream. He speaks the best English in this 5. I feel Jokem speaks pretty good English too. Not sure about the rest. I think they can speak. I'm pretty sure Baris and Yoe speak English. I don't know about BB. But I hope it's In Your Dream, since he's the man of the moment.
In Your Dream, obviously. Indonesian pride, as they always say. And it was a good game. Wondering how they'll be doing further down the line, especially looking forward towards the Polaris Army Geniuses match. That will be later coming through. And there seems to be an interview, I think.
Standings, bro. Standings.
Oh, we're going to check out the standings for today. Sorry, I am very, very deaf. As you can see, this is the current standing of the list. XERXIA, Spawn, and Atlantis, all 3 lost. The only team that, went 2-1, or 1-2 was at least Atlantis. Army Geniuses, Polaris, and UD Vessuwan, all 3 won their first games respectively. And as you can see, with the nice spicy hat, the cook's hat right next to them, Polaris and Army Geniuses are in the spot that would take them possibly towards Division 1. But this is only the first day in quite a decent amount of days of Southeast Asian Div 2 Dota.
How many chilies can you take?
Oh my god, 1, and then I'm not going to try a second one.
But you can eat durian, If you can take durian, it means that you have high tolerance to the flavors of our food here.
I like spicy, but not 6, peppers worth of spice. That's a bit too much for me. Though I do love food, as you can see in the middle right there. Oh, is that like sausage on the grill? Oh my god.
Sausage? What? No.
What's that top thing then? Bread?
Sausage? The first one?
Yeah, the first one.
That sounds
behind the chicken? I don't even know what that is.
That's like grilled squid with some prawns, I guess.
Oh, it's like a sausage.
If you fly here, I'll take care of that for you. If you really want to have that. If you ever fly down here, man.
If I ever fly down there, I will take you up on that. I will get you to treat me to dinner.
10 chilies minimum.
No, not 10 chilies minimum. I want to also get back here, not like
You're not gonna
you know,
die with 10 chilies.
pasty white.
Yeah,
Like-
but you take durian. Durian
Yeah, but-
strengthens your gut, you know.
But it's the different. It's it's a different kind of strengthening the gut. The rest of the lineups that we of course haven't been seeing just yet. Team Flow, Myth Avenue, actually only Team Flow and Myth Avenue Gaming that still have to play their first match. What are your thoughts behind those two teams?
Myth Avenue Gaming and who? Sorry, I was looking.
Team Flow, the lineup with Unknown, Mercury, Nevermind, CZY, and Trezan.
Oh, they have a very good offlaner, I'll tell you that. Never mind. That guy's really good on offlane. The rest are average, I feel. Not very good, not very bad, but average. I mean, these guys have
The
been...
non-Malaysian is very good. The rest, all Malaysian. Nah.
It's hard to talk when you do that to me.
I'm sorry.
These guys have been together for a long time, especially Mercury, CZY, and Trezam. I think Unknown's probably a relatively new addition to them. Maybe he joined them last year, but he's recent.
Okay, it seems we do have an interview, and the interview is with Yahweh.
Hello.
And hopefully that will...
Good evening.
Hello. Good evening. Congratulations on your win against Spawn Team. Game 2 looked a decent amount closer than Game 1.
Thank you. What?
So, hello.
Okay.
I had a question. In your first game against Army Geniuses, it looked very, very one-sided, obviously. But your Batrider, in the first game, your Batrider pick that came through against Mamangdaya Slark. Have you had a lot of experience in that matchup against a Slark mid?
No, I feel like I just like this hero. Then I just follow what's my feeling, you know. Like I don't care anything.
Okay, you don't care who you're up against, what the enemy mid is. You just want to play your bat.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's actually a very good way of saying it. You know, I feel like a lot of mid players are not like that. You know, like it's a good trait to have as a mid laner. And I want to ask you something about the team right now, because you're playing with 4 Indonesians. How does it feel for you being the only Pinoy in this team? Do you guys all speak English, or do they speak Indonesian when they are talking to each other, and then when they speak to you, they speak English?
In the game, it's like they speak Indonesian because they are together with Silence, right? And the moment they speak English, that's the moment I'm included into that communication, something like that. The moment they speak English.
How do you feel about that? Do you feel like it's uncomfortable for you, or it's okay for you?
It's okay for me, and also I have a trivia because I can understand them a bit, because I feel like Pinoy words and Indonesian words, there are some words that are similar, you know. That's why I can understand also a bit.
I see.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, hello. Bunny ears right behind you. I was curious because, of course, you guys still have Clairvoyance as your coach. How much input does he have in the drafting phase itself?
Everything. He doing it like he just do it, you know, and we just like he says what he wants and we just follow it.
So he's like, you want to play Batrider again, or is he like, you're gonna play Batrider again?
It's up to him, because the moment I see Bat, then it's for me, you know. Like he's not gonna talk, you're gonna play this hero, whatever, yada yada. He just pick it, whatever draft he wants, he just pick it. Then I'm just gonna play it. I mean, we're just gonna play it.
Okay.
And it's not it's not in a forced way, you know. It just like, because I've been into a lot of teams, I don't wanna disturb the drafter also. So let him do the draft or strategic what's inside his head, and he just tell us, and we just follow it.
Okay, that's an interesting way of doing it. Some teams, of course, have like a coach that does it together with the team members. But in your case, it's more like he's got a vision for the draft. He wants to put down that vision, and you guys are comfortable enough to give him free reign over the choices that he makes.
Okay.
Yeah, I like that one a lot. Any questions left from you, Winter?
Let me see, what will I ask?
Winter, make it easy.
Oh, I'm trying to figure out like a hard question, but since you say make it easy.
I'm all open, brother.
Why are you gonna play if Bat is banned? See, I make
What?
easy question. If Bat Rider is banned, why are you gonna play? Yeah, you don't have to answer if you don't want to.
Pick is
No, he doesn't decide the draft.
it's not me. You just ask my clairvoyance, you know. He's the one who's in control in the draft.
Yeah, but come on. I'm sure he's gonna ask you, right? He's not gonna. The drafters, they always ask the mid laners, you know what? Only the mid laners get the question, you know. Like if the support, they're not gonna get the question. He's just gonna pick the support.
Yeah.
But the mid laners, usually you get the question. What do you want to play? You know, you get the luxury, you get the choice.
For me, like in the scrims, we kind of habit, you know, like he just pick it. Like what is it? Because we're already used to it, you know. Like we played here since. I mean, we in the bootcamp before DPC 1 started, so we're like very here for a long time and stick scrim every day. So yeah, we are used to it. What he wants. We're like, how do I say this? It's like everything just goes well, you know.
You're just the soldiers. He's the general. He
Yeah,
tells
yeah,
you all.
yeah.
That's a
But
very good.
sometimes, because I'm a laner, right? If I want to play this hero, he will not include. I mean, my opinion doesn't exist. Something like that. He will not pick it. You know, he will just whatever. Don't talk to me. Something like that.
You're like, I want to play Bat. Okay, Buck it is. Good luck.
If you say right, how do I do this? Like funny hero stuff, like it's the funny hero stuff in the hero pool, like not unique hero at mid, right? What's the hero? I feel like
Arc Warden.
I wanna try Rubik.
Tinker.
Okay, I wanna try Rubik. He say, with the moment I speak Rubik, he say, shut up to talk. I'm gonna pick this hero. So
yeah, maybe
I
if you
understand
carry the team to Div 1, maybe he will let you choose your hero.
Yeah.
But you have to.
No.
carry-
Then they went to Div 1 because he decided the draft, so he's not going to let go of the draft.
Oh yeah, that one also.
But yeah, thank you very much for the interview. Any words for the fans at home?
For the Philippine fans and Indonesian fans, thank you so much. Salamat sa pag-support, and for the Indo fans, thank you so much. Bang, we're gonna go for more. We're hungry.
They're very hungry. Looking forward towards Division 1 because they don't want to play against Fnatic and Boom next season in Division 2. So good luck with that. And don't forget to everyone to buy the bundle from the Army Geniuses.
Yo, thank you. Bye-bye.
Goodbye. Well, that was a fun interview. Okay, so now we know that you should not try anything with clairvoyance because the man is in control. But yeah, there is, if I'm not mistaken. Wait, what?
The result of the day.
Result. Okay, there we go. Sorry. I'm really deaf sometimes. We will be checking out the result right now as it's a nice little schematic there on a good old order list. The 2-1 of UD Vessuwan against Atlantis, Polaris beating XERXIA 2-0, and Army Geniuses beating Spawn Team 2-0. The first series, if I'm not mistaken, was a reverse sweep. The other two were kind of predicted results, right, Winter?
I think about the third game, I would say I predicted. Second game, I wasn't so sure. The second series, Polaris against XERXIA, because I'm not sure how strong is XERXIA. But yeah, but after watching the game, Polaris is definitely a lot better than them.
Yeah, they look pretty good, the Polaris side, and they did it very convincingly. XERXIA didn't really have much of say in that showdown, but of course this is only the first week, and as they just said, the Army Geniuses squad has been boot camping since before Division 1 started, so that's more than 3.5 weeks ago that they started at the very least, so they have a lot of experience behind them. Now the schedule for tomorrow, Friday, Team Flow versus
Myth Avenue Gaming. Sorry, I got you.
We casted them even, but I couldn't think of the
drink
word.
Drink water. Just go. Drink water.
Yeah, just always drink water when you don't know. UD Vessuwan versus Polaris, which of course is the matchup of two winners against each other, and Army Geniuses against Atlantis. So we're gonna get to see the top teams play up against each other again, and Team Flow versus Myth Avenue Gaming, the two teams that have not played just yet, will be playing the first showdown, and that's gonna be an interesting one because of course Myth Avenue Gaming is the miracle lineup that made it through the closed qualifiers, and Team Flow is, well, that's the team where Nevermind is in, and there's a certain caster that said that Nevermind is very good, so I'm definitely going to be keeping my eye on that player specifically and see how well he is doing in general. But that does conclude the coverage for the day. Hopefully you enjoyed everything, Winter.
I certainly did. I enjoyed the Duran conversations, the Rubik conversations, the Hand of Midas, the Farming Blink, and I enjoyed the Dota we have seen today.
Yeah, it was a lot of fun, Dota. Hopefully everyone at home enjoyed the show. We'll be back on Friday, same time, same channel. My name is DK Truman, and I was joined by Winter. And in case we don't see you, good afternoon, good evening, and good night.
Three, two, one.
This crowd is actually able to do so for a decent amount of time. As they take up like the blame cloak, that's get a lot of damage, but here comes the black hole.